Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Waiting for Her by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Stephanie Rose and Graham Halstead. Prologue. Bree. My legs pump harder and harder as the tears burn a trail down my cheeks. I hate running. It's never been cathartic to me like it is for some people. But right now, I just need to do something to get rid of the energy inside screaming at me. The fact that right now I'm doing one of the things I hate most, because it feels like I have no other choice, only fuels my anger even more. In the last 30 minutes, I found out that my mom, my best friend, has kept a secret from me for 7 years. My dad was my hero. I was only 13 when I watched his body slowly give up on him. I was so innocent, thinking it was the crippling disease that took him away from us. Now I learn it was more than that. It was his fear, his curiosity of what he was missing out on. Everyone says, "Fuck cancer." It's even a hashtag. Losing my dad at such a young age crushed me. 7 years later, finding out the man I looked up to and compared all other men in my life to leaned on someone who wasn't his wife. It's crippling. Everything I've ever known about love feels like a lie. Yeah. Years later, I still feel cancer's tentacles wrapping around me, sucking the life out of me. How can one word, just 6 letters, have so much impact that it feels like my world is crumbling all over again? But really, cancer was just an excuse for his own stupidity. So yeah, fuck cancer for giving him an out. Please understand, Bree. Your dad had a momentary case of douchery. I choke out a laugh cry and wipe with the back of my hand under my nose. He had also just found out he had cancer, and here was this younger woman acting desperate for him. In the short moments after finding out he wasn't going to live much longer, he clung to something that made him feel young again, if only for a moment. Doesn't make it right, I mumble. She shakes her head, understanding in her eyes. No, it doesn't. But it makes it, I don't know, understandable? I'll never understand, Mom. I love you, and I understand why you didn't want me to know. I do. It still hurts to know you kept it from me. I come to a stop at the end of the path and stare at the stone in front of me. Why would I expect to have ended up anywhere else but here? I let out a growl of frustration, my hands linked together behind my head as my chest heaves up and down. My arms feel too heavy to hold up, so I drop them to my sides and grip the hem of my shorts. I've been home from my freshman year of college for a week, the main item on my agenda, spending time with my family. I didn't expect part of that family time would include a bombshell being dropped in my lap. "How could you?" I whisper. Hot tears are still streaming down my face, and I angrily swipe them away and repeat my whispered words, only this time I shout them to the night sky. I fall to my knees, the soft grass beneath me bright green and plush. I stare at the gravestone my mom and I fretted over when picking it out, wanting to make sure we found the perfect one. Beloved husband, devoted father. Even then, my mother knew not to engrave a lie and swap the words. No devotion there. "I trusted you. You were my everything. And she... What? Was there one time?" I drop to my butt and sit with my knees tucked under my chest, letting all the emotions pour out of me. Hot tears roll down my cheeks as the anger boils and churns in my gut. There were certainties in my life, like my dad loving my mom since he was a teenager. It's been 7 years since we said goodbye to Dad, and I've never been as confused as I am right now. I can't make sense of why, in his lowest moment, would he reach to another woman rather than his own wife. 1 time or 30, it doesn't make it right. Was it all a lie? Did he ever love her? Did he get bored with her because she was his one and only, just as he was hers? Was he only with her to the end because she was caring for him in his time of need, as the disease got the best of him? Mom can explain it away all she wants. He was upset because he'd just found out he was dying. He had just found out he had cancer and had a moment of weakness. Cancer took away a lot from my life, but I never expected it to have a hand in stripping away the trust I had in my father. He was a good and loyal man to my mom, until the moment he took his last breath. Unease wraps around my heart and squeezes tightly. The similarities to my mom and dad's relationship and my own with my boyfriend Grady isn't lost on me. We fell in love after years of friendship, the total cliché high school sweethearts, friends to lovers, just like my parents were. Maybe first loves aren't meant to last. What if Grady decides he missed out on something by only being with me? We might have only been officially together since we were 18, but we fell in love with each other long before that. I never imagined love just might not be enough.
Chapter 1. 6 years later. Grady. Staring up at the tall glass building, I inhale a deep breath. The warm air around me carries a hint of freshly cut grass, and despite it being one of my favorite scents, my stomach churns as I tug open the heavy glass door that leads to what could be a future I've never imagined for myself. When I first went to college, I had a very specific vision. Play football, love Bree. Get a degree, love Bree. Marry Bree. Have kids with Bree. Well, things didn't happen quite the way I expected. I did go to college. Not just any university, either. My dream college. The one I dreamed of and cheered for from before I could walk. I did play college football, and man, did I love Bree. But love wasn't enough for her. And a few years later, life sucked the biggest balls, and I found myself staring up at the dark night sky, the sound of sirens getting louder as they approached me, unable to move, pain radiating from my leg after a car T-boned me, wondering how the fuck I got there. I can't be with you anymore. The harshness of those words crippled me. I begged. I pleaded. I left every ounce of pride I had at her feet when I tried to explain I wasn't like her father, that our love was enough. After weeks of trying to reach out to her, hoping I could convince her to stay with me, I finally let her go. Then, for months, I wallowed in self-pity, wondering if I should go against her wishes and chase her down, try one last time to get through to her and make her see we were always meant to be together. Letting her go hurt, but her not fighting for me, for us, hurt even more. And that hurt is what stopped me. That, and as ugly as it may be, my pride. You'll never be able to play a contact sport again. When the doctors said the damage left by the accident had been too severe, permanent, I felt like my life had once again been stripped away. Those two sentences changed my life. Crushed me, one more so than the other. Spoiler alert, it wasn't the second. Bree breaking up with me, the woman who wasn't just my girlfriend, but my best friend and soulmate, the one I'd loved long before I really understood what romantic love was, devastated me. She was my partner in everything, until she wasn't. In 6 years, I've had a lot of time to think. Think about Bree and how she left me and walked away without a second thought. The realization she never really gave a shit about me hurt. She couldn't have, not if I was that easy to walk away from. As soon as I step inside the Southern Michigan State football building, I take a deep breath and look around. The school colors of green and white are splashed everywhere. Banners hanging from the ceiling of the championships the football team has won. I spin in a slow circle, taking it all in. On a far wall, a circle of team pictures surrounds a photo of the head coach's smiling face. Coach Bales, the man who scouted me and then was there for me during a time when I thought my life was ending and my world was crumbling beneath my feet. I owe everything to him. And now, here I stand, ready to go before a panel of board members who will tell me what my future will look like. The youngest head coach in the history of the university. Unheard of in our industry at 26 years old. I tug down the sleeves of my navy suit jacket and adjust the green tie resting over my new, crisp white shirt. Not subtle in my color choice in the least, but I have bled green and white for as long as I can remember. Cheered for the Warriors for my entire life. I want this. When I was a kid, I only dreamed of playing for this team. I couldn't even imagine being given this incredible opportunity. Coaching was the last thing I'd ever expected, though my parents said being a leader is something that always came natural to me. When I broke my leg and the surgeon told me I'd never be able to play football again, at least not without risking major damage to my leg, I had to make a choice. Either step away from the sport I love, or be involved in a different way. Now, I can't imagine a life any other way. When I watched the men grow and continue to learn, especially at this level, I was continually inspired. And like so many other plans in my life, the career I pictured for myself also shifted.
"Hey there, can I help you?"
I blink and focus my attention to the woman standing behind the desk. She looks to be about my mom's age. Her blonde hair is cut short just below her chin, and the skin around her eyes wrinkle in the corners as she smiles. When I don't respond to her, she just raises a brow and places a hand on her curvy hip.
"Grady?"
she guesses. I shake my head to clear my thoughts and my throat as I approach the desk. "Yes, ma'am. Grady Ryan, here to
"See Coach Bales, correct?"
That's right." I blow out a breath, and the corner of my mouth turns up, already feeling a rush of relief knowing Coach is going to be in the same room as the rest of the board. When he first approached me about his desire to retire and that he had someone in mind to step into his place, I could list off 20 people who were more qualified than me. Easily. The last thing I expected was for him to say I was the one he wanted to coach his team. His team. What could be my team? Fuck, if that isn't an overwhelming feeling. Surreal. I swallow and clear my throat again as a wave of nervousness washes over me. I shift my weight from one foot to the other.
"Grady,"
the receptionist says in a calming voice.
"Relax. Coach Bales wants this. So does the board. You'll do great."
I feel my chest deflate, relief washing over me. Thanks. You sound like my mom.
"Tess?"
How'd you know that? She taps the side of her head and gives me a wink.
"I've done my homework, and you've been a part of our program for going on 8 years now,"
she reminds me. Oh, right. Coach Bales and his staff recruited me when I was in high school. I worked my ass off and became a starter halfway through my sophomore season. Of course, Bree breaking up with me gave me fuel for the anger that drove my workouts. The summer before my senior year, everything came crashing down around me. One night changed my future. I never saw the car coming. Or he never saw me coming.
"Ready?"
As I'll ever be, I admit. She tips her head.
"Follow me."
Around the corner, I see Coach Bales standing next to a closed door, hands in his pockets. As soon as he notices me, he smiles wide. "My replacement," he says, reaching out a hand. "Awful confident, aren't you?" I grip his strong, calloused hand, and we shake before he tugs, pulling me in for a hug, giving me a loving pat on the back. "You got this in the bag, Grady. Everyone wants you staying on that field. We believe in you. When we asked you to intern after you graduated, it was because I saw something in you I wasn't willing to let go to another team. You didn't disappoint. You've proven yourself time and time again that you not only have a heart for this program, but also for coaching. We hired you for the freshman head coach position for a reason. You know how to mold boys into men because you can still relate to them." "You were testing me?" I ask, and the gleam in his eye confirms it. "My dad told me the same thing. Hell, even my former teammates said it to me. But I still find it hard to believe that a program with a number of bowl games under its belt like this one would want a 26-year-old to lead them." Drew, the assistant head coach, started with the team the first year I played for them. It was a little surprising that Coach Bales announced his retirement so close to the new season beginning, so I had a good feeling they would be hiring from within the program. When Drew called me to let me know he wanted me to be hired for Bales's replacement, well, it was humbling, to say the least, to hear he thought I was the right person for this job. Still makes me feel guilty, though. He's more experienced than I am, as are so many others. "Between you two and my parents, I have my very own motivational crew," I tease, motioning toward his receptionist. "Sarah is pretty good at the encouragement," he agrees. "And it doesn't surprise me Barrett and Tess have been telling me the same thing." "Yeah, well, I suppose it's kind of their job. Let's go prove them right, shall we?" "Coach Bales?" I stop him with a hand on his arm. He turns, his smile fading a little bit when he examines my face a little closer. I know I can not only do this job, I can do it well. I've never once expected something I didn't earn. Some may not think I've paid my dues in the coaching world, but I'm ready to prove to everyone age isn't a factor. But for my own sanity, and because I just can't go in there without knowing for sure, I ask him one more time if he's sure I'm the one he wants stepping into his enormous shoes. "Drew, sir?" "Yes?" "Drew should be getting this job, right?" He raises his eyebrows at me and gives me his most stern coach look, the same one that terrified me into making sure I never disappointed him. Like I'm doing right now by even questioning his choice and belief in me. "You not confident in your abilities, Grady?" "No, sir, I am. It's just, Drew, he's put in his time. Hell, there are hundreds of other coaches in this country who've put in their time, too." "And?" I shrug one shoulder. "And that's it. I want this. I know I can do this. I've been with the team for over 7 years, and I know what needs to happen to make this season another winner. As a player, I understood. Then, after the accident, I saw it from a different perspective when you allowed me on the team coaching as an intern of sorts. But I also know in the eyes of pretty much everyone else in the world, I'm still a punk kid, and why do I deserve this position?" "You deserve it because you don't think you do. You're not some entitled little shit who thinks just because you've been with us for a few years you should have this job. Drew and I talked last month when I made the decision to retire. He told me straight away he wanted you to be considered. Now, don't get me wrong. I think if I had offered him the position, he'd likely have taken it or at least considered it. I don't know for sure. He also sees how the players react to your coaching and leadership. Everyone does. No one is doubting your abilities here. But no buts and no more questioning this. You got me? If you don't want this or don't think you can do it, tell me now. But I don't think that's the case. I think this is you being a considerate kid who was raised to work his ass off for the things he wants. You may not have the years behind you like others do, but you've certainly put in your time. Why do you think you were so sought after when you were in high school? It wasn't just because of your abilities on the field. You're a leader. I believe in you, Grady. I wouldn't hand over my team to just anyone. Let's do this, I tell him, the confidence in my voice matching what's in my head, my heart. No more doubting myself. I'm Grady fucking Ryan, and I was born to be on the football field, to lead this team to continue to be the champions they already are. There he is. He claps me on the shoulder, opens the door, and for the first time in as long as I can remember, I feel an instant peace. I have this. I'm going to rock the shit out of coaching the top tier of athletes at the D1 school I've loved since before I could walk. It might not be what I envisioned for my future when I was growing up, but fuck the past, and everyone who tossed me aside. Because I'm about to be the youngest head coach in this university's history, and I did it all without her by my side. Just like she wanted.
Chapter 2. Bree. I'm sorry, what did you just say? I shift in my seat, uncross my legs, and look up from the notebook I was about to scribble on. I gather my long, dark hair in my hand and drape it over my shoulder, fighting against the desire to throw it up in a messy bun. Simon, the editor for the division of Sports Illuminated magazine I work for, leans over, resting his arms on his desk. He's also my best friend Ava's husband, a match I successfully made shortly after I got my job here.
We have been given the opportunity to follow the Ryan story. The Warriors' athletic director knew that it would be talked about by every platform given Grady's age, and they wanted the real story out there. So they contacted us.
Wow, that's amazing, I tell him, praying my voice doesn't betray me from the shaking I feel at hearing him mention Grady's name. Ever since the story broke about Grady getting the head coaching position, my stomach has been in knots. Excitement for him, nervousness knowing he's going to be in the spotlight for the next several months, something I won't be able to ignore. He nods his head, looking down at the papers in front of him.
It is, and it's yours.
I choke on the sip of water I'd just taken. Say again? I wipe the dribble on my chin and discreetly wipe my hands on my pants. He looks up at me with confusion in his eyes, like he didn't turn my world on its side.
You've been assigned an exclusive. This is huge, Bree. Every sports reporter across the nation is going to be clamoring for this opportunity, and it's yours.
But why? I'm no one. He shakes his head and leans back in his seat.
That's where you're wrong. I've never seen anyone work harder than you. At 26, you've put in more time than most 50-year-olds. But it's more than that. You know more about Southern Michigan football than anyone I know. You know their program, and you also understand what this move means for them. Grady Ryan is the youngest coach in the university's history. It's a D1 school. This is completely unheard of. Other coaches are pissed they weren't even considered, and conspiracies about why he was offered the job are popping up everywhere you turn. Everyone in our industry is talking about it. Rightfully so.
He doesn't need to tell me the things I already know. He doesn't realize, though, the entire reason I know so much about Southern Michigan State football is because of the person of interest himself.
You also went to high school with him, if I remember correctly.
My boss's research is definitely correct. I went to high school with Grady Ryan, all right. Isn't it a conflict of interest? Please say yes, please say yes, please say yes. I know it is, for reasons I haven't been fully honest with him or anyone else on the Sports Illuminated staff about. Grady Ryan was my first love. My first everything.
If we never allowed people to report on someone they once knew or have met along the way, we'd have a hard time finding good journalists. This business is smaller than you'd think.
I should tell him Grady and I were far more than simple high school classmates, that I still dream of him at night and never fell out of love with him. Not even Ava knows everything about my past with Grady. I only told her we were once friends.
6 weeks. You'll start in 2 weeks when preseason practices begin and continue through the first 2 regular season games. Of course, you'll still have a few other assignments to keep up with while you're doing this story. You're going to be the voice of the team. By our recommendation, because of your vast knowledge of the Warriors program, their PR department wants you to tell his story. Get to know him on a personal level. Interview the athletes and rest of the staff. Show the world Grady Ryan is the perfect choice to replace Coach Bales. Their words.
My brain trips over the words, get to know him on a personal level, and my palms start sweating. What he doesn't know is, I do know Grady on a personal level. I take a deep breath through my nose and exhale because he's right. This is huge. But I know I need to be honest with him and let him know when I broke up with Grady, I not only broke his heart, but mine as well. But I can't let the words escape my mouth, even though I know it's wrong. I want this. I want to be placed in Grady's life again.
The university will provide you with accommodations and land fare, so you'll have easier access to the team.
What? That's not normal, is it? No way does a university pay for a place for a reporter to live.
They're very serious about this story being done as tasteful as possible. It's not as if they're buying you a house, Bree. From my understanding, it's only a townhome one of the board members owns that's recently been vacated. You'll be staying in it until the next renter takes over. You've said several times you weren't committed to staying in Chicago right now. I assume you weren't lying.
No, it wasn't a lie. I can temporarily relocate. He raises an eyebrow at me.
You what?
My mom lives close to Lanphier. I don't need to stay there, do I?
Whatever is easiest for you, I suppose. You understand this isn't an 8-to-5 job. It will be easier if you're within a few minutes of the stadium.
I have my doubts this is typical. Someone as young as me getting an exclusive interview. One that will be coveted by every sports reporter in the nation, not only our magazine. When you married Ava, I told you I didn't want special treatment. He doesn't even try to hide the fact he's annoyed by my mentioning it.
And I'm not giving it to you. This assignment is yours, if you want it.
An exclusive on one of the biggest stories in college football of the past decade? I'd be an idiot not to take it. I can be professional. Hopefully, Grady is willing to set our past aside. I won't let you down, I tell him, with all the false bravado I have in me. The last time I talked to Grady, I told him I didn't want to be with him anymore. That I couldn't trust love because even my dad couldn't stay loyal to my mom. I knew I had overstepped when I told him high school loves weren't meant to last, knowing his own parents were also high school sweethearts and were obviously still deeply in love. But I knew I broke him when I told him one day he'd look back on this and be grateful I gave him an out, so he had the chance to see what else was out there without cheating on me. Which meant I couldn't trust him. That was the day I lost my best friend. And now, I'm being asked to follow him around for 6 weeks. To be his shadow.
I know you won't.
He turns his attention back to his computer, officially dismissing me. I stand and make my way toward the door, gripping the handle. I hesitate, and he notices. Of course, he notices.
What, Bree?
He says in a voice that reminds me when we're in the office, I'm not his friend. I'm not the one who introduced him to his wife. You're sure this isn't... I trail off, knowing I'll piss him off if I say something about special treatment again. He narrows his dark eyes at me and runs a hand through his hair.
Don't go there,
he says in a hard voice.
You know I would never give you an assignment you didn't deserve. When Southern Michigan State approached us about this story, they had a few requests. One was the reporter needed to have a deep understanding of their program, so there wouldn't be a learning period to get him or her up to speed. That's you. The second was the reporter should be someone they could trust not to exploit the program, not to create drama to make the story more interesting. Again, you. Everyone else is too hungry for the story that will get them on the front page. I know you'll do it with pride in your team and write an article worthy of how incredible this opportunity really is. Don't second-guess my decision, or make me do the same. Just like Ryan being offered the position as head coach, this is a huge break for you. Don't waste it.
I absorb his final words. Don't waste it. Little does he know, I spent the last 6 years wasting time. Trust me, Simon, I have absolutely no intention of wasting this opportunity.
Chapter 3. Grady. Stay close to me tonight, yeah? I glance over the cab of my dimly lit pickup, in time to see Bree roll her bright green eyes. I still remember the first time I noticed them. It was around the same time I realized Bree was a girl. Not just my best friend who happened to be a girl. Her silky hair is such a deep shade of brown it's almost black. Not having the right to run my fingers through it is seriously testing my patience. Don't roll your eyes. You heard my dad. I try for a joke, hoping to get the smile that will show me her dimples in each cheek. It doesn't work.
Right. Your dad.
What's wrong with you tonight? You've been off lately. I turn down the gravel road, the tires of my pickup kicking up dust. She huffs, crossing her arms over her chest, and I do my best not to look to see if the movement causes her breasts to push up.
I don't know, Grady. What do you think is off lately?
I feel like this is a trap, so I stay silent. How the hell am I supposed to know what's wrong with her? She's a girl, and not at all forthcoming. She may be my best friend and the one person I know better than anyone, and who knows me better than anyone too, but that doesn't mean she doesn't confuse the hell out of me.
Just figure it out, okay?
Bree, figure what out? I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what's wrong.
But you know something's wrong?
I resist the urge to scoff. Yeah, I figured that shit out weeks ago.
Weeks, huh? But yet you have no idea.
Shit, B. I don't know. How else can I say it? Did I do something?
Oh no, you did nothing.
She deadpans, uncrossing her arms and throwing them out in front of her. I don't even know what she means. So I didn't do anything. But you're pissed at me, I guess.
I'm not pissed. I'm annoyed.
Annoyed with what? I ask as I park beside another pickup. It's a familiar scene around us. It's been our go-to party spot for a few years. The large bonfire in the middle of an open field cocooned by trees for privacy. A small group of guys is gathered around a keg set up behind a black pickup. We had a great game tonight. I had a kick-ass touchdown. And just like I've done after every single touchdown since I started playing football, I celebrated by pointing to the stands in the exact direction I knew Bree was sitting. Because I always know. It's a sixth sense. Bree. My Bree. But yet, not mine. Not officially. All the guys in school know she's mine, even though we're technically only friends. Best friends. Since we were in 4th grade. Friend-zoned for 8 years. Had my own doing.
Stop acting like a dumbass and figure it out already. I won't wait much longer,
she says, then hops out of my pickup and slams the door behind her. I actually am not a total dumbass because I know exactly what she's referring to. She's been dropping hints for the last 6 months, but I'm too chicken shit to do anything about it. I watch as she runs to where her group of friends are all huddled, a few of them with red plastic cups in their hands. I blow out a breath and hit the back of my head against my headrest a few times, before unfolding myself from my seat as well. My other best friend Blake is standing by the bonfire, cup in hand, probably telling another story, the thing he loves to do most. Half of them I'm pretty sure he pulls directly out of his ass, and the other half are glorified truths. He loves an audience, so if he needs to exaggerate to get everyone's attention, he will. I sidle up next to him, and he stops talking only for a moment, briefly looking around the party, likely for Bree, since where one of us goes, the other follows. I find her easily, her long dark ponytail impossible to miss even in the night sky. I nod my head in her direction, and his eyes follow.
Damn, she looks fucking hot tonight, yeah?
She always looks hot, I correct him, not at all bothered that he mentions it. I trust him, and he, more than anyone, knows my true feelings for Bree. He would never pursue anything with her.
Truth. Her in your jersey, man? I bet you jerk it to that image every night.
I punch him in the shoulder, laughing at the idiot, but I don't deny it. She has this exotic look to her with her olive skin, dark hair, and bright green eyes. But it's not only about how she looks on the outside. Her inner beauty is what drew me to her from the beginning. There's this light that lives in her. She smiles easily, is kind to everyone around her, and is genuinely a nice person. Hard to come by in high school. For the next hour, I watch as my friends and teammates laugh and joke, exchanging stories while a few of them even get into a friendly wrestling match. Never removing an eye completely from Bree. I always know where she is. Dawson, one of the biggest douchebags this town has ever known, saunters over, a wicked gleam in his eye. History tells me whatever is on his mind tonight, I'm not going to like. He's been after Bree for the past 2 years and is relentless. No matter how often she turns him down, he keeps asking. And he's getting bolder in his attempts to get her attention. Not that it's working. He's a sleazeball even to the guys. Whether Bree and I were together or not, she wouldn't want a thing to do with him. "What's up, motherfuckers?" he shouts, his arms spreading out wide, beer sloshing out of the side of his cup, before he takes a big swig and belches obnoxiously. He reminds me of Stifler from the American Pie movies, except not even remotely a decent friend or person in general. Everyone groans and shifts around uncomfortably, none of us really seeking out his presence. A few guys actually walk away. My first mistake? Not following them. "What's wrong?" He punches me in the gut. "You still fighting off the blue balls since you can't seem to close the deal with Bree?" "Fuck off, Dawson." He chuckles. "Nice comeback, Grady. You're such a pussy, and if you don't step up, you'll never get into Bree's. At least not until I'm done with it. I bet it's hot and wet, so tight just waiting for a real man." He reaches down with his hand, gripping his dick over his jeans and jerking a few times. "Holy shit," I hear one of our friends cough out. "Whoa, dude," I hear someone else say in a warning tone. "What did you say?" I ask, my voice low and full of the rage I immediately feel. My body coils tight and I step into his space, standing toe-to-toe with the fuckwit. I've had to watch him peacock around Bree for too long now, desperately trying to get her attention, and I've had enough. I'm not one to fight, especially not with someone who's less than pond scum, but he makes Bree uncomfortable. I protect what's mine, and she is mine. "You heard me," he challenges back, alcohol heavy on his breath, feeling 10 foot tall and bulletproof, no doubt. I'm 6'2" and 230 pounds, and not that it matters or I'm bragging, but it's muscle. I worked my ass off for it, even had my dad help me build, in his words, a torture chamber in our backyard. It looks like a grown-up version of a swing set, but instead of swings and a slide, I have pull-up bars, a rock wall, ropes, and boxes. Dawson, on the other hand, is a joke and crappy excuse for a human being. "Dawson, you seriously don't want to go there," Blake warns him, the back of his hand pressing against Dawson's chest to get him to back away. "My suggestion? Back the fuck off, man." Although I appreciate Blake sending a warning on my behalf, my eyes don't stray from Dawson's. He stares at me for as long as he thinks is intimidating, before he realizes I'm not backing down, then scoffs, throws back the rest of his beer, and saunters off. Once he's out of earshot, my friends don't give him a second thought, all of them going back to joking around like he never interrupted us to begin with. That's what happens with shitheads like Dawson. They become insignificant. Until they aren't. Within 10 minutes of Dawson walking away, I realized just how significant the prick really is. "Grady, get your ass over here now!" At the frantic yells of one of my friends, I take off at a dead sprint through the empty field. I have no idea why my heart is pumping so hard or why I feel like lava is running through my veins, but ever since we got to this damn party, I've felt on edge. I round the corner and see my friend Connor pulling Bree up to standing, her hair a mess, and the jersey, my jersey she's wearing, covered in dirt. Dawson is on the ground, shoving Blake off him. Blake stands, kicking the side of Dawson's brand-new red pickup his daddy bought him. Dawson jumps up and takes one step toward Blake, but then stops. "What the fuck, Blake?" His gray t-shirt is covered in dirt and a few blood splatters, and his hair is a mess. From the looks of it, he's just had his ass beat, and it only makes me even more nervous.
What the hell happened?
Bree's friend Grace shouts, running up behind me, but immediately moves to Bree's side, hugging her. Even though I want Bree in my arms right now, I have this ugly feeling wrapping itself around my heart that's telling me I need to keep close to Dawson. Grace starts brushing off the dirt from Bree's jeans and picks dried leaves out of Bree's hair, turning glaring eyes at Dawson.
Fuck you, D. I know what I saw,
Blake snarls.
You don't know shit,
he says, before he spits blood onto the ground. Someone want to enlighten me as to what the fuck is happening right now? I growl as I move closer to Bree. My eyes cut to hers, and what I see breaks my heart. Seeing the tears streak down her gorgeous face and her cheek already red, there's not a doubt in my mind I know exactly why I was so on edge earlier. I've always had a sixth sense when it came to Bree. She's my other half, the missing part to my soul, and the thought of some asshole touching her.
D here thought he'd take matters into his own hands when Bree brushed him off fucking again, like he can't get it through to his thick skull that Bree doesn't want him.
Fuck you and fuck her. She's nothing but a tease.
I don't give myself time to think or ask questions. I react.
You asshole!
I scream as I lunge at Dawson, my right fist connecting with his left cheek. He fights back, landing a few punches of his own, but my adrenaline has kicked in and I have a hell of a lot of anger building up. I don't let up. I rain punches down on his face like it's a punching bag, something I've wanted to do for a long time. And even when he crumples to the ground after a hard punch to his gut, I don't back down.
You don't touch her. You hear me?
Grady, stop!
I hear Bree cry out, but I can't. Not when he possibly did what would be my worst nightmare. I can only hope he didn't take it as far as... The thought makes me hit harder. Hearing her trembling voice should put me on pause, but it only amps me up again. I fall to the ground over top of him, using my fists to show him exactly what I think of him.
You son of a bitch! She's not yours ever. You got it? She's mine!
I shout and grunt when I feel arms wrap around me. I spit at Dawson's busted-up face as 3 of my friends start pulling me off. I kick him in the balls because the fucker deserves it and relax my stance. My friends slowly release their hold, but the anger is still coiled tight around me.
Grady,
I hear Bree plead one more time, and it's quiet enough around us it causes me to look over at her. She's still a mess from whatever that asshole did to her, but it doesn't take away from how beautiful she is. I walk over and wrap her in my arms, my breathing still heavy as my chest heaves up and down. But holding her does something to me. Having her in my arms fills me with a sense of peace I can't get anywhere else. She's my perfect fit, my other half. I can't imagine a life without her by my side. She's so tiny I have to lift her in order for her arms to be able to go around my neck. Her fingers go to the back of my head and thread through my hair, and it's like 1,000-pound weight has been lifted off me. I want to tell her I've been in love with her for longer than I can remember, that when I think of a future, I see her face. She's everything to me.
Are you?
I croak, not being able to finish speaking. I set her down on her feet, but don't release my hold. She leans back from me so I can get a better look at her.
Grady, I'm okay.
Her voice is soft and still scared, but her bright green eyes are shining with unshed tears. It makes me want to punch the living shit out of him all over again. The muscles in my arms strain against my shirt and my neck is coiled tight. My nostrils flare as my eyes track over her reddening cheek. I hear Dawson moan and I look in his direction, feeling like he still didn't receive enough from me for what he tried to do to her. She raises up on her tiptoes and lifts her small hands to turn my head so I'm facing her once again.
Listen to me. That's done. Blake, he got here, and I did what you and your brother have always taught me.
That's why his nose looked busted up before I started in on him? I ask her, smirking a little bit, despite the fury still coiling in my gut. She nods, and I lean my forehead on hers, running my hands up and down her arms. She's shivering, and I don't know if it's from what happened or the chill in the air. B, I can't think of what could have happened. I know, Grady, but I'm okay. I'm so sorry I wasn't there. I keep repeating sorries until my throat is scratchy. I tuck my head against her neck and actually feel tears prick my damn eyes. I'm sorry I've been such an idiot so much lately. I can't lose you. I can't. You mean everything to me. I can't lose you. I kiss her cheek, hoping she understands, because I finally truly understand what's been bothering her. We both want more, but I'm the one terrified to take the next step. I can't lose her. What would happen to our friendship if it didn't work out between us as more? She sniffles, and it's all I can do not to spin around and start pounding on Dawson again. Dawson is currently lying on the ground, hopefully in a lot of pain, with our friends standing around him like prison guards. I'm sorry I scared you, I tell her. You could never scare me. Fuck, Bree. I love you. I love you too. They're words we've shared before, but she's not getting it. I've waited far too long to tell her my true feelings. No, I'm in... But what I'm about to say is cut off by the sounds of sirens, along with dozens of our high school classmates scattering, not wanting to get caught drinking because of the fight. But I don't move. For one, I wasn't drinking. And two, I'm not going to hide from what just happened. But the next thing I know, I'm placed somewhere I never expected to be in my life. The back of a police car. Under arrest. For assault. I gasp awake, a dream I'm all too familiar with taking over my night once again. Though it's been a few years since this particular dream plagued my sleep. When I accepted the job, the board told me I needed to prepare myself for a firestorm of media wanting to get the story. I expected that. Their answer to the inevitable was to offer an exclusive to Sports Illuminated. Not a bad idea. I knew Bree was working for them, obviously. I may not be in her life anymore, but our families are close, and admittedly, I've paid attention. Never did I imagine she would be assigned my story, or that she'd be the one following me around for 6 weeks. I left the meeting and immediately came home, changed my clothes, and spent the next 4 hours working out my pissed-off energy. How dare she accept this story? Why? Did she think she'd use what we once had to fluff up her feature? I could have told them no, to find someone else. But I'm a masochist. Part of me wants to see how she'll handle it. And honestly, I want to show her what I've made of my life. I only hope I can ignore the fact that despite myself, I still find her the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Despite myself, I still love her. Chapter 4. Grady. I know it hurts. Push through it, you pansies. I hear snickers at my use of the word, but it doesn't deter me. Our training program is intense, to say the least. It's Friday of our first week of practice. The boys are breathing heavy, but the difference I see in our team already is promising. 5 more minutes, guys. Don't piss it away or make us stay late. Groans and gagging are heard from across the field, but my assistant coach smirks and checks his stopwatch as the team continues doing burpees. He blows the whistle, and I watch as 250-pound college athletes crumble to the ground. Don't think you're getting out of cool-downs. They climb to their feet and follow the program we taught them on the first day. My assistant coach, Drew, walks my way and nods his head to the field. How does it feel? Incredible. You made it through your first week, he says with a smile. When I got the job, I wondered if Drew would harbor bad feelings toward me for not getting the head coach position, but he's never once shown it. In fact, he's been my biggest supporter, aside from my family. I don't know why he felt the way he did, and I never pushed it or asked again. I was simply grateful he felt as confident in me and my abilities. He was Coach Bales' assistant for years, and by default, my coach before my injury. He also played an instrumental part in changing my decision to change career paths following graduation. He saw my leadership abilities on the field, encouraged me to think about coaching, and, well, here I am. Plans for the weekend? Drew asks. Not really. Working on a few plays. One of my oldest friend's band is playing at a bar in town, so I'm planning to go watch him. My parents are high school sweethearts whose best friends, Josh and Lauren, are also high school sweethearts. They had twins, Mia and Brandon, just a few months after my parents had my older brother Cole. Now my brother's married to Mia, and our moms basically think they won at life because their babies are married and they're connected forever. Their words. He cocks his head in my direction. Oh yeah? Who's that? Brandon? I've known him since I was a baby. Our families are close. He's Mia's twin brother. Your brother Cole's wife, yeah? Yeah. How's he doing? I smile, knowing he's in way over his head at the moment. Good. Finishing up his residency. Mia's about to have the baby any day now. No way. Cole's a daddy, huh? He grins widely. Uncle Grady. I chuckle. Uncle Grady's gonna spoil the shit out of the little bean. I have no doubt, Drew says, chuckling. What about you? Any plans? Wanna come watch the band with me? I might do that. Yeah? Cool. I'll text you the spot. Sound good? Yep. See you soon. I walk into the bar, a set of pool tables along the far side wall with a stage at the back of the building, and breathe in deeply. The heady scent of typical fried bar food fills the air, and the sound of chatter and clinking glasses filters into my ears. A few heads turn as I walk toward the bar to where my brother is standing, but other than the brief acknowledgement, this establishment is used to my presence. It's one of the reasons I love it so much. I can be Grady here, not head coach of the Warriors. Hey, man, glad you could make it. Cole smiles wide. He orders a Coke and a water, then looks at me and points. I shrug, and he orders me my regular beer on tap. Not drinking tonight, huh? I ask when he takes a drink of the Coke the bartender places in front of him. Not with Mia so close to giving birth. Don't want to have any alcohol in my system when she goes into labor. Smart man. How was practice? Awesome. Got 2 of them to puke, I chuckle. He barks out a laugh and claps me on the shoulder. I bet you did. It's like your dream job. Still torturing people, only this time you're getting paid to do it rather than doing it in our backyard. Watch out. You're sounding like Dad. He grins shamelessly. The bartender places our drinks on the bar top, and I throw a 10 down on the counter. Come on. Mia's over here, miserable as ever. Cheer her up. We make our way through the crowd where Mia's sitting with Brandon's wife, Savannah. Savannah stands, lifts on her toes, and gives me a hug. I'd stand, but I'm the size of a manatee and just as slow, Mia says, hand resting on her swollen stomach. You still look beautiful, I murmur as I lean down to kiss her cheek. Lay off my woman, brother, Cole teases, knowing Mia is like an older sister to me. Mia rolls her eyes. How was your first week, Coach? Excellent. How was cooking a baby? Excellent, she grins, rubbing her baby bump. I see that. I lean over and place my hand next to hers, and like clockwork, after a few moments, little Bean kicks the hell out of my hand. She rolls her eyes, but the smile on her face proves she's not at all annoyed like she's trying to pretend to be. Seriously, every time. I shrug. Uncle Grady's got the special touch. I wink and lean back in my chair. Brandon ready for tonight? I ask Savannah. Always is. I take a drink of the cold beer. I forgot to tell you, Drew's on his way. Oh, yeah? How's it going? Is it awkward? Savannah asks, her mouth stretching out in an eek face. Not at all. That's good. Why do you keep thinking it would be awkward? I hear Drew's booming voice from over my shoulder. I gesture to Savannah.
She's the one who asked. I said it wasn't.
Throwing me under the bus, I see,
Savannah jokes. He chuckles and reaches over, shaking hands with Cole. I introduce him to everyone before he sits down in the seat beside me.
Did you tell them yet?
Tell us what?
Drew waggles his eyebrows a bit before taking a tug off his beer he carried over with him.
Grady has a tag-along for the next 6 weeks. Sports Illuminated is doing an exclusive story on him.
He says it with pride, not realizing the minute I tell everyone who was assigned to the story, our lighthearted evening of fun will come to a screeching halt.
No way! You didn't tell us this?
Mia shouts excitedly, slapping the tabletop. Calm down, Mama.
Cole, did you know this? This is huge.
My brother turns accusing eyes to me. No, I knew nothing of this. Mia's right, Grady. This is huge. Why didn't we know? I shift in my seat and clear my throat, grab the attention of a waitress walking past, and tell her we need a round of shots, even though it's just me, Savannah, and Drew drinking. Shit. What's wrong? Cole asks immediately. I look to Drew, who looks confused, rightfully so. It is a big deal that SI is doing this article on me. What's an even bigger deal is who is doing the article. It's Bree, I murmur, hoping our waitress is quick with my order of shots. Come again? Cole asks, choking on his Coke, no doubt wishing he'd be able to drink something a bit stronger right about now. What are the odds? Have you seen her? Talked to her? Not yet, I say, shifting in my seat. How's that going to work? He asks, but luckily I'm saved by the waitress bringing back the shots. I gesture to Drew and Savannah to take theirs as I tip back one, followed immediately by another, not even waiting for everyone to join me. I barely feel the burn from the alcohol. Bree was a fixture in our home, so when she broke up with me, I wasn't the only one who felt her absence. Cole considered her a little sister, and my sisters, Maggie and Harper, thought of her as one as well. And Mia, well, she thought of her as one of her best friends. Our breakup felt more like abandonment, and we were all devastated. It's Bree, Mia says, both shock and confusion in her voice. Yeah, that's what I said.
No, Grady, it's Bree,
Savannah says, nodding her head with wide eyes. Mia's eyes are narrowed, and Cole looks like he's seen a ghost. Actually, he's not even looking at me. None of them are. They're looking behind me. I turn in my seat to see what they're all gawking at, and wouldn't you know it, the object of conversation is right there, standing behind me, bright green eyes glistening, top teeth biting down on her plush, bright red bottom lip, dark hair down, curling over her shoulders. Beautiful. To anyone else, she would look like she's going to a St. Patrick's Day party, but I know Bree. She has more green and white in her closet than anyone I know. If I bleed the colors, she may as well paint them on her body. I'm sure it's at least part of the reason she was chosen to do the story on me. She knows Warrior football better than anyone I know. My eyes can't decide which part of her to catalog first. When I was younger, I was positive there was nothing sexier than Bree Jameson. It's shockingly apparent nothing's changed, at least in my reaction to her appearance. I take in the rest of her, wanting so badly to reach out and pull her into my arms. She's grown into a beautiful woman. Bree. I breathe out her name, stumbling like a moron to get out of my chair. The effects of 2 shots in less than a few minutes' time hitting me more than I care to admit. Surprisingly, I have a low alcohol tolerance. With my size, one would think I'd be able to handle a lot of liquor. Not so much. Hi, Grady. The sound of her voice causing my heart to speed up triple time. I haven't heard it in years, except for in my dreams, or nightmares, depending on the night. And it still hits me direct in the gut. What am I missing? I hear Drew murmur behind me, only to be shushed by the girls. What? I trail off, clear my throat, look down at the dirty bar floor, shake my head, and look back at her, standing up in the process. She takes a small step back to allow me room. She's a little thing, only about 5 feet tall. When we were dating, I would have to practically bend in half to kiss her. A lifetime ago. My chin meets my chest when I tilt my head down to her. "What are you doing here?" I ask, finally finding my voice. She looks away quickly before returning those eyes that always drew me to her. I never could resist her shining emerald eyes. She simply had to flutter her long lashes at me, and I was putty in her hands. I heard about this incredible band and wanted to check them out since..." Her voice trails off as she glances at the table of my friends and family uncomfortably. "She's back in town," is what she failed to finish saying. She swallows and closes her eyes. I lick my lips, blow out a breath, and wait for her to open them back up. "Wait a minute," Cole's voice breaks through our stare down. "Pre?" Mia sneers, or as close to sneering as she gets. "What the hell are you doing here?" I turn in time to see her waddle her pregnant body out of the chair, shove Cole's hand away from her shoulder, and come to stand in front of me, effectively pushing Bree away a few steps, considering Mia's, well, she's not little at the moment. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize everyone would..." "Realize what? That we would be here to support Brandon?" Mia crosses her arms over her chest and taps her foot. I press my lips together to keep from laughing. Mia's hardly a threat, but she's also protective of me. I place a hand on Mia's shoulder, and she twists her head to peek at me. She raises her eyebrows and tilts her head to the side, narrowing her eyes at me in a silent challenge for me to let her be. "Easy, Mama Bear," I murmur. Bree looks down at Mia's protruding belly, then in Cole's direction. She smiles faintly, her eyes glossing over slightly. I doubt if anyone else noticed, but I've always been a little more in tune to Bree than anyone else. "Mom mentioned you were expecting. When are you due?" she asks quietly. Mia lifts her chin, probably determined not to answer her because she's a stubborn little shit, but Cole pipes up. 2 weeks. "Congratulations." She smiles, but it's sad. "Yep, we got married, too," Mia says, a hint of snark in her voice, raising her hand to show her ring finger. "Mia," Cole murmurs a quiet warning. "Yes, I heard that." Of course she'd heard. Her entire family was there, celebrating with us. I'd swallowed down the hurt all day, enjoyed the moment of celebrating with my brother and Mia, pushed away the jealousy I felt toward him and Mia, who'd also been friends before they started dating. It had been a little over 2 years at that point since she had walked out on our relationship, walked out of my life. Part of me had wondered if she'd show up at the wedding. A bigger part of me held out hope it would happen. I missed the hell out of her, and as pathetic as it may make me sound, I was still waiting for her to come back to me. That night, more changed for me than only getting a new sister. With Bree's stepdad working for our dads, who own a construction company together, it's not as if we're strangers. Our families don't just know each other. We're connected in every way that matters. Which leads me to believe she knew Mia and Cole were expecting, too. "You missed a lot," Mia reminds her, hurt and anger lacing her voice. In another time, Bree would have been one of Mia's bridesmaids. It was a hole that was missing on the special day that everyone felt, not just me. I was always waiting for her to come back, waiting for her to come to her senses, waiting for her to love me enough to fight. "I did," she nods her head sadly. "I wish I hadn't." Me too. I can't take my eyes off her. Can't believe she's here, standing in front of me, still looking too beautiful for her own damn good. Life, man. What a mother effing bitch it is. "Yeah, well, it's done," Mia snaps. Bree breaking up with me didn't hurt just me. That hurt and pain extended far and wide. "Mia,"
Bree whispers. Raising her eyes from where they've been fixated on the floor between us, she looks directly at me rather than Mia. My gut clenches when our eyes lock, afraid she'll see the hurt still living inside me. The sound of a chair scraping along the floor behind me startles me, breaking our stare down. She turns and starts to reach out a hand to Mia, but pulls back. Rather, she lifts a hand and twists a finger through the thick strands. I used to be obsessed with running my fingers through her hair. A flash of déjà vu hits me when I remember she would always mess with it when she was nervous, especially in front of a crowd of people. "I'm so sorry I missed it. I have no excuse. I won't pretend any of what I did was okay." "You're right, it wasn't. But like I said, it's done," Mia says dismissively. She doesn't accept Bree's apology, but I know Mia. She will eventually. The only reason she's holding a grudge right now is because she thinks I need her to, and because she's more hurt than she's letting on. If Bree wants forgiveness, she's going to have to earn it. "So, you're back?" Bree takes a step in my direction, and I see realization hit Cole's features. He points a finger at her, then me. "Wait, is she the one?" Out of the corner of my eye, I see Drew's head going back and forth like he's at a tennis match, but I ignore him. I should introduce them, but I figure they'll get to know each other soon enough. Irritation suddenly settles in my veins. Being this close to Bree used to provide me with a sense of calm. "The one what?" I growl, staring down at the girl I once thought was my forever. "The one doing the article," he explains. Cole's not stupid. He knows she's a reporter and who she works for. Her showing up after all this time obviously isn't a coincidence. I pause a few beats, breathe in deep as her eyes, so expressive and beautiful, blink up at me. "Yeah," I admit, my heart in my throat. She is.
Chapter 5. Bree. Guilt burned deep in my gut, and a sharp pang of regret pierced my heart. Even with the age difference between Mia and me, we've always been close. Dating brothers will do that. Not to mention, our stories were similar. Best friends before we crossed the line to more. Only she didn't make the biggest mistake of her life at the first sign of trouble. I could blame it on the fact that I was only 19. But really, I was an idiot. And selfish. So very, very selfish. For the first 24 hours after I found out I was assigned the article featuring Grady, I felt nauseous. Then, like the sun was shining in my life for the first time in years, I felt hope. Hope that I could find forgiveness from the one who got away and, if I'm lucky, forgiveness from people who I once considered family. Did I come here tonight hoping I'd see Grady? Of course I did. I'm not an idiot. Brandon is Mia's twin brother, and from what I've heard, she rarely misses a show, which means Cole rarely misses a show. And as much as he'd hate to admit it, I still know Grady. I know he just finished coaching his first week of college football. He'd want to unwind. He'd need to relax. And he'd want to be around the people he loves. I may have lied earlier when I made it sound like this was the first I'd heard of Brandon's band. Okay, I did. I lied. When I found out Brandon was in a band, I kind of became obsessed with following them. Not because I'm a creeper or because I had a thing for anyone in the band, or because they had a connection to Grady, one I desperately longed for, but because their music isn't just good. It's good. Like they should be signing record deals good. The fact he'd kept it hidden from the rest of his family shocked me, considering how close they are. But then again, maybe that's why. From what my mom told me, he wanted to break away from family expectations and have something for himself. Can't really blame him. So yeah, I came to watch the band play because it was the first time I'd been in the same city they were playing in. But I hoped to see Grady. And the rest of the family. I watch as Grady swallows hard, shifts uncomfortably on his feet. He stares down at me while I tilt my head back to see him. I always cursed how short I was, until I started realizing how it felt to be cradled in Grady's arms. I felt safe, protected, and it might make me sound a little pathetic, but I liked being so small compared to him. Even in high school, I knew he'd only get more attractive the older he got. I didn't realize how much more attractive. Everything he was at 20 is more. His dark blonde hair is a deep shade of brown, his shoulders broader, the cut of his jaw sharper. He crosses his arms over his expansive chest. I can't help but notice the corded muscles in his forearms, the bulge of his biceps, the way the balls of his shoulders bunch up like they're trying to burst through the fabric of his t-shirt.
Are you for real right now?
Cole asks.
Yeah,
he admits to Cole, eyes not leaving mine. Then, like a storm brewed up, his blue eyes darken and narrow.
She's doing an article on me. Isn't that nice?
He says in a tone I've never heard from him before. At least not directed toward me. It scares me a little. Not out of fear of him hurting me, but out of how much I hurt him. The rest of the family stays quiet while he continues his stare down.
See, if we were together, she wouldn't have to do the story. She'd know it all. Hell, she wouldn't even be allowed to do the story because she'd be a part of it.
He scoffs.
But, lucky for her, she wasn't around. Not when we won the bowl games. Not when I survived the accident that almost killed me.
I flinch, and for a moment, he relaxes his rigid stance slightly.
Grady,
Cole murmurs, placing a hand on Grady's shoulder, trying to interrupt, but he shrugs him off. Cole has always been the typical oldest child, level-headed and always had an air of calm about him. When we were kids, it was always Cole who would bring reason to any situation. But right now, it seems Grady isn't interested in Cole's older brother advice. I swallow down the uneasy feeling bubbling up inside. He steps forward, and I inhale, taking in the scent I've missed surrounding me for the past 6 years. He's so close. I can see the golden flecks in his eyes. The same eyes that used to look at me with a love that's never been matched by anyone else. Now, they only look at me with contempt.
No, Cole. This is great. Just great. Perfect, actually. Now she can see everything I accomplished without her. Because that's exactly how she wanted it. Isn't that right, Bree? You didn't want any part of me. Maybe you never did.
No, I whisper with a shake of my head, dying a little inside, hearing how I made him feel. I bailed, and I've never tried to make him understand the whole story.
Could have fucking fooled me,
he growls.
You benefit from it now, don't you?
I rear back, feeling like even without touching me, he slapped me. He couldn't possibly think. Grady, I never asked for this assignment.
No? It just fell in your lap. Is that it?
Actually, yes. Southern Michigan State told my editor they needed someone who knew the program and who they could trust not to do some weird expose on you.
And that's you, huh? I'm supposed to trust you now?
I nod and swallow hard. I deserve that, but yes, you can. He stares at me, his eyes seeming to soak in every inch of me, much the same as I'm doing. Can we just talk? I ask, shifting on one foot. I tuck a chunk of hair behind my ear, and his eyes trail the path my fingers take.
I think we'll have plenty of time to talk over the next, 6 weeks?
I rub my lips together and blink slowly. Yeah, 6 weeks. I repeat in defeat, my shoulders slumping. Resigned, he bites out.
Thanks for coming, Bree. It was good of you to support Brandon. We'll make sure to let him know you stopped by.
I flinch. Gutted. I look around the small area when I hear Brandon's voice carry over the microphone.
"What's happening, ladies and gents?"
A sense of home warms my heart, hearing Brandon say words he's used for as long as I can remember. We used to tease him when he called people ladies and gents, but he never cared. The crowd cheers, and Grady's family reluctantly turns their attention from the two of us to the stage. Grady spins on his heels, turning his back to me while he faces the stage. Dismissed.
"Tonight, we're celebrating!"
More cheers and hoots are heard all around me as everyone focuses on Brandon and his bandmates on the stage. He smiles at the crowd and raises his hands in the air, indicating he needs everyone to quiet. Brandon flips his guitar around from his back to his front, strumming a few chords, and looks directly at Grady, who's already shaking his head adamantly. A shit-eating grin covers Brandon's face, and he nods.
"Join me in congratulating my boy."
He points directly at Grady, who now has his head in his hands, playfully slumping lower and lower in his seat. Brandon chuckles before continuing.
"He's just completed his first week coaching the shit out of a bunch of punk warriors, and he's going to lead us to a winning season. Ain't that right, Grady?"
I watch as Cole jostles Grady's shoulder. His head gives a little shake, probably from a twinge of embarrassment, but when he shifts, looking over at his brother, I can see his mouth curve up in a genuine smile. Drew, who I know is his assistant coach because I'm a Warrior football stalker, elbows Grady, looking at him with admiration. My nose stings as I feel a rush of emotion flow through me. I missed it all.
"Grady's like a brother to me, and damn, I feel all proud of how he's growing up."
Brandon wipes a fake tear from his cheek and clutches his chest. Laughter resonates all around me, but all I can think is, me too. Except the brother part. I don't have a single sisterly feeling toward Grady Ryan. I may have, a long, long time ago, but those got squashed as soon as I was old enough to recognize him as more. It was the night of our sophomore homecoming dance, and another boy in our grade kept asking me to dance. I kept telling him no, but it didn't seem to matter to him. Grady caught wind of what was happening and grabbed my hand, tugging me into the middle of the dance floor. I still remember the way it felt with his arms wrapped around me. I'd never felt nervous around Grady before, so the butterflies flying around in my stomach was new to me. I felt so safe and protected. I knew he was strong, but my teenage hormones took flight when my hands wrapped around his biceps, and I felt it for the first time. I remember thinking he had just sniffed me, so I looked up at him. He wrapped me tighter to him, my nose pressed against his chest, and we swayed side to side. Being cocooned in his scent, I knew I'd never be able to look at Grady the same way again. I startle at the sound of Brandon's voice shouting over the crowd, bringing me back to reality.
"This one's for you, my brother."
Brandon's eyes twinkle as he lifts a bottle of beer off a bar stool next to him.
"May your season lead to Warrior victory,"
he shouts with a smile bright enough to light up the entire stage before the goofball starts singing the Warrior fight song, everyone joining in immediately. We're in a bar 2 blocks from campus. It's Warrior country. Grady glances over his shoulder, his eyes connecting with mine. We stare at one another before someone steps in front of him to presumably say hello, breaking our eye contact. I shrink back a few steps, not looking at where I'm going, and bump into a body. I turn to apologize, only to see the face that's haunted my nightmares since I saw the picture. Kennedy Johnson. Nicest, prettiest person I have tried to find reason to hate. The woman he met through a stupid dating app his dumbass friends had him sign up for. The woman whose picture was thrown in my face by the one person who I loathe more than any other. I came home that day, tears in my eyes and looking for sympathy. Only my mom looked right at me and asked what I had expected to happen. Wondered if I thought Grady would never date another girl. asked me how it made me feel and what I would think if he wasn't just dating someone else, but marrying her. After I had my first legitimate panic attack, I asked her what she knew. I needed the truth. It was the only way I could continue to move forward. And what she knew should have made me feel better. According to Mom, they dated a few times, then decided to remain friends, but there was nothing romantic between them. But that's the thing that won't allow my heart to settle down. At one point, Grady and I were just friends, too. "Sorry," I mumble, and she beams her pearly whites down at me. Her bright blue eyes twinkle as her gorgeous blonde curls bounce around her. Her hand settles on my upper arm to steady me. "No problem. I wasn't watching where I was going either." She looks at me a little closer, and for a brief moment, I swear, I see her smile falter. It's so quick I can't be sure, though. Her fingers lightly squeeze once, and she moves on to her destination. Grady. My heart sinks to my toes as I watch her approach their table, her long legs eating up the distance between where I'm standing and him in only a few strides. I glance down at my feet, but the masochist in me can't look away for long. She slides a well-manicured hand, the one that had just been touching me, across the top of his back, in a move so familiar and intimate, it makes me ache. That used to be me. He turns his head and looks up at her. He smiles and stands to greet her with a kiss on the cheek. She beams in response, and my body heats. He pulls out a chair for her and she sits in it, leaning a little closer when it appears she's trying to tell him something. She smiles at him, like he's her everything. I get it. He was once my everything, too. I feel like someone's watching me and look to see Cole's eyes on me, knowing I'm watching the interaction. His head gives a small shake, and I shrug because, what am I going to do? Go over there and rip out her beautiful hair for being a friend to Grady when I was too much of a wuss to realize I was making the biggest mistake of my life? Grady leans back in his chair, his arm not sliding to the back of Kennedy's chair, but over Mia's. He grips her shoulder and pulls her in to his side. I sit on a stool next to her, watching the table full of friends I once considered family talk and laugh, sing along and dance together as Brandon continues to entertain the growing crowd. Strangers, or at least I think they are, approach Grady, offering him their congratulations. Grady takes it all in stride, smiling, welcoming, generous with his time. As hard as I try, I can't take my eyes off him. And every so often, I notice him watching me too. I'm like a sponge, soaking up every bit of Grady's presence I can get that I've been missing over the past 6 years. Funny how you don't realize how much a person is a part of you until they're gone. I sip my water, knowing I can't be confusing myself with the effects of alcohol right now. Brandon's band continues to play. I've been wanting to hear them in person for so long. I could kick myself for not allowing myself to enjoy it. But right now, my heart isn't into it. I finally drag my eyes away from where the group sits, and I reach for my purse, sliding a $10 bill to the bartender, who was nice enough not to judge me or stop refilling my plain water. Just as I'm ready to leave, to stop behaving like a forlorn lover, a commotion catches my eye. And the disturbance only continues when I hear Brandon shout into the microphone.
"Sorry, folks. I'm gonna have to leave you in the hands of Jude for the rest of the night. I'm about to be an uncle."
He whoops and hands his guitar over to who I assume is Jude, then jumps off the stage, rushing to his twin sister's side. Mia folds over in pain, and a huge puddle of what I hope is water gushes underneath her. In another time, I would be running out the door with the family. Instead, I watch as they rush past me, not even glancing in my direction or giving me a second thought.
Chapter 6. Grady.
"It's a boy!" Cole shouts as he slides around the corner into the family waiting room we've been pacing around. My dad and Mom crush him in a hug, while Lauren and Josh, Mia's parents, hug him from the other side. Our families have known each other since our parents were kids, even before they were high school sweethearts. It's no wonder Cole fell for his and I fell for mine. "Finally! Do you know how hard it was to keep this one out of the delivery room?" Josh asks, gesturing to Lauren. "I'm the mama. I should have been there." "He's perfect," Cole says through a watery chuckle, ignoring what I'm sure was a constant argument about who would be in the delivery room when their baby was born. His hands shake as he fumbles with his phone, presumably to show us the first picture of his son. I reach over and help him when he lets out a curse. I find the picture in his camera roll and stare at my new nephew. Brandon stands next to me, holding the phone with me. I glance up at him to see him discreetly wipe away a tear. As much of a mess as the little guy is, Cole's right. He's perfect. He takes the phone back and stares at it with a look of awe as my sisters Maggie and Harper come running in. "Did we miss it?" Maggie shouts, a little out of breath. Maggie is 2 years younger than me, but Harper, the baby, was the exclamation point to the Ryan family. In every way. She's full of sass and pretty much brings each one of us to our knees. Unlike when Maggie and I were in high school together, Harper's on her own for chasing away the little punks. I feel like I'm close to losing my mind nearly any time she doesn't return my text or Snapchats instantly. I'm pretty sure it would be frowned upon for me to follow her and her friends around. I'd end up on a most overbearing brother list. Nah, he just got here. "A boy. Yes, I knew it. You owe me $10, Harper says to Maggie, who rolls her eyes. Everyone oohs and ahs over the picture, passing Cole's phone around. The moms are crying, and the rest of the family is beaming. "Do you have a name for our grandson?" my dad asks. "Anderson Jarrett Ryan," he says with a proud smile. All the parents in the room gasp, the moms both bursting to louder tears. Brandon and Savannah awe, and I do my best to discreetly wipe away the moisture trying to escape my eyes. Damn, I had no idea becoming an uncle for the first time would make me so emotional. We wanted a way to honor you guys, to combine Barrett and Josh. It was either Bosch or Jarrett. And since you guys gave me Mom's maiden name, we wanted it to carry on the tradition, but add a little of our own. Hence Anderson Jarrett. "It's a great name, Cole, and an honor," my dad says, clasping him on the shoulder and pulling him in for a hug. "When can we see him?" Lauren asks, bouncing on her toes and looking about ready to bust through the family waiting room door any minute now. Cole smiles and holds up a hand. "Give us a minute, Grandma. The doctors are still getting everyone settled, but I knew you guys couldn't wait to hear the news." "We're grandmas!" my mom shouts excitedly, clutching Lauren close before releasing her best friend and hugging me. "Grammy, Tess," I murmur to her, and she beams. For the next few hours, we take turns meeting and loving on the newest addition to the Ryan family. We try to keep the number of people in the room with the new family limited, spending time in the waiting room in the meantime. I'm pretty sure my dad's phone is going to die soon from the millions of pictures he's taken. "I'm gonna leave you guys to it," I tell Mia as I bend down to kiss her on the forehead. "He's beautiful, Mama. You did good." "I'm so glad you could be here, Grady. You doing okay?" I watch out of the corner of my eye as my mom perks up hearing Mia's question. "I'm good. It had to happen eventually, right? And besides, I'm pretty sure she'll keep things professional after the scare you gave her." I wink, but she returns it with a sad smile. I lean down and kiss my new nephew on the cheek, my palm on the back of his head as my thumb runs over his fuzzy hair. I say my goodbyes to the rest of the family and don't make it 3 steps before my mom's hand is on my arm, stopping me. "Grady, what did she mean? Are you okay?" She gives me the look, the one that says she'll know if I'm bullshitting her. "It was nothing, Ma. Go enjoy your new grandson." "Don't bullshit me, kid." A laugh threatens to bubble up out of me at her calling me kid, but I know better. In the 26 years I've been alive, I've never been able to lie to her. Not once. It's freaky how much the woman sees and can read between the lines. I sigh and shake my head, looking at my feet. I scrub the back of my neck before returning my eyes to hers. "Saw Bree tonight," I mutter. Her bright blue eyes that match mine widen and her hand covers her mouth.
"How did that happen? Where were you? What did she say? Did she confront you? Talk to you? How did she look?"
I raise my eyebrows at her rapid fire of questions, and she steps back, taking a deep breath with a small headshake, seeming to steel herself.
"Sorry, it's not at all what I expected you to say. How are you?"
"I'm good, I promise. I hesitate because I don't really know how to tell her she's going to be tagging along with me for the next several weeks.
"She what?"
she asks impatiently, crossing her arms over her chest and tapping her foot. Bree may have broken my heart, but my mom still loves her. Probably would be throwing a damn party just to see her again. But if we got back together too, she'd jumpstart some wedding planning. Regardless, I'm still her baby boy. She's going to be on my side no matter what. She's the one assigned to do the feature on the team.
"You're kidding."
Nope. When the PR team contacted SI, they told them they needed someone who would do the team justice, who understood our program, and... My words trail off, but my mom doesn't hesitate to finish.
"In walks Bree. Aside from you, I don't know anyone who understands it better,"
she murmurs her agreement. She takes my hand and walks us to a different waiting room than the rest of the family is congregating in, guiding us to a couple chairs. We both sit. I lean my head back against the wall behind us and turn my head in her direction.
"And you saw her?"
"Yeah. She showed up at Brandon's show, and Mia kind of put her in her place. Well, before she went into labor and her water broke all over the bar floor."
"I bet she did,"
she says with a smirk.
"She's always felt protective over you."
"Yeah," I agree. "Mom," I pause and close my eyes and breathe in deeply through my nose, trying to center myself. When I look back into my mom's eyes, they're swimming with emotion. It was a shock, to say the least. I sigh and look to the ceiling. Damn, Mom, she's still so freaking beautiful. It took me back 6 years, like no time had passed at all. How is it she still affects me this way? Why can't I move forward?
"You've been waiting for her to come back since the day she left, son. I know it's hard to admit, but it's the truth. You may still be angry, bitter even, but like it or not, you never fell out of love with her. Even when you and Kennedy started spending time together, it was like you were holding back. No girl has ever been the same for you. There's a strong chance no one will ever be."
Mom's pretty good about reading my mind. Freaky woman. How pathetic am I, huh?
"Not pathetic, honey. She was your best friend, your first love. It took you a long time to come to terms with how deeply you loved her, but when you finally admitted it, I know that was it for you. She was your one, and let's face it, you've never been one to give up. Just because you broke up doesn't mean that connection breaks. She's in your heart. It's not easy to let go."
Seemed pretty damn easy for her, I grit out harshly. Always so bitter. Her eyes soften, and she tucks her right leg under her left leg as she shifts toward me.
"You gotta let the anger go."
Like she let me go, huh? She sits quietly for a few moments, probably reading my thoughts and knowing I'm full of shit. Because the truth of the matter is, I want to be angry, but I can't find it in my heart to be. "I'm fine, Mom. It was hard to see her last night is all. Would have been a heck of a lot easier to see her if she'd just miraculously gotten ugly," I joke. She gives me a half smile.
"Do me a favor."
"You know I can't say no to you." My mom smiles, her blue eyes twinkling.
"I'm counting on it. I want you to hear her out, for both of your benefits, okay? It will do your heart good to have it sorted."
I take a deep breath, knowing she's right, but not wanting to admit it out loud. I've kind of gotten used to the anger, and I'm not too fond of letting it go just because she's back.
Remember what started it all, her fear that love wasn't enough. But we know it is. Anger isn't worth holding on to, Grady. It will blacken that beautiful heart of yours. I love you. I'm so proud of the man you've become. I'm always only a phone call away.
I love you too. She pats me on the leg and stands up. I follow and give her a hug before she joins the rest of the family, while I turn to leave. I step out of the hospital and into the cool, early morning air, reminding me of how much I love summers in Michigan. The temperatures are tolerable even in the heat of the day, but the mornings, they're perfection. I take a deep breath. So much has happened in the last 8 hours, my body feels like it's running solely on adrenaline. Mia was lucky she barreled through a delivery fairly quickly. In fact, our parents only waited at the hospital for a few hours after they arrived. I called them and told them Mia was in labor, and I'm pretty sure they broke a few speed limit zones to get here in time. I make my way to my pickup and feel my phone buzz in my pocket. Bree.
I know I don't have a right to even ask, and you probably deleted my number from your phone, so this might not even go through, but how is everyone? Baby yet?
I'm standing in the middle of the parking lot, feet glued to the asphalt as I stare at the screen. No, I never deleted her number. I didn't have the heart to go through with it, no matter how many times my thumb hovered over her name. Not that it would have mattered. Deleting her number wouldn't have deleted her from my mind. Damn it, I mutter, shoving a hand through my hair and squinting at the sun starting to make its appearance in the early dawn hours. I climb into my pickup, drive to the nearest coffee shop, and order a large black coffee and breakfast sandwich to go. I know if I don't grab something before I go home, I'll be too tired to make anything, so I'm willing to wait for a few minutes. It's just long enough to give me time to contemplate whether or not I should reply to Bree's text. And long enough to remind myself I'm not a dick, nor could I ever ignore her. I take a seat as the barista brings me my coffee and tells me the sandwich will be another few minutes. I nod my thanks. Me. I didn't delete your number. Me. Anderson Jarrett Ryan arrived a few hours ago, healthy, 8 pounds 7 ounces and 21 inches long. I smile, feeling proud of myself for remembering the details my mom told me were important and that everyone would ask. Bree.
Oh, my heart. His name.
Bree.
Uncle Grady. Smiley face.
I let out a low laugh and look out the window, letting the side of my head rest against it as my left ankle sits atop my right knee. When I saw her at the bar, I felt like my emotions were at war with themselves. So freaking elated to see her again. I only wanted to take her in my arms, kiss the crap out of her, and remind her of what we were. When Brandon was on stage talking about me, my accomplishments, I couldn't help but glance in her direction. An ugly moment of pride swelled up inside me, hoping she was feeling a pang of regret for not being by my side in that moment. But if I'm being honest with myself, deep down I wanted her there with me, like she was always meant to be. I watch as the 3 little bubbles appear and disappear a few times. Your sandwich, the barista says, placing a paper bag on the table in front of me. I sit up straight, phone still in hand. Thanks, I appreciate it. Have a good day, she calls out to me before I push through the glass door. I slide into the driver's seat and take a drink of the hot coffee. I rub my leg, feeling the familiar ache that always occurs when I've been busier than normal, and sometimes out of habit or when the weather is about to change. I reach for the gear shift just as my phone buzzes again. I release it and sit back against the seat. Bree.
I know I don't have the right to say this either, but I'm sorry.
My immediate reaction is to text WTF4, but I'm not a dick, so... Me. For what, exactly? Bree.
More than I could list in a text.
I suck in a breath, put my pickup in drive, and head home. Chapter 7. Grady. It's Monday morning and I've been up since 4. Today is Bree's first day following me around, and my stomach has been in knots since I woke up. Cole already sent me a selfie this morning of him and Anderson with the words, "We got your back," on the picture. Anderson's head is lulled off to the side, his mouth hanging open in his sleep, and Cole looks tired as all get out, but happier than I've ever seen him, aside from the day he and Mia got married. It made me smile and forget everything that was happening for a few minutes. Well, until the reality of the day hit me like a sledgehammer to the chest. "You ready for another week, Uncle Grady?" Drew asks, teasingly, clapping me on the back as he comes to stand next to me on the field. I texted him an update the next morning after Mia's dramatic exit on Friday night. He stayed and listened to the band finish up, sans Brandon, obviously. I chuckle and grin, glad he's keeping my mind on other things than the brunette goddess making her way across the field right now. With her hair pulled up in a high ponytail, a short-sleeved gray dress that stops just above her knee, with a green sweater wrapped around her waist and wearing bright green chucks on her feet, she looks like she should be attending school here. Beautiful. "You still have a lot of explaining to do there," Drew murmurs, drawing my attention to him before he blows his whistle and stomps to the middle of the field where the team begins to gather. They place their helmets on the ground and take a knee in the huddle as Drew begins to bark orders and informs the team of what they're going to be working on today. When I watch his arm wave in Bree's direction, I know he's reminding them of the feature SI is doing on the team. The closer Bree gets, the slower her strides become, nervousness clear in her movements as she fidgets with the strap of the bag hanging off her shoulder. "Good morning," she says shyly. "Morning," I say, voice gruffer than I intend. We stare at each other for a few moments without saying anything more. So awkward, I want to groan. "I'm sorry. I know this is horrible. I told Simon it was a conflict of interest, but he swore it would be okay. I'll tell—" "Simon?" I can't help myself, even though I have no right to question who she's talking about. "My editor, and friend, I guess, since I introduced him to his wife, which made me question if that's why I got the job. And then I assumed it was because of our, past," she added on a whisper. "But he swore it wasn't. He only knew we went to high school together, and I didn't have the courage to correct him. It was because of how much I know about—" Her hands do a weird circle thing, gesturing toward the field. Because I'm kind of obsessed. In fact, this is the first time I've really been on the field since, that night, and it's a little overwhelming because it's—" She bounces on her toes and lets out a nervous giggle I've never heard from her before, but she won't stop moving or talking. I'm kind of getting a kick out of her right now. It feels good to know I'm not the only one who wants to puke in this moment. Though I could have done without her reminding me of the night we snuck onto the practice field. That night I had brought her there only because I wanted time alone with her. She had other plans, and soon we were naked with only a blanket laid out under us. She lifts her hand to her forehead and rubs right above her eyebrow. Her mouth is still moving, but I've blocked out the word vomit that continues to come out of her mouth because my eyes have zoned in on the tattoo on her wrist. Without thinking, my arm darts out and I take hold of her hand. She gasps at the contact, but I ignore it. I gently twist so the bottom side of her wrist is facing me and read the series of numbers flanked by 2 Chinese symbols. I stare unblinking, my thumb tracing a pattern over the black markings. Back and forth while my mind catches up with my eyes. It's a tattoo we'd talked about getting together someday. Love. The date we first admitted we loved each other as more than just friends. Coincidentally, it was the night of our first date, too. Eternity. She went through with it anyway. What does that even mean? She slowly tugs her wrist back, wrapping her arms around her waist, rubbing her lips together. I don't say anything. What could I even say? "I told you the list was too long to text." Her voice wavers, full of emotion. I nod, shoving my hands into the pockets of my shorts. "I'm sorry, too. For Friday night, I explain when her head tilts to the side in confusion. I was shocked to see you, but that doesn't give me an excuse to be rude to you.
You weren't, she says quietly.
Yeah, I was.
Well, if that's the case, it was warranted.
Maybe a little, I smirk, and she laughs lightly. Here's the deal. I need to tell you, when I heard you got this story, I didn't know how it would go. I still don't, really. But it's going to go to shit real fast if I behave like I did toward you on Friday night. Neither of us wants that. I pause, noticing the look of hurt on her face, and know exactly where her thoughts are going. I clench my fist around the phone in my pocket to stop me from reaching out to her. Stop thinking for a second, okay? I'm not apologizing to you, so the story will be good. I'm not going to lie, I don't want our feelings to get in the way of whatever you publish, but I also want both of us to get over the past. I don't know about you, but I have to move forward. She blows out a breath and nods, pressing her lips together.
Yeah, moving forward would be good.
I swallow and look out to the field. A few of the players are looking at Bree, stupid, hopeful expressions tugging their lips into a grin. I want to punch the look straight off their faces and give them extra laps. I blow my whistle 3 times and they jog in our direction. Gentlemen, you've no doubt seen we have a guest with us this morning. We told you last week Sports Illuminated is doing an article on the team this season. It starts today. I'd like you to meet Bree Jameson. She knows more about Warrior football than anyone I know, including you, and is to be treated with nothing but respect. I bark out when I hear a few lewd comments. My blood instantly boils and I narrow my eyes at the little punks. I point in the direction of where I heard the comments. Enough! As I said, I expect you to treat women with respect, and that means you don't need to be making lewd comments about Bree or anyone else. You feel me? Trust me when I say this, you don't want to test me. If I see a single one of you mistreating her or hear any more of that shit I just heard, you'll be working it off on this field until you can't walk. Grumbles are heard from a few of the punks, but for the most part they nod their heads and listen. Bree, meet the Warriors. Boys, meet Bree. She's my shadow for the next 6 weeks. I pause long enough to hear someone mutter, Coach is a lucky fucker. Tim, I shout, and the little prick who thought he'd test me snaps to attention. Yeah, Coach, you just earned yourself 30 minutes of suicides. Enjoy. He looks at me like I've lost my mind. When he sees I'm not joking, he angrily stands up and stomps over to the sidelines where one of my trainers meets him. Now, anyone else want to test me on how serious I am about respecting Bree? A chorus of, No, Coach, is heard from the group, so I press on. She'll be talking to a few of you. I've already got a list gathered, so there's no need to try to impress anyone now, trying to get your moment of fame. This isn't the time to show off or puff out your chests. Be honest with her. If she doesn't get a real story from us, she'll get it from somewhere else. She already knows your stats, probably all the way back to when you played on your town's flag football teams. Bree's here to observe and get an inside look at the program. I feel eyes on me and chance a look at Bree, whose focus is, in fact, trained in on me. Apparently, I'm still in tune with her. Now, get your asses back on the field. We have 4 weeks until we have our first game, and you guys look like shit. They trudge off without arguing, and immediately I'm bombarded with questions from trainers, the other coaches, even a few players. I'm sorry.
For what? We'll have our time to talk. I'm with you for 6 weeks. For now, I'll just observe, if that's okay with you.
30 minutes later, I've addressed all the issues, and I'm calling plays, standing next to Isaac. He's an All-American linebacker with a heart of gold and is a strong leader on and off the field. Whether he wants the role or not, the rest of the team looks up to him, looks to him for guidance on what their next step should be. He reminds me so much of myself, and while I don't play favorites, he's got what it takes to lead the team to a winning season. He was a freshman on the team when I was an intern after my accident. Isaac was also the first player to reach out to me after it was announced I'd taken the head coach position. The new plays feel good? I ask him. Yeah, Coach, I like it. I think the guys about have this one down, he tells me. I nod, happy he agrees, and that the other players are feeling it too.
When I began interning with the team, I started creating a playbook of my own, and now I get to incorporate the plays into my team. Hoping one day I'd be coaching, at the very least, a bunch of high school players. I could have never imagined I'd be standing on the same field I once thought was only a dream to play on, much less coach. It's surreal. And I won't take a single minute of it for granted, or let anyone distract me from my end goal. Coach Bales had an amazing playbook. Now I have the honor to add to it. And the play we're working on now, perfecting as much as we can, it's one I took from him and expanded on. Based on how this team is performing already, they're going to take it and run with it. The entire time I've been on the field, Bree's been walking back and forth on the sidelines, taking it all in. A few times I've noticed her clap lightly when the boys had a good play. Even my shirt is sticking to my back from sweat, so I know the boys are hot. I call for a water break after a few hours, and the boys lumber to the sideline, heading to the water stations as the trainers and staff step up, making sure the boys who are playing through slight injuries have what they need. A few need ankles or shoulders looked at. Our backup quarterback already sprained a finger last week, which needs monitoring. There's always something, always an injury to watch for. A kid who's on the brink of self-destruction from the stress of competing at this level of college football, maintaining a good GPA, being constantly tempted to party or sleep with a different girl every night. As a young coach, I remember it all very well because it was my life not long ago. I saw it when I was coaching the freshmen, but it's not as intense as it is for upperclassmen. Coaching at the college level is systematic. There are expectations I must meet. These guys aren't freshmen anymore, and I'm not their babysitter. It's a hard thing stepping down that way, allowing the assistant coaches to take on that role so I can focus on what happens on the field. I spent a lot of years much like Isaac, leading the team, guiding their principals, helping my friends make the right choices. When there were frat parties or whispers of hazing, I was the voice of reason. Not to say I was boring or a fun hater, I participated plenty. But it was all about timing, knowing when to let loose and when to focus. Now I have to know what's going on in their lives, but their performance on the field and in the classroom is my top priority. But as a young coach, I have a unique opportunity to continue to lead by example. What the players do off the field is a direct reflection of the team and school, and it's important they see that. I'll never forget the help of my high school coach, Coach Mack, offered me when I was spiraling after I beat the shit out of Dawson. He took the lead, making sure the colleges that had been scouting me knew the whole story, all the while never missing a beat on making sure I fully understood what I did. I wouldn't have changed a thing, of course. Dawson deserved every punch I hit him with. But he also taught me how to manage my temper and distinguish between, well, right and wrong. "You're kind of good at this, huh?" Bree says, coming to stand next to me. Her compliment shouldn't make my chest swell. It does. Still. Well, to be fair, after the accident, I was offered an internship to coach under Bales, so I could stay with the team. I learned everything I know from him. She flinches at the mention of what brought me here. If I hadn't been injured, I have no idea what my life would be like today. Maybe I'd still be standing on this field doing exactly this. I'll never know. "I have some questions about the accident." This time it's my turn to flinch. She should know it all. "We have a few more hours out here. You can keep watching, then we'll talk." "Okay." She offers up a small smile before turning her gaze back to the field. I've noticed she's been watching, dissecting each move I call, especially the play we're working on now. The one she knows is all my own rather than handed down to me from Coach Bales. Everything my defensive coordinator shouts to his guys, she's probably itching to interfere. "You're dying to stick it in there, aren't you?" I ask her, gesturing to the old-school recorder in her hand, but the second the words are out of my mouth, I wish I could pull them back in. To my sex-deprived brain, it sounded dirty, even though it was far from it. She presses her lips together and looks away. "Sorry, didn't mean it to sound that way." "No worries," she giggles, then stops abruptly, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry, this is so strange." "It is, And it isn't. She turns her head to the side in question. I scrub a hand down my face and look her in the eyes. It feels right to have you on the field with me. Her lips part, and a gust of wind causes a few strands of hair to escape from her ponytail. I have to shove my hands into the pockets of my shorts to stop myself from reaching out and tucking it behind her ear. From tracing the side of her face with my fingertip. All to hear the gasp of breath I'm sure would come, like it always did. To watch the rise and fall of her chest, the pink tinge in her cheeks, her tongue to sneak out, tasting her lower lip, almost prepping it for my lips. It's a dance I'm well versed in when it comes to her. A dance we perfected in the too short amount of time we weren't just friends. But we weren't only lovers either. My soul called out to hers, and it always answered. And damn it all if it's still calling.
Chapter 8. Bree. I'm in way over my head. Over the years, being away from Grady, I've been able to fool myself into thinking I wasn't still in love with him. One look at him the other night, and I was proven wrong. He's magnificent, the years only making him even more handsome. I watch as he moves across the field, stopping the players in the middle of a play to adjust something. His hair has darkened a few shades from the dirty blonde it was in high school. His chest thicker, shoulders broader, biceps bulging, straining against the confines of the fabric of his fitted gray t-shirt with the Warrior logo over his heart. The black shorts do nothing to hide his bulky thigh muscles, and when I've been blessed enough to have his back turned to me, my eyes have had the joy of focusing in on his ass, that even under the dark material looks tight and strong. You know, if ass muscles can be strong. My eyes drift lower, noticing the 2 large scars on his left leg. They're not as angry-looking as I'm sure they once were, having had a few years to heal. But they're noticeable, especially for someone who used to spend hours memorizing every inch of his body. But it's not just the fact that he's substantially more attractive than he was 6 years ago, something I wasn't even sure was possible. Within the first 10 minutes of watching him coach, to push his players to what he knows they're capable of, remaining calm and cool, never raising his voice or shouting unnecessarily, I knew all the work I put into training myself to not think of him as my future went out the window. He doesn't walk around the field barking orders. He's in the middle of the action, probably wishing he was still playing. When he wraps up for the day, I watch as his players come to him, asking him questions about a specific play, him asking a few of them if they have a certain situation sorted out, reminding them to come to him for more than just football. He takes time with each person who demands his attention, never seemingly put out by the extra time. His body language doesn't scream anything but openness and willingness to be there for whatever everyone needs. Not once has he focused on his phone or glanced at his watch. Grady is nothing but present when he's on the field, not simply calling plays, but getting right in there with them, showing the boys how to play, not telling them. He goes above and beyond, exactly how I expected him to coach, and, quite honestly, live his life. Grady's always been a giver, someone who would bend over backwards to make sure people are content. He looks my direction and jerks his chin up, a sign to follow him. I don't tell him that despite my actions over the last 6 years, I'd still follow him anywhere. The familiar pain hits my gut when I remember not being able to be there for him during one of his darkest moments. At least, not in the way I wanted to. I follow him, and his nice ass, into his office. I glance around, frames of pictures of his family all around him. It's homier than I expected. But then again, Grady wouldn't be Grady if he didn't surround himself with the ones he loves. I unapologetically examine each photo. Maggie beaming up at a smiling Grady on her college graduation day. Harper hanging on his back in another one. He's looking to the side, up at her, and she's grinning at the camera like she knows she has him wrapped around her finger and is completely unapologetic about it. Cole with his arm around Grady's neck, pulling him close, both of them wearing tuxedos. Their smiles are wide. You can almost feel the happiness emanating from the photo. Grady between his parents, his arms wrapped around both their shoulders. Their smiles are wide. Nothing in the picture indicates what's happening, but it's clear they're happy. Then, I see it. When I was a senior in high school, my mom started dating a newly divorced dad of twin boys. Andy and Mom fell hard and fast for each other, their love bringing my little sister Hazel into the world. Shortly after she was born, Grady's parents held a big welcome to the family party for her. After about 20 tries using the self-timer on Tessa's phone, we finally managed to get a decent picture of everyone looking in the general direction where she had the phone propped up. Of course, a few of us are laughing, and it kind of looks like Josh is constipated because he was trying so hard not to laugh. But it added to the character of the photo. Reese and Aiden, my stepbrothers who were 14 at the time, are looking particularly protective over Hazel, flanking either side of her with their hands folded in front of them. They look like security rather than big brothers, which, I suppose, is fairly accurate for how they treat our little sister. As for me in this picture, I look happier than I've been in the 6+ years since it was taken. I'm looking up at Grady, a laughing smile on my face. His knowing smirk reminds me he had just grazed a little bit of side boob before allowing his hand to wander down to cup my butt and squeeze. We had spent so many years fighting our attraction to one another that when we finally gave in, we had a hard time keeping our hands to ourselves, even in the presence of family. My heart hammers in my chest as I lift the picture frame, getting a closer look at a time so long ago, it feels like it should be forgotten. But really, the memory of the day is so fresh in my mind. If I close my eyes, I'm taken right back in time. I can hear the laughter of our families, smell the manly scent of Grady's body wash that always lured me in, made me weak in the knees. I wonder if he still uses the same brand. I wonder if I'll ever be close enough to him again to find out.
Seems like forever ago.
Grady's deep voice cuts through my memories, bringing me back to the present, reminds me of the many mistakes I've made, of the life I stepped away from. And like yesterday, I say quietly, but he hears it.
Also true.
I place the frame back on the cabinet it was resting on and slowly spin on my heels, wishing I had chosen something else to wear today. Meanwhile, Grady's presence is undeniably strong. Stable, even. He's grown up. Feeling like a co-ed in my heather gray sundress, green chucks, and high ponytail, I rub the tattoo on my wrist. It's a constant reminder of a promise made long ago.
Have a seat, Bree.
I sit on the other side of his desk on a hard, plastic chair, as he, like the grown-up he is, sits behind it. I feel like I'm being called into the principal's office, I admit with a grin, hoping to lighten the mood.
Have you been a bad girl?
I flush. He winces. It's the second time he's said something even the tiniest bit suggestive, but we both recognize it as such immediately. Maybe he's as sex-deprived as I am. My heart is searching for any shred of forgiveness, of capturing what once was. I grasp hold of each comment and don't release it. And what would you do to me if I were? Would he bend me over the desk, separating us? Squeeze my hips as he rubs against me from behind? Be rough and gentle at the same time? Kiss me between my shoulder blades? Possibly spank me? Or maybe that's what I'll be fantasizing about tonight. He looks away, but not before I see the heat in his eyes. It matches what I'm sure he can see in mine. Can he still read my mind? He clears his throat and leans his elbows on his desk. Damn, his forearms are so sexy. He's always had great arms, worked his ass off for the muscles on display before me. He squeezes his fingers together, cracking his knuckles, and the corded muscles flex, causing his forearms to bulge and contract.
You wanted to start out by asking about the accident, yeah?
Right. The reason I'm in his office. Get your head out of the horny gutter, Bree. I can feel my cheeks heat with the flush I've brought upon myself simply from the fantasies rolling around in my mind. Jeez, I'm so freaking pathetic. The accident. It happened, the night of Cole and Mia's wedding, right? He makes a noise that sounds like a grunt. I should have been there. I glance away as tears build in my eyes so suddenly I have no choice but to do a quick swipe at my cheeks to wipe away the hot trail.
Don't go there.
My head snaps up to meet his bright blue eyes, emotion swimming in them. What do you mean?
I've thought a lot about it over the years. When I was laying there, feeling like my life was over, you should have been with me. But if you had been, and...
He closes his eyes briefly, head shaking side to side slowly, and looks out the big window overlooking part of the locker room.
You shouldn't have been with me. It's better this way.
He whispers. It isn't. I squeak out before I can stop myself. The silence in the small room is deafening, and I'm sure he can probably hear my heartbeat thudding against my chest.
You're partly right, but nothing is going to change the past.
He clears his throat and stands up, reaches into a small fridge I hadn't noticed earlier, and pulls out 2 bottles of water, tossing one to me before settling into his seat again. I catch it easily, and the simple action, him tossing me something for me to catch, brings back such a rush of memories, it almost takes my breath away. He must feel it too, because he pauses, bottle suspended in the air, before he chugs half of it down.
We'll be fine. We're both adults now, professionals. We can get through this and move on.
The words are meant to assure me, but I wonder if they were for his own good as well. Like Andy always says, we got this, yeah? He grins the same grin I remember from when we were kids. I knew the memories would be hard to ignore. I didn't realize it would be this hard. I set my water on the desk in front of me and redo my ponytail to give my shaking hands something to do, and adjust in my seat. I'm fidgeting, not able to get rid of this nervous energy coiling up my spine.
Bree.
I look up at the sound of Grady's voice.
I can't do this today, but soon we'll talk. Not about all this.
His hands gesture around him.
But about everything between us. I think it's pretty clear we both need a bit of...
He swallows as if he's hating the word he's about to say.
Closure.
Shit. I hate the word too. I nod once and rub my lips together. It's become a nervous habit of mine, and I'm sure I'll have to buy stock in lip balm after I get through the next 6 weeks. Instead, I clear my throat and reach into my bag, pulling out a little notebook and recorder.
Look at you. Just like a real reporter.
He teases. I smile, grateful for his teasing. So, the accident. I know exactly what happened that night, but he doesn't know I do. He looks at me intently, eyes squinting for a moment, then down at his leg. He reaches down and rubs his leg. I wonder if it's out of habit or the fact that we're talking about his injury. Maybe he doesn't even realize he's doing it.
Like you mentioned, it was the night of Cole and Mia's wedding. It was late, but not too late. Still, it was after midnight when I finally left the reception. But I was in preseason training and, well, you know me.
He chuckles.
Cole and Mia were actually still there, partying.
His smile is faint, seemingly lost in a happy memory of the night that changed his future.
Mom wanted me to stay at home with them that night, but I needed to get back to campus. I told her I'd come the next day for brunch, kissed her on the cheek, and left. We were a few weeks before regular practice was supposed to start, so aside from a glass of champagne when we did toasts, I hadn't been drinking.
I didn't figure you had been. You were always dedicated, I say, hating that everything coming out of my mouth seems to have double meaning.
Yeah, my teammates gave me so much hell about it. I don't know.
He shrugs one shoulder.
I've never really liked drinking anyway, you know that. My tolerance is shit because of it, but I hate feeling out of control. And I figured if a school is willing to take a chance on me to play for their team, the least I could do is give them my best.
I smile, not needing to reply, and let him sit quietly while he thinks over his next words.
Anyway, I didn't see the car coming. I was driving down a road. I noticed the car on my left stopped at the stop sign up ahead. The car on my right, though, he came out of nowhere. Hit me in the passenger side so hard, I slammed into the car waiting on my left. Perfect storm of an accident.
He shrugs like it's not a big deal, but it is. Your pickup? He reaches into a drawer in his desk and pulls out a picture, sliding it over the desk to me. I reach for it, my fingertips grazing the back of his hand in the process. I gasp as soon as I see it. I may know what happened that night, but I never saw any of the pictures of his pickup. But one look at it now, I realize if I'd have been there, I wouldn't be here. There's nothing left of the right side of his old pickup. And the left? I can't believe he's sitting across from me right now. Memories of years riding with him assault me again. Of laying in the bed of his pickup, staring up at the stars. When he would lift the heavy console between us so I could sit next to him. How his hand would naturally fall to my leg, always driving one-handed so our bodies would stay connected. When he would get out, he always pulled me across the driver's seat rather than waiting for me to go out the passenger door. The memories send shockwaves through my body so quickly, I have to close my eyes against the overwhelming sensations. Stomach lurching, I don't even think about my next actions. I stand up and walk over to his window, releasing the hold on the window shade and letting it fall unceremoniously with a clang against the wooden ledge. I make my way around his desk, his eyes on me the entire time. Gently, I push him away from the desk. Then, with my green eyes locked on his blue ones, I sit down on his lap.
Bree,
he murmurs, his eyebrows lowered.
I don't think.
Shh. I don't deserve this, but I need it. My eyes drift to the picture on the desk again, and then I shake my head, closing my eyes briefly. A sob racks my body and I collapse, my side against his chest. I wrap my arms around his neck and let the tears come. With unsure hands, he returns the gesture, his face resting in the crook of my neck. He takes a deep, steadying breath as I continue to cry. For what could have been, had I not been stupid.
I told you, you shouldn't have been with me,
he murmurs, his breath heating up the delicate skin below my ear. He's right, but he's also wrong. Nodding my head, because I know what he means, I snuggle in closer. Rather than pushing me away like I expected him to do, his hold on me tightens. I press my body closer, the skirt of my dress riding up on my thighs. I'm so sorry, I whisper through my tears. He squeezes me once and begins to lean back, but I don't loosen my hold. I shake my head, not ready to leave the safety of his arms. He chuckles, and the sound is like a balm to my soul, not realizing how desperately I needed to hear it. I lean back, and he reaches up, his thumbs wiping away tears from my cheeks. I sniffle, first laying my hands on his shoulders, then sliding them up to cradle the sides of his neck as I look into his bright blues. I never stopped loving you. My confession lingers in the air between us, crackling and popping. One hand rests on my leg, the heat of his palm on the bare skin an inferno. His strong fingers flex against my thigh. Grady licks his lower lip, and my eyes drift to watch. I clench my legs together and let out a stuttering breath. And then, his lips are on mine, his tongue wasting no time to beg for entry into my mouth, his fingers threading through my hair that's still pulled up in a ponytail. And for the first time in 6 years, I feel like I'm where I belong.
Chapter 9. Grady. 6 years. It's a long damn time to go without the feel of Bree Jameson in my arms, to hear her soft moan. I've been in a holding pattern since the day she told me she couldn't do it anymore. Professionally, I've been kicking ass. With my family, I never missed a beat. Personal life? Nil. It was a year after Bree broke up with me, and one drunken night when I was missing Bree more than normal, I decided to download the Babbel dating app. To be fair, I didn't so much as decide to do it, rather I was encouraged to, quite strongly, by my dumbass friends. But in the end, I figured it couldn't hurt. I've dated a few. Kennedy being one of them. We tried, or rather I tried. She didn't have to work at it to know if she wanted more. I was wrong. The app only allows girls to be the first to contact the guy, which I thought it would make it easier for me to ignore it. Because girls are shy, right? I was wrong. Again. So very, very wrong. Within the first hour of my drunken download, I had notifications from 17 girls wishing to connect. I shouldn't have been surprised at the number of girls who contacted me right away. I wasn't exactly an unknown on campus, considering my status on the field, and since the app was connected to another social media site, one that was mainly filled with pictures of me playing football. Anyone who clicked on my profile discovered exactly who I was. Initially, Bree was by my side everywhere we went. In almost every picture I posted on social media, she was there with me. It was a noticeable change when she was no longer present in my life. But the thing is, I could always spot the girls who were after me for the status. Even though a few became relentless in their pursuit, I wasn't swayed no matter how many nearly naked pictures they would send my way. College athletes were like a challenge to some of them, a challenge they weren't willing to back down from. Many would latch on to an athlete, happy to be arm candy if it meant she was part of the status that came with a successful college athlete. They saw prestige, a potential future only a small fraction would ever see. I eventually replied to Kennedy, though. There was something about her. Maybe it was the fact that she looked like the exact opposite of Bree. But Kennedy never treated me the way other girls on campus did. Sure, she made it clear she wanted more from me than just friendship. That was obvious in the way she pursued me instead of the other way around. I know a part of her liked the idea that I was an athlete. She knew who she was clicking on when she contacted me through Babbel. But Kennedy never let it influence how she treated me. While other girls would shamelessly flirt, wear shirts that made their tits pop out of the top, those around them fearing for or hoping for, depending on who it was, a nipple slip, she treated me like the only thing that made me special was me. And finally, when push came to shove, when I told her I wasn't interested in something deeper, she didn't fight me on it, saying our friendship was more important. There are still a few times where her gaze will linger. Her touch is sometimes a little too flirty, and part of me still wonders if I told her I was interested in more, would she throw our friendship to the wind? I had moments of guilt that I had responded to her, knowing Bree still owned my heart, for leading her on. She always said she understood and never asked for much of an explanation. Eventually, I did admit I'd been hurt, and that hurt was deep. I told her I wasn't sure I'd ever be over my first love, and she smiled, told me she understood, and just like that, a friendship I never expected was formed. She was there for me after the accident, encouraged me when the pain of rehab was almost too much to bear, cheered me on and was there for me to lean on when I was so fed up with feeling like I was losing every last bit of me. For that, I'll love her forever, the same way I love all my friends. Now, with Bree in my arms, even not having a clue what it could possibly mean for us, there's no doubt in my mind why nothing else ever felt right. I squeezed my hand around her thigh, willing myself to not slide it farther up her leg. Not until she and I talk more, get shit sorted out. But right now, I can't stop kissing her, even though I know I should. Our tongues wage a war with one another. A soft whimper escapes her throat when I take control, and I angle her head by a simple tug of her ponytail, causing a tightening of my shorts I know without a doubt she can feel. I rise out of the chair slightly so she's straddling me before I lean her back against the edge of my desk, her body arching into me and her hand mimicking mine, threading her fingers into my hair, flexing and holding me to her. The thin barrier of her underwear isn't enough. I can feel the heat between her legs, causing me to swell against the zipper of my shorts. She squirms on my lap, her breaths coming heavier when I tilt her head, my tongue trailing along her jawline. I nibble the spot below her ear, then down to the crook of her neck. A place I have never forgotten makes her body respond to mine almost immediately. My own body is on autopilot, not conversing with my head for our next steps, simply rolling with the same I've always felt for her. My dick is hardening with each swipe of her tongue, each caress of her slender fingers. "Holy shit, Grady," she gasps. Her hand slides down my chest. "Hey, why's the... Oh, shit. Sorry." Drew's voice cuts through the haze of lust, and we both separate, breathing heavily. Her chest is rising and falling like she's just run a marathon. Drew closes the door quickly, and I expect Bree to be embarrassed, to jump off my lap and smooth her hair that now looks like the head of Medusa thanks to my wandering hands. She surprises me, though, and stays right where she's at. She looks at me under her dark lashes and swallows thickly. The door creaks back open and his head pops in. "I told you had some explaining to do," he jokes as I throw a pen at him. He cackles as his head jerks back, the pen missing its target. The door slams once again, my office becoming loud with its silence. "That was... Whoa." I... Suddenly at a loss, my words are swallowed by the heat of the moment we just shared. "Yeah," she agrees. To what, I have no clue. "Now that I'm not sorry for," she grins, and I chuckle, shaking my head. If you'd have apologized, I would have known it was a bald-faced lie. Her dimples both pop, and she stands up, but not before leaning forward and kissing me on the neck. "Sorry I missed that spot earlier," she says cheekily. "We do need to talk," I tell her once she's a safe distance away from me. Ridiculous. Within the first day of being in her presence again, I've thrown all my anger, all the bitterness to the wayside. But it's not forgotten. And I know if there's any chance of us working together for the next 6 weeks, of me holding on to my sanity, we both need to clear the air. This can't happen again. "Yeah, we do. I apologize for getting carried away. That wasn't my intention today." "No?" "No, it wasn't. I saw the picture." She points to my old pickup that's beyond recognition now. "And I don't know, Grady. I lost all rational thinking. I'm so glad you're okay," she whispers. A memory assaults me at her whisper. A dream, really, of the night I felt like I lost everything. We'd been broken up for 2 years, and it was the summer before my senior year at Southern Michigan State. Staring up at the ceiling of the hospital room, I say goodbye to my family before being wheeled off to surgery. My mom still sniffling. My sisters telling me they're coming back, but with their bags because they're going to sleep in my room with me. My dad's eyes are rimmed with red. Mia's still in her wedding dress. Cole in his tuxedo, jacket open, top buttons of his shirt undone as his tie dangles around his neck. Not exactly how either of them intended to spend the early morning hours the night after their wedding. Both promising me they'd be here when I get out of surgery. Me telling them that's bullshit and I'd be pissed if they didn't go on their honeymoon. I have a feeling they won't listen. Their honeymoon, luckily, is mostly refundable and they tell me as such. I ask for a few minutes alone, and now I wonder if I should have. I hear the door click closed and a tear escapes my eye. If she would have been with me. Bree's been gone from my life for 2 years now, but I still think of her as a permanent fixture. All day at the wedding, I felt like a part of me was missing. When I walked down the aisle as Cole's best man, I felt cheated, knowing she wouldn't be walking down to join us at the altar of the church. I stood beside my brother as he vowed to love and cherish Mia for the rest of his life, and I felt a punch to my gut because not only was she not standing beside Mia as she should have been, but she wasn't even in the audience.
At the reception, it was impossible to not notice her absence, to hear the murmurs amongst distant friends and family, wondering where Bree was. Knowing usually where I was, she was also. Even after all this time, it's still confusing for people to realize we aren't together. And now, I lie in this hospital bed knowing if she had been with me tonight, she would no longer be with me. A hard reality. The harshness of it hits me, finally understanding maybe this is the reason for her leaving me. Knowing she's no longer mine is one thing. To even think about her not being in this world is an impossible reality for me to consider. The doctors and nurses come in, telling me it's time. Pylon fracture. I broke both my tibia and fibula when the impact from the speeding car hit my pickup, causing me to collide with the car stopped at the stop sign. I felt it immediately, knew what this meant for the rest of my football career. Cole's a medical student. He never shuts up about the things he sees in the ER while on rotation there, understands what the terminology means. Right after he got here, he asked the doctors on staff what they discovered from the x-rays. The look on his face was enough to tell me what I didn't need to hear. When I wake up in my hospital room, I'm not surprised to see a hand holding mine. What I'm surprised about is realizing the hand doesn't belong to one of my sisters or my mom. Bree's head is bent, resting on my hospital bed, her body curled up into a ball. I lift my head, trying to get a better look at her. Dark, shiny hair up in one of those weird knotted buns on top of her head, one of my old t-shirts covering her upper body, and a pair of black leggings tight on her legs. I feel wetness hit my hand, a sign she's crying. I lay my head back down and blow out a breath. Pain radiates up my left leg, but the pain is a reminder I'm alive. I shouldn't be. The accident was severe enough, and I saw the look on the EMTs' faces when they realized I was still breathing. Relief, confusion, fear for how quickly they needed to work. The person in the car I hit was injured, but nothing life-threatening, or life-changing, unlike my injuries. Thankfully. The driver of the other car, the one who hit me, gone. Must have been drunk, well over the limit. Empty bottles in his car. The scent of alcohol heavy in the air around him. At least, that's what I heard in both hushed tones and frantic shouts as the emergency workers were trying to save my life. 3 vehicles, 3 lives forever changed. I try in vain to squeeze Bree's hand. Tears leak from my eyes as I once again realize if she was sitting next to me, there's no way she would be here right now. Crying for me. I look down just as she lifts her head. She stands, not releasing hold on my hand. "Hey," she whispers, using her other hand to trace a finger over my forehead. "Hey," I croak out, my throat so sore it feels like I just got done swallowing gravel. She bursts into tears, her body bending over in half. "I'm so glad you're okay," she whispers. "I'm so sorry, Grady. I'm so sorry," she cries. I hold it together for a few moments, staring at the woman who I still love so deep in every part of my soul. The last 24 hours did not go at all as I had planned, and it all comes out of me in one big rush. Staring up at her green eyes, glossy from tears, her cheeks splotchy. She's still so motherfucking beautiful. "Bree." Like a pussy, I begin to sob and lean toward her. She holds me in her arms as I cry my eyes out. "Who am I now?" She sits back, holding my face in her hands. "You're still Grady," she says in a strong voice without missing a beat, instinctively knowing what's rolling through my head. "No, I'm not. I was the king on the field, this football superstar, hometown hero. I'll never play football again. Never feel the crunch of pads against my helmet. Never be the leader I once was. That's who I've always been, Bree. It's who I am." Before I even finish what I'm saying, she's shaking her head firmly. "No, Grady, you are so much more. You've always been more. To me, you've always been everything." She holds me and cries right along with me until I fall asleep, the pain medications and exhaustion from the day taking over. When I wake up, she's gone, along with any trace of her presence.
Chapter 10. Bree. I drop into the oversized chair of my temporary home, just a few blocks from campus. My knees knock together as I relax into the cushion. Before I left the field today, after the most unprofessional day of my career, Grady let me know he'd be calling me later tonight to discuss our next steps. After rediscovering how amazing his kisses make me feel, I'm full speed ahead on the moving forward train. But I know we need to back up and start from the beginning. I have 2 hours before we're supposed to talk. Ugh! I groan. I walk to the bathroom and wash my face. I lean forward on the countertop, looking at the reflection in the mirror. Do I look the same? I don't feel the same. Or if I do, it's the same me I was a lifetime ago. Being back in Grady's arms, his taste on my lips, his scent surrounding me, I'm once again Bree. After crying my eyes out, my face feels sticky and puffy, my lips still a little swollen, mascara smeared below my eyes. I scrub my face and dry it before making my way into the small kitchen. I pour a glass of iced tea and make some pasta for supper, curl my legs beneath me and settle in. I flip open my laptop and put the finishing touches on another story I'm working on at the moment. Simon made it clear that even though I would be doing Grady's story over the next 6 weeks, I would still have to work on others as well, which isn't a bad thing. It gives me something to distract myself. My phone ringing makes me jump so much, I almost knock my laptop onto the floor. I look down and see a much younger version of Grady smiling back up at me from the screen on my phone. Hey.
Hi. Does now work? To, talk?
Listening to the nerves in his voice makes me feel only remotely better about the butterfly garden that recently took flight in my stomach. Yeah, now works. I shift in my seat so I'm cross-legged, closing the lid on my computer and setting it gently on the floor.
For the record, I don't want to get into too much over the phone. I want to talk in person, but we need time to devote to that.
I agree. But I can tell there's something on your mind that you need to get out. He blows out a breath, and I can hear movement in the background, an opening and closing of what sounds like a sliding door. I wonder what his home is like, and if I'll ever see it. His dad builds homes, and he always said they would build us a house together. We talked often about what we wanted to live in one day. A gray 2-story house with vertical siding, cream trim, rock accents, and a big backyard.
You're right, and I've been holding it in, but need to say it,
he says, and I'm pretty sure I felt a butterfly flap its wings in my throat, feeling like I could throw up from the tone of his voice. Okay?
I'm not going to be able to forget the last 6 years.
I expected that, just didn't think I'd actually have to hear the words. It hurts. Badly. I fight against the feeling to fold into myself. I understand, I answer.
Do you?
I really do.
You hurt me,
he whispers. If the earlier words sting, those 3 feel like he stabbed me in the heart. And I deserve them. I nod, even though he can't see me. I know, I whisper back.
What you did, not trusting me, our love, not accepting me for who I am, and putting your father's mistakes on me. It wasn't okay.
I nod again. I stand up, anxiety pouring through my veins as the overwhelming feeling of claustrophobia settles in, so I walk out onto my deck in the backyard. The warm, fresh night air greets me, wrapping around me.
Did I lose ya?
He asks, and I wonder if there's meaning behind his question more than just my silence. Always the double meaning. No, I'm here. Processing.
I need to be honest. I'm sorry if it hurts you to hear it.
I want you to be honest with me, Grady.
But
Sitting on a crappy plastic chair, I tuck my knees to my chest. I made a mistake. A lot of them.
I'm no saint, Bree.
A humorless laugh bursts from my throat. Could have fooled me.
Yeah, well, don't take this wrong, but you've not been around me for a while.
Unless you left your soulmate behind, made him feel like his love wasn't worth it, spiraled out of control after your mom held your hand when you miscarried a baby who would have been a symbol of the love you know you could have never been matched with another person, then I'm not sure your mistakes come close to mine. Shit. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to say that. Not over the phone, anyway. What the hell is wrong with me? I had a plan. A plan that did not include a phone conversation, but rather discussing it in person. He also made it perfectly clear we weren't using this time over the phone to get into too much. It's what he deserves. And by the silence I'm met with on the other end of the phone, I'm pretty sure he agrees. He's silent for so long, I pull the phone away from my ear to make sure the call wasn't dropped.
What did you just say?
His voice is quiet, low. Fresh, hot tears hit my cheeks again. Apparently, it's all I do anymore. Cry. I sniff and lay my cheek against my knees and admit something I know I should have told him years ago. Shit, Grady. I didn't mean to discuss this over the phone. I wanted to tell you in person. I'm so sorry.
I can't believe this, Bree. What the actual hell? You didn't think I deserved to know? Oh, gee, before tonight? Over the phone?
I'm sorry. I promise I planned to tell you.
It was 6 fucking years ago, Bree. 6! Do you know how I spent the last 6 years? It wasn't keeping secrets from you. Every morning I would wake up wondering if it was the day you'd finally reach out, and every single night I'd go to bed disappointed. And now I find out you kept something like this from me?
I'm sorry. I know. It was wrong. I should have...
You're damned right you should have.
He whispers out a curse word, and then...
I apologize. I shouldn't have yelled at you.
Don't. Yell if you need to. Trust me, I reacted far worse.
Should have been there.
He grunts. I'm so incredibly sorry, Grady. I whisper. He sniffs, taking a deep breath in at the same time. When he speaks, his voice is full of heartbreak and sadness.
Why are you sorry? For not telling me?
Well, yes, but also for it happening.
Was it your fault?
He asks, the calm suddenly hitting after the storm. The question of the century. I'll never know.
I'm not an expert, but I can't imagine a scenario where you caused it to happen.
I wasn't taking care of myself after we...
Wasn't your fault,
he says softly, interrupting what I was about to say. There's no way to know why we lost the baby. I found out I was pregnant about a week after I broke things off with Grady. I tried what felt like 1,000 times to reach out to him, but my body wouldn't catch up with my head. I knew I should have told him. My biggest regret is that I never did. If I had, maybe things would have been different. Maybe I wouldn't have been too heartbroken to carry a child if we were together again. Maybe nothing would have stopped the inevitable from happening. I'll never know. Are you okay?
No.
Always honest. I don't think he's ever lied to me, aside from trying to hide the fact that he wanted me as more than a friend when we were in high school. Not really a lie, though. I blow out a breath. Yeah, me neither.
I'll repeat. This might have been one of the things you should have told me a long time ago, Bree.
I agree. I should have.
And definitely not on the fucking phone. Were you scared of my reaction?
No, I promise. That wasn't it. I wasn't thinking straight and I knew you needed to know. I pause and blow out a breath. When you said you were going to call me tonight, I thought you just wanted to clear the air about the story, what your expectations are. Then, I don't know. I apparently didn't know how to stop talking.
I'm gonna need a little bit of time to digest all this. And I need the entire story. But I can't do this now. Not over the phone.
I get it.
I'll see you tomorrow.
You're okay with me continuing with the story? Silence fills the other side of my phone, my heart racing while I wait for his answer. It's not the story I'm concerned with. Yes, I want to do it, but for more reasons than it being an amazing opportunity. The thought of not being around him. I shake my head. I can't even go there. This job, it's my second chance. I've tried living my life without him, and it doesn't work. He clears his throat and says with a gruff voice,
We're professionals, right?
If this afternoon in your office is any indication, that's debatable. I bite back a groan, frustrated that I can't shut up for once. Especially now, when it's not anywhere close to the right time to be joking.
Bye, Bree.
And then the line goes dead. I stare at the phone in my hand for a few seconds before I startle at a crash that sounds like glass breaking. I stand up and look around, confused by what I'm seeing. Grady. Then I see him several houses down, his house on the street perpendicular to mine. The back of my townhouse butts up to the backyards of a neighborhood on a large city block. Grady's neighborhood, apparently. I stare at him, a table upturned on his patio, the remnants of what was once a potted plant scattered on the ground around him, along with what appears to be tiny shards of glass I can only assume was his patio table. He's on his haunches, elbows on his knees. There's a large yellow lab staring up at him by his side. He pats the top of his head, probably to reassure him all is okay, that he's done freaking out. Then he moves him behind him out of the danger of stepping on the glass. There's so much more to this story, to the time of my life that was so out of control I couldn't see up from down. The miscarriage was the beginning of my downhill spiral, and when he hears the rest of it, I doubt he'll be able to look me in the eye again. I watch him from my place across our lawns, a war waging within himself as he stands up and paces around the cement patio. I debate whether or not I should walk over. My stomach twists with guilt, hardly being able to believe I allowed myself to slip up and tell him about the miscarriage over the phone. Stupid. Wiping away the tears from my cheeks, I can't take my eyes off Grady, or his home I was so curious about before I potentially screwed up any chance I had at moving forward with him. Aside from the fact his home is surrounded so closely by others, it's exactly what I would have envisioned he would live in. Dark green with cream trim. It looks rustic with a modern twist. No doubt the inside is decorated perfectly, given that his mom is an interior designer. A grill and outdoor kitchen area is nestled close to the house, something he told me he always wanted. And, of course, it looks like his dad and he built a new area in his backyard for him to work out, much like he had at his childhood home. I wouldn't be shocked if the women of the neighborhood closely monitor his workout sessions. White-hot jealousy rips through me. Jealousy I have no right to feel, but it's there. At the simple prospect of other women watching him, ridiculous as it may be. My eyes don't leave him as he moves from one end to the other, as he leans against a countertop. He shakes his head and stands straight, wiping his eyes with his thumb and middle finger. My heart cracks open at the thought of him shedding tears over the loss of our baby. I watch as he makes his way back into his home, a soft slap to his thigh and nod of his head, and his dog follows him. He disappears from my sight, and I can't decide if I feel better or worse. Hearing his heartbreak was hard enough, but seeing it might just break me.
Chapter 11. Grady. Can you come over? Blake, one of my best friends since kindergarten, is quiet on the other end of the phone line. Now? No doubt he's looking at the clock that's shining after 8 p.m. and wondering what I could possibly be needing from him at this hour. It's not late by any means, but he knows what my schedule is like this time of year. I'm usually going over my playbook, watching game tape, or hell, any number of things, but inviting him over on a weeknight. It's, Bree. On my way. 20 minutes later, he's walking through the front door without knocking. My golden lab Rockford, or Rocky for short, lifts his head, lets out a pathetic woof, and nestles back into his place on the couch, which he's technically not supposed to be sitting on. Yet here he is, snuggled up beside me like he knows I need his affection. That didn't take long. Sounded urgent, he says, raising one eyebrow in my direction. Did you know? Know what? I gauge his reaction, trying to figure out if he knew about the miscarriage or not. From his look of confusion, my guess is he didn't have a clue. I clear my throat and lean up, letting my arms rest on my knees. Rocky moans like I'm really inconveniencing him. She was pregnant, I blurt out. He blanches, shock resonating through his features. Was, he states, doesn't question. He's always been a perceptive guy, listens to every word that comes out of his friends' mouths, never ignores anyone. Was, I confirm. When? Oh, she was pregnant about 6 years ago. And then? Wasn't. She lost it? He asks. Correct. Shit. That's about the gist of it. I lick my lips and watch his reaction. His hand roughly scrubs over his face. Shit, fuck. More accurate. I think I need to hear a few more details for me to fully understand this. I shake my head and huff. You and me both, man. First question, when did you find out? About 2 hours ago. His eyes widen and he sits up, leaning toward me. And since when did you start hanging out or, hell, even talking with Bree again? Since she was assigned my story for SI. It seems as though you and I have a lot to catch up on. I bark out a humorless laugh. Another accurate statement. For the next hour or so, I go over everything that's happened since last weekend right before Mia went into labor. A lifetime has occurred in those few days. Well, no one said your life is ever boring. I pull on my hair, probably making it stand on end. How is this okay? How did I not know that she was carrying my child? She suffered through a miscarriage and I didn't know. No one told me, Blake. Not Christine, not Andy, and not Bree. I was wallowing in my own self-pity because she left me, and there she was, pregnant with my child and essentially alone. You have no control over that, he reminds me. She didn't want to be around you. She made it clear as day. And you didn't have a clue she was pregnant. I know you, Grady. If you'd have known, you'd have broken down every wall she so firmly built up and made sure she let you back in. Stormed into her life to take care of her, help her. Yeah, I agree. Maybe that was her plan. To hide the pregnancy? I look at him for a moment, his eyebrow raised at me, head turned to the side as if he doesn't believe that for a second. No, I have to believe that if she hadn't lost the baby, she would have told me. Maybe she didn't know what to say about it since it was, no longer, he hedges. It's possible she thought she didn't need to add to your hurt after breaking up with you. I think about that. I wasn't lying when I said I believe she would have told me. I'm so pissed, I growl. He nods. At? Her? Life? Fucking Todd and his cheating ways? You're mad at her dead father? Yes, I am. I don't apologize for that. He made his daughter lose all sense of reason. He took away her ability to trust, to believe in love, for fuck's sake. I'm not sure he's still to blame. I lean back against the back of the couch, letting my arms settle on top of Rocky's soft fur. I scratch on top of his head and he sighs deeply, content for the little bit of attention he's receiving from me. I gotta blame someone, I murmur. I get that. So, Bree, How'd she look? He asks, trying to lighten the mood, the smirk covering his face, giving him away. I half smile, despite myself. Gorgeous. He spreads his hands out before him. As usual. Right. What are you going to do now? Well, I'm going to go to practice tomorrow, watch as the entire team works their asses off and not stare at her, do my best to do the same, and shut down every feeling I still have for her. Can I ask why? Why what? Why are you two still fighting against being together? You obviously still have feelings for her. I'm honestly not sure that's true. 6 years ago I did, without a question, but a lot of time has gone by. Yes, she's still beautiful and our chemistry is still there, but we're different people, and now, well, attraction isn't enough. He sits quietly, going over my words, reaching over to pet Rocky. How'd you get so mature? My gaze drifts down to my leg, the accident causing me to reevaluate life at such a rapid pace that, in some ways, I grew up overnight. His eyes follow, and his chest rises on a deep breath. He was there with me through my rehab, never wavered, never once let me get cranky about the recovery or give up when all I wanted to do was just that. If Blake hadn't stayed by my side, I don't know where I'd be right now. Sure, Kennedy was there, but Blake's friendship is different. He also was one of the first people I saw aside from family after I came to from surgery, save for Bree in my dreams, that is. The pain associated with my injury didn't go away when I got out of the hospital, or even years later. The doctors are impressed with where I'm at, and they attribute it to my hard work and dedication, as well as the level of shape I was in before the injury. I don't have a clue if any of that is true, or if it was a line of bullshit to keep me active, to keep me working to get better. Frankly, I don't really care. It worked. You want my opinion? I always do, I tell him honestly. You need to think long and hard about what you really want. There's a reason why you're cuddling with a dog on your couch rather than a woman, and I think you know what that reason is. If she was out of your system, if she wasn't still it for you, Kennedy would be sitting here, or someone else. But no one has ever come close to measuring up, have they? I softly shake my head. I can't deny it. Now that we got that shit sorted, what the fuck is that smell? I grin. My Uncle James owns a restaurant named Balance and makes unbelievable food. When I got home tonight, he was in my house cooking. He knew this week was going to be busy and wanted to make sure I had plenty of food in the fridge. I'm spoiled. Blake sees the look on my face, and his eyes widen as a smile stretches across his face. Uncle James was here, wasn't he? You do realize he's not your uncle, right? I do. But if I call him Uncle James when I go to Balance, then I get special treatment. Plus, I think he likes it. I guffaw. You're so full of it. But yeah, he was here. The words are barely out of my mouth before he's rummaging through my kitchen, pulling containers out of the fridge and heating up my leftovers. You got milk? He mumbles around a mouthful of food. Of course. He pours himself a glass of milk and shovels a forkful of pasta into his mouth. Want to show me your new place? This is why we're friends. He doesn't let me dwell on the things I can't change. He makes me move forward and get on with my life.
Chapter 12. Bree. I wipe my sweaty palms over my jeans and look at myself in the mirror. After I admitted to Grady that I had a miscarriage, I assumed Tuesday morning would be awkward as hell. But in true Grady fashion, he made everything okay. My foot barely touches the turf when he runs over to me.
I'm not going to apologize for being angry. Not about you not telling me until last night, or about thinking it was a shitty thing to inform me of over the phone. But I know better than to let it eat me up. I spent a lot of time allowing shit in the past to do that, and I learned from it. Moving on. I press my lips together and shift on my feet and swallow the lump that had formed in my throat at seeing him stride across the turf in my direction. He's such a good man, and I'm such an idiot. You have to know, Grady, that I had no intention of that slipping out that way, but I did plan to tell you, in person, like you deserved, and not just now,
6 years ago. He nods slowly, then takes a step closer. I make the mistake of inhaling his scent, and my knees almost buckle. He reaches out and grips my elbow, the contact of his skin on mine causing a current of heat to flow through my veins.
You okay? You eat this morning?
My heart picks up its beat at the simple question full of care. Yes, I had breakfast. Eggs and half a bagel with chive cream cheese, if you must know.
Thought I smelled onions.
He teases. I playfully shove his shoulder. You're such a liar.
In all seriousness, I do want to talk more, but I feel like I'm torn. This time isn't meant for discussing our lives. It's about the program.
I guess we'll need to find time. Probably sooner rather than later. I know you have questions.
Yeah, I do. Is it okay I shared with Blake? I needed to talk it out. He came over last night. Helped me a little bit.
It is, and I get it. If I didn't have my mom during everything, or especially Hazel, I hate to think where I would be right now. At the mention of my little sister, Grady's face softens. He was only with me for the first few months of her life, but I know he's seen her consistently since we broke up.
How's my little doodlebug doing?
I pull out my phone and show him the most recent selfie I took with her. Her eyes match her name. Her hair not quite as dark as mine, but crazy long for a 6-year-old. She's got Andy's smile, though. Grady's smile is a megawatt when he taps the screen once before raising his shining eyes to meet mine.
I gave her that shirt.
My eyes widen, and I laugh. You did not?
I did so. Who else would have had that shirt made for her?
I look closer and can't believe I didn't see it earlier. I didn't even pay attention to what she was wearing, apparently. The shirt says, Warrior Football, in parentheses, Coach, Fan. You are the biggest dork there ever was.
I am not.
He scoffs incredulously.
Besides, look how happy she is. She knows it's true. Do you even realize how adorable she's going to look in the jersey and cheerleading outfit I bought her?
Both, huh?
I'm a man of the 21st century. It's her choice which direction she wants to go.
He shrugs those massive shoulders and chuckles. I roll my eyes, but can't hide the grin on my face.
She made me promise she could come on the field.
He admits, still smiling. I'm not surprised. She probably didn't have to twist your arm too much, did she? This is good. Safe. We can talk about my sister, or, heck, even my stepbrothers. Anything to keep the focus off me and my mistakes.
Can't say that she did.
I know from my mom that he's definitely no stranger to my family. She's also helped me maintain my distance when she knew he would be around. It was weak, but it helped me maintain my sanity. Moving to Chicago helped for sure. Of course, that also meant I missed a lot of things with my family, but they've been understanding about it. Lately, though, that understanding is starting to wane. It's like they know I've held on to my immaturity for a little too long, and they're done. Done trying to cover for me and overlooking my overreaction. Because as hard as I tried to justify it to anyone, including myself, it was just that, an extreme overreaction. But after the miscarriage, I couldn't go back. I felt like such a failure. I couldn't even get a handle on my life enough to take care of myself and, subsequently, a baby. Yes, the doctors said that had nothing to do with it. But I know better. Soon, his attention is needed by someone on his coaching staff. He squeezes my elbow once and jogs off. I turn my head to the side slightly. My eyes focus on his legs, trying to see if there's any noticeable change in the way he moves now. He glances over his shoulder as he talks to a guy who looks like he could use a day or two jogging and does a double take when he notices I'm staring at him. His eyes stay glued to mine before he shakes his head and tells the team to start warming up. For the rest of the week, he had me doing interviews with a few of the other players and other coaching staff. You have a few moments? I asked Drew, one of the staff members on my list I've been wanting to talk to.
For you? Of course.
He grins. I'm going to warn you now.
Uh-oh.
He interrupts teasingly. It won't be bad, I promise. Shall we sit? I ask, gesturing to the chairs on the sidelines.
Now you really have me worried.
I laugh lightly, shaking my head. No faith, man, no faith. We both take a seat, him with his elbows on his knees as he leans over. Drew is probably in his mid-30s, incredibly built, his dark hair buzzed short. His brown eyes are so dark, they're almost black, and there's a small scar right above his upper lip. He has a tattoo sleeve on his right arm and up onto his neck. He might be rough around the edges, but he's still pretty damn good-looking.
All right. Hit me with it.
As assistant head coach, you didn't want the job?
Nope.
That's all you're going to give me?
That's all you asked.
I roll my eyes playfully. You win. Why didn't you want the head coach position?
Real talk, and some of this is off the record.
I nod.
I was a foster kid. Felt lucky as hell that I was able to get into college in the first place, and I never took 1 second of it for granted. Working under Coach Bales was a dream come true. Could never consider replacing him. Worked with Grady when he was a player, but then when he started coaching with the freshmen, it was clear he was meant for more. It felt right. I can't explain it, even in my own head.
After watching him this week, I get what you mean.
Right? It just... I don't know. He's the right man to lead this team. This group of guys, they're hard workers, but I'm noticing a shift since Grady came on board as head coach. Not that they didn't respect Bales, because they did, but I think they like having someone younger that they can talk to who's closer to their level, who isn't so far removed from understanding the temptations they're bombarded with every day. Grady listens, and the players respond well to it.
So you were a foster kid?
Off the record, yeah. I don't need my personal business in the feature, you know?
You've got my word on that. Thanks for your honesty, Drew. I was going to ask how you like working with Grady and a few other things, but basically you answered them already when you said he was right for the job.
I do what I can to make your day easier. Now I have a question for you, off the record, of course.
Go for it.
You're still in love with him?
I'm sure my eyes look as big as saucers. He simply chuckles.
Thought so. I've been around for a while. You know that. It took me a little bit for it to click. But I remember you. He was in a bad way, Bree. Lost, and the only place he was a semblance of himself was here on this field. It took a while, but he came back to himself. But you being back, he's even more himself than he was. Grady, he means a lot to me. I don't understand why, but I'm trusting that you're not going anywhere this time.
I lean back in my seat, rocked by his words, and for the first time admit out loud what I just recently realized myself. No, I'm not. I figured Grady needed a little bit of time before we attempted another one-on-one interview again, considering last time I ended up straddling and damn near dry-humping the crap out of him, only to admit shocking news a few hours later.
Ms. Jameson?
The sound of a deep voice jerks me out of my daze. I turn and see Isaac standing next to me, his hair a mess, practice uniform dirty, lines of sweat dripping down his temples. The sun is still beating down, summer nowhere close to releasing its hold quite yet. I'm standing here in a maxi dress and sandals, and I'm hot. I can only imagine what it feels like wearing a full uniform. Before I heard I was going to be working this interview, I already knew the team stats by heart, which has made the last week even more fun. Watching the practices and knowing the potential of each individual player. But this one standing next to me, his potential is limitless. An All-American linebacker and team captain, he reminds me so much of Grady. What can I help you with, Isaac?
You said you needed to interview me today?
He kindly reminds me with a grin. Oh, yes, that's right. Whenever you're ready. How could I have forgotten? It's the only reason I'm here.
Coach said to come talk with you now, if that's okay.
Sure thing. Go hydrate first.
On it.
He jogs off and I settle into one of the green padded folding chairs set up behind the benches. He returns quickly, leaning down to place his helmet on the ground, still balancing 2 paper cups in his hand. He hands me a cup of water.
Coach said you should hydrate too,
he tells me, and I glance over in the direction of the large orange water jug. Grady's standing next to it with Drew and a few other players by his side. His eyes don't shift to me. He's completely focused on the job. The fact that he cared enough to have his player bring me a water makes me tingly. It might seem like a small thing, and maybe it's nothing, but to me it's significant. Try as I might, my heart still beats a little harder knowing he thought of me. I clear my throat and take a sip, feeling my cheeks flush and wanting to dismiss the feelings building up. How was practice? I ask, beginning my line of questions with something easy. Most of the players have been a little nervous, and I've found that if I start with something easy, they realize I'm not going to dive deep into their lives.
Good. Hard.
He finishes the last of his water, but keeps the empty cup in his hand, twisting it around. He absent-mindedly nods his head a couple times and looks to the field.
Should be a good season,
he murmurs. I agree. I see major potential for the team, and I'm not just saying that.
Thanks, Ms. Jameson. It's nice to hear that, especially coming from you, since you know so much about college football.
I must look confused because he rushes to continue.
Coach told us you've been a huge Warriors fan since you were a kid, and basically know everything about it.
Ah, yeah, guilty of that. You're welcome, by the way, but please, call me Bree, okay?
I think Coach would kick my ass if I called you by your first name. He reminds us before every practice that we're supposed to treat you with nothing but respect.
His words warm me more than the sun overhead. I glance to the bright blue sky, feeling a smile ghosting across my face. I clear my throat and sip my water. The water Grady was thoughtful enough to send along with his player, so I wouldn't get dehydrated. Yeah, it's more than warmth that's settling in. So, what do you think so far under Coach Ryan's leadership?
He's awesome. He was with us before, and it was good, and Bales, he's great. He was the one who brought me here. But can I tell you something not on the record?
I smile. Of course.
When school started coming around, watching me at games and even a few practices, it was a bit overwhelming. I don't want this to come out cocky, but I knew I was good. I knew I was built. I worked my ass off and had no social life in high school because I was focused on my goal. My parents, well, life wasn't easy for our family, and we didn't really have a lot of money. They sacrificed everything so I could focus on school and football. We depended on me getting a scholarship. It wasn't like I was necessarily surprised that scouts were looking at me, but it was still overwhelming. I was just me, you know? Nothing special. I happened to be good at the sport I loved, and people started recognizing that. It would have been easy to get full of myself. But I had a good mentor.
That's good. I know that's really important, having someone to look up to. He looks slightly embarrassed when he admits,
I may or may not have stalked Coach Ryan.
I turn my head and scrunch my eyebrows. What do you mean? He continues to play around with the empty cup in his hand, starting to rip the paper into a long line, like he's peeling an apple.
This is kind of embarrassing, but he was kind of my idol. My mentor without knowing he was mentoring me. I looked up to him. I saw what kind of guy he was both on and off the field. I watched his old game tapes even. I know. It sounds creepy, but I'm a Michigan boy, born and raised, and Grady Ryan was a bit of a household name. At least, in ours it was.
Ah, he blushes and rakes a hand through his sweaty hair.
Not aw. That makes me sound like I had a schoolgirl crush on him.
He jokes.
Obviously, it wasn't like that. I recognized so much of myself in him. So when Bales came around, there was no question in my mind who I wanted to play for, especially with Coach Ryan on the team. I kind of accepted their offer because I knew I would at least get to work with him in some capacity. When they announced he was replacing Bales, I kind of had a little freak out. In a good way, of course.
Back on the record now?
Sure.
He shrugs. Has he lived up to your expectations? His smile is wide.
Oh, for sure. Beyond them, actually. But you're not hearing me. I know everything there is to know about him.
He looks between my eyes like he's trying to see if I'll understand his meaning behind his words. What do you mean?
I mean...
He trails off, catching himself from cursing in front of me. It's cute. He's polite and seems like a sweet young man. He looks behind him and I follow his gaze to see Grady is still talking. He lowers his voice, leaning toward me.
I know what you mean to him.
I jerk back, not expecting his words. Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm quiet for a bit. That's in the past, I tell him. He watches me and shakes his head, a boyish grin taking over his face.
Nah, it's not.
I swallow hard, not knowing what to make of this conversation.
See? I know things I probably shouldn't.
I don't. My voice gets caught in my throat.
I'm making you uncomfortable. I'm sorry.
I reach over and touch his hand. No, I promise. You're fine. I had no idea that anyone knew we once knew each other. And like I said, it's all in the past. We've both moved on.
That's not entirely the truth now, is it?
Biting my lip, I look at my lap. He gives me the time I need to process his last words. I don't know, I finally admit, wondering how this interview turned into a counseling session.
I'm sorry. I just thought you should know that know, I guess.
Yeah, I really don't know what else to say.
For what it's worth, I meant what I said. I don't think it's in the past at all.
My shoulders lift on a shrug, and I suck in a deep breath before blowing it out. Well, for what it's worth, I pause, and we share a smile. Between us? I hope you're right.
Nice. I hoped so. Now, let's get to the football stuff.
I appreciate his easy transition and jump right into my line of questions. Maybe he's more like Grady than I originally thought. When we're finished, we both stand, and as I look around, I notice most of the players are off the field, presumably in the showers. But when Isaac moves slightly, what I see behind him causes my breath to catch. Kennedy is standing in front of Grady, whirly birds dancing in her eyes as she looks up at him with a bright smile on her face. She's twirling her long blonde hair around her finger, her other hand lightly resting on his forearm, crossed over his chest. Can she puff out her chest any more? She's practically shoving her boobs right in his face. Okay, none of that is true, but I can see from here she wants his attention on her. Probably. Flirty bitch. Isaac chuckles beside me.
Should I worry about the fire you're about to breathe out?
I shove him, and he laughs harder.
Not even a thought,
he says oddly. What?
She's not even a thought to him. Not someone who crosses his mind that way. She's not you.
Exactly how obsessed are you with your coach? I tease.
Shut up,
he mutters.
For real, though. She's been around for as long as I can remember. You've been here for a week. It's different. He's different.
I've known Isaac for less than 30 minutes. I like him.
Chapter 13. Grady. There's no doubt in my mind why Kennedy is here. She knew that I was being interviewed by SI, and the nosy little shit asked around, found out it was Bree who was doing the interview. But she only knows that Bree and I knew each other in high school, I think. It's very possible she knows the entire story since, like I said, she's a nosy little shit, but not because I've told her. My life with Bree felt sacred, something I needed to protect. Kennedy knew the basics, that I was with someone for a long time and never really moved on. I wouldn't be surprised if she put two and two together, even if she didn't ask around. Her presence right now tells me that my suspicions are correct, and my fear that she does want more than friendship ratchets up about 100 notches.
What do you think? Kennedy asks, tapping the tip of one shoe on the ground behind her. Huh? I ask. I didn't hear a word she just said, and her face falls when she realizes I wasn't paying attention to her.
Grady,
she practically chastises. What? I'm sorry, I was thinking about practice earlier. She pouts. I almost roll my eyes.
Can you listen to me now?
I can, but I'm working, Kennedy. I gesture to the field, which unfortunately is basically empty. She looks around and raises her eyebrows. My job doesn't end just because the players aren't on the field, I remind her.
Well, is there a way you can stop working for a few hours tomorrow night? I have a work party and really don't want to go alone.
I don't know what to make of that request, but luckily I have an excuse. I can't tomorrow night. I'm going to see Anderson.
Anderson?
She asks, and it reminds me that she didn't even think to check about Mia after she went into labor right in front of her. I never realized that she was even remotely self-centered. Cole and Mia's baby, I tell her, my eyebrows kissing my hairline.
Oh, yeah, I meant to...
She trails off sheepishly.
Well, maybe we can go see Anthony.
Anderson, I correct her.
Sorry?
His name is Anderson.
Are you sure? That seems like a weird name for a baby, right?
You just asked me if I was sure about my nephew's name.
Well, it seems so formal and old.
They use the mom's last name, kind of a family tradition, I explain, even though I shouldn't have to. This isn't typical Kennedy behavior, and it makes me question what's going on with her.
Oh, well, anyway, maybe we can go see him for a few minutes, then go to my work party. Please, Grady, I really want you there.
I'm not sure how me going to see Anderson turned into we, and I'm really not sure how it turned into just a few minutes when I had planned to make an evening out of it. Why?
Why what?
Why do you want me there? Her face pales a bit, and she doesn't look at me in the eye, rather focuses over my left shoulder. I turn my head, but already know what she's looking at, or who, just in time to see Bree notice Kennedy. We've already crossed a big line and have yet to talk over all the things we really need to, so I tell my heart to calm down and not read anything into the fact that it looks like she's ready to storm over here and rip out Kennedy's hair. I press my lips together when I see Isaac's head shift back and forth, looking between the two women, his head dropping and shoulders shaking like he's laughing. Idiot.
Who's that?
The reporter for Sports Illuminated, I explain, not offering any more information.
She hums.
Again, a sound that's more than mildly irritating. I don't give her the satisfaction of asking what's on her mind. For some reason, her presence is annoying me, which has never happened before. The sound of laughter drifts over the field. Isaac shuffles to the side after Bree hits him playfully in the shoulder.
She doesn't seem very professional. She's flirting with your players.
I chuckle and shake my head. No, she's not.
Oh, and you know her so well?
She challenges. Not even going there. I'm telling you, she's not flirting with Isaac. She's been perfectly professional.
She's awful young to have gotten a job like this one.
So am I remind her, taking a step away. What are you insinuating?
I'm not insinuating anything, Grady. I know you've worked hard for where you're at. You deserve this job.
But yet there's no way she's done the same. You know nothing about Bree or her life. She's worked her ass off to get this assignment and understands more about our football program than anyone I've met. Why are you being so bitchy about it? She rears back like I've slapped her, which it probably feels like I have. I've never spoken to her that way, much less called her a name. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I already feel on edge because I know the entire country is watching my every move. She likely feels the same pressure, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't make comments on something you know nothing about. Her rigid stance relaxes.
That makes sense. You feel a little protective of her since you're both being watched by so many. Just like you would one of your little sisters, probably.
I don't even understand where she'd come to that conclusion from what I just said, but it seems like it's what she needs to tell herself. Still, I don't respond.
So, how about it? Will you come with me to the party tomorrow night?
I already told you I can't. I'm going over to Cole and Mia's to see the baby.
The entire night?
Seriously, why is she pushing this? Is she that dense? Yes, the entire night. I want to spend time with them, and it's been a busy week. Right now, I'm in the mood to surround myself with family and quiet. The last thing I need is to be going to some office party.
It's just, I told my coworkers you'd be there, she whines. They're going to wonder where you are, and it's not like I can say that I forgot that you already had plans to see a baby.
Why would you tell them that I'd be there then? And why can't you tell them that?
Well, I figured...
that you'd be able to talk me into it, I guess. She at least has the decency to look slightly guilty. I watch as she shrugs her shoulders and flips her hair over her shoulder.
Maybe,
she says, trying for innocence. Another time. Maybe. Come on, Kennedy, don't put words in my mouth or commit me to your plans, okay? You know I don't like plans. I've never been one to be comfortable promising I'll be able to do anything. I don't know why. It's easier for me to leave my calendar open so I'm not at risk of disappointing someone if I don't follow through with the plans. I'm sure a psychiatrist somewhere would have a field day, saying it all stems from Bree leaving me after I'd committed to her. But I've always been this way.
I know, but it's not like I'm asking you to commit to anything major. It's just a party.
I don't understand why you need me there, though. Her persistence about this gives me an uneasy feeling, something I've never really had when it comes to Kennedy. Even in the very beginning, when it was obvious she was looking for a relationship, and I had to tell her I wasn't interested in more, she was so understanding and calm about it that her actions right now seem like she's done a 180.
It's important to me, okay? Does there have to be a reason?
When you're acting like this, yeah? Because she seems desperate for me to be at this party, and I can't figure out why. Surely there have been other work gatherings that she's attended alone without so much as thinking of asking me to be there.
Acting like what?
She snarks, childishly popping out a hip. Not in a cute way either, like when Hazel does it or even Harper. It's on the tip of my tongue to say what's on my mind, but I think better of it. It's obvious to me she's lying about something, hiding the reason behind why she wants me at this party. What it is, I don't know. It's apparent she's not going to admit to anything right now, and luckily we're interrupted when Drew calls my name from the middle of the field. She looks his way and curls her lip like she's pissed he interrupted our fight or whatever we're having. I need to get back to work, okay? I'll check in with you later, I'll tell her, my hand lightly squeezing her shoulder before I turn and jog away, not waiting for a response. I'm aggravated and annoyed and probably need to get away before I say something I'll regret. With each step I take away from Kennedy, it's easier to breathe, which, oddly, makes that uneasy feeling of something going on with her from earlier rise to the surface once again. I'm not sure what to make of this new reaction to her. I chance a glance at Bree to see her eyes are on me and wish I knew what she was thinking.
Don't leave without checking in with me first, yeah?
I yell to her, turning my body to walk backwards so I can continue to see her. She gives me a thumbs up and I chuckle, shaking my head before turning around once again and continue my way to Drew. "What's up?" I ask him when I get to him. He's looking down at his clipboard, but doesn't appear to really be looking at anything in particular. "Everything okay?" I ask when he doesn't answer me.
"Huh? Oh, yeah, it's all good. It, looked like you needed an excuse."
I stared at him with my mouth gaped open. Are we 19?
No, but by the looks of things, there was about to be a serious catfight happening. Pretty sure they were both 5 seconds away from either pissing on your leg or ripping each other's hair out.
Nah, it was fine. I don't even believe the words that just came out of my mouth.
"Right,"
he says, barking out a laugh. You're right. Damn it, I honestly don't know what's gotten into Kennedy, though. She's never pushy like she was just now.
"What do you mean?"
She was acting pissy with me that I wouldn't go to some work party with her tomorrow night.
"That's all she was mad about?"
Hell if I know. He laughs, bending over at the waist. Bet you didn't think you'd be in the middle of some screwed-up love triangle with your interviewer and friend, he says, using air quotes when he says the word friend. Speaking of, I told you that you had some explaining to do about Bree. I'm coming over for a beer tonight, and you're gonna spill. Oh, you are you? Yup. After what I saw when I busted into your office on Monday, I expect the full story. I scrub a hand down my face and smile. I'm actually surprised he hasn't asked about it already. All right, come on over. I'm only ordering pizza tonight, though. Dinner, too? Lucky me. Tipshit, I joke and turn to see Bree sitting alone on the same chair she was seated in earlier when talking with Isaac. See you at 7. Can't wait, he says, and I know I hear laughter in his voice. A light breeze blows through the practice field, and she tucks a piece of hair behind her ear. I had almost forgotten the obsession I had with her hair. It's back, though, in full force. I catch the soft floral scent that always seemed to follow her and breathe it in deeply. Damn, she always smelled so good, especially on her neck. I'm so fucked when it comes to this girl. For 6 years, I put my feelings aside, managed to keep them at bay, even when I saw pictures of her or heard the family talking about what she was up to. There were those few months where I managed to lose it completely, when some asshole kept tagging her on social media, his arm always wrapped around her or his lips attached to her cheek. A quick look to my left tells me Kennedy left. Probably stormed off, more like it, but I'm grateful either way. How did today go? The boys answer all your questions? I ask when I get close enough, taking Isaac's vacated seat.
They did. Isaac was the last on my list.
I jerk back in my seat. They had figured on 6 weeks, but she's already done with interviews in a week? Wow, already, huh?
Well, we decided only to talk with the seniors because they know you the best. So as for talking with players, yeah, I've got what I need.
I don't want to ask if that means she's going to leave soon. We need more time.
Sorry you're not getting rid of me that quickly, she giggles. I still need to talk to a few of the other staff as well as some of your family members. But SI and the university both wanted me here for 6 weeks. They want the readers, your fans, to have the full experience. So yeah, I'm done with players' interviews, but that means now you're stuck with me by your side, watching your every move.
She lets that settle a bit. My heart does a little double tap in my chest, reminding me it's still beating. Likely still for her. Do you have time this weekend to meet for coffee? I think we need to get together. In person this time, I tell her, rubbing the back of my neck. My eyes travel to her stomach of their own will, and I feel like a jackass when she notices. She doesn't move to cover the area, though. I'm sorry, I'm having a really hard time wrapping my head around everything, and I think if you tell me more about what happened, I'd feel a little better.
Of course, Grady. Anything you want to know.
Thank you, Bree. Will it be hard for you? Of course it will, dumbass. I imagine it will be.
Grady,
she interrupts.
Relax, I'm still me. Yes, it still hurts to think about, but no, you don't need to worry. I want you to know, you deserve to know 6 years ago. I'm not going to keep any of it from you any longer.
She's right. I should have been told 6 years ago. But I can't keep focusing on the past. Neither of us can. I need to move forward, and this new information is stopping me from doing that. Not that I was doing a great job of it in the first place. Thank you. I hate that you have to rehash all that you've been through, though.
Consider this part of my penance. If I had sucked it up years ago and told you, I wouldn't have to be revisiting it now.
Can I ask one question?
You can ask as many as you want to.
Oh, she has no idea what she's offering. Why didn't you?
Tell you right away?
I nod, and she continues, looking at the open sky around us. She shakes her head.
The grief I felt was deep, she says quietly, eyes focused on her lap. Over the course of 3 weeks, my life was turned upside down, not once, but 4 times. I wasn't handling life well. You had the right to know, but I couldn't put that grief on you. Not after what I did.
There's so much wrong with what she just said, I don't know where to begin.
For now, I recognize how hard it was for her to admit what she told me, and I don't want to push anymore. Thank you for giving me that piece of the puzzle.
You don't need to thank me for giving you something that's yours.
Mine. Interesting.
Chapter 14. Bree. Hey, honey. My mom's sweet voice greets me after only one ring. Hey, Mom. She's quiet for a beat. What's wrong? Why do you ask if something's wrong? Because you're my daughter, and I know your voices. Did the rest of the week not go well since we talked on Wednesday? Well, that's kind of annoying, I joke. I bet it is, having a mom so smart. I roll my eyes. Tell me, how's my favorite coach? You're in a good mood. I groan. Aren't I always? She really is, especially after she got married to Andy. He's a constant goofball, so I'm sure that helps with her happiness. You are, I murmur. But dial it down a second, would you? I need to tell you something, and I can't have you ready to start wearing your Team Grady shirt. You have no faith in me. We won't wear them yet. I'm not about to jinx it. Mom, I was joking. You do not have Team Grady t-shirts. Sure we do. In the background, I hear Andy shout,
Should I get mine on now?
I blink. What is this world I live in? I don't understand. BTW, Hazel has 2. One she wears to bed every night. I bark out a laugh. Mom, you're not supposed to say BTW. You're supposed to say by the way. I don't think that's true. People say LOL all the time. She can't be serious. No, they really don't. Yes, they do. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Not in real life, just in texts and stuff. Well, how the heck am I supposed to differentiate the two? Let me get this straight. You've been walking around town selling coffee to people saying LOL, BTW, and TBH? I don't walk around town selling coffee, Bree. I wait until they come in to Dreamin' Beans. She scoffs like I'm the ridiculous one. And then you spout off weird acronyms? They're not weird. People use them all the time. I don't even know how to process this. I thought... She bursts out laughing, and I hear her hand slap against what sounds like her leg. In the background, I hear Andy's deep chuckle. What's so funny? You are. You're so damn gullible. Of course I don't say those out loud. I'm not a total moron. Thank goodness. And the Team Grady shirts? Oh, we have those. Mom! Lord, give me the strength. What? They're for us to wear to his first game. Not the way you think. Not everything is about you. She teases. I'm starting to regret that I called you. Oh, stop. I got you to relax and stop thinking about how Grady still gets your motor running for a split second. Did she just say, my motor running? Mom, are you drunk? I will have you know, I did not day drink. I'm not sure that makes me feel any better. Fine, you big baby. I'll be serious. How did the week go? He's an incredible coach. I sigh, and it comes out embarrassingly dreamy, even though that's not exactly what she asked. As we suspected, she says in a light voice. Yeah, though it's different seeing it up close and personal. Hearing it from everyone, you know? He really is meant to coach. It's so natural to him. And the players, they really love him. But more than that, they respect him. He doesn't just bark orders. He listens and gets in the middle of the field. Tries to see firsthand what the guys are seeing on the field, so he knows what he needs to adjust. Every day he spends as much time with the players as he does working with his staff. I know everyone is going to be judging him for his age, but truly, if they watch him for any amount of time, they'll realize that his age has nothing to do with it. Southern Michigan State made the right choice giving him that job. She's quiet on the other line before. Exactly how up close and personal? Mom, that's what you got out of what I just said? Well, I kind of zoned out after a while because you kept talking. You're the one who asked. No, I didn't. I asked how your week went, not how great he was as a coach. You're the one who ran with that. She's right. Damn it. Oh, but I guess that answers the other question I had. What's that? What's it like being around him? I chew on my bottom lip, sitting on my small deck with a glass of wine, the early evening air already starting to cool down, but still pleasant. Every morning while I'm having my first cup of coffee, my eyes stray to Grady's backyard, already learning his schedule and that he has a cup of coffee on his patio every morning as well. Early evening, I wind down doing the same. I have yet to tell him I know where he lives, or that I watch him like a creepy stalker. It's getting easier. Bree, her voice is sad. I told him. About? I laugh humorlessly. It's a good question. The baby. Oh, hon. She sighs. Yeah. Mom, I did it over the phone, like an idiot. I don't even know how, but it kind of spilled out of me. Not at all how I planned to tell him. How would he take it? Definitely wasn't pleased, both with hearing that I'd kept the secret and the way I told him. Flipped over his wooden patio table. He also busted a pot on his deck. I tell her, remembering watching him lose it. He did what? Well, here's the other thing. Turns out, we're neighbors. Our backyards are kind of neighbors. You're kidding. Not even a little bit. Wow. He doesn't know I live here. Or that you've been watching him all week long? She guesses. Stop being creepy. How do you know things? Me? Creepy? You're the creepy one. Staring at him all week long, him not having a clue? She teases. I don't think I like talking to you today. Oh, don't pout. Explain to me how he's not seen you yet. Well, I'm kind of around the corner a little bit, and the deck has a railing. Since I'm usually sitting when I'm out here, it's not as if he's seen me walking around. And it's not as bad as it sounds. I haven't been slinking around hiding. Still seems odd, but it's not important right now. Tell me, how are you doing after telling him? And when are you going to tell him the rest? Relieved. And I'm not sure. We didn't really get into all the details, so he wants to meet for coffee this weekend. Just holler out over your yards and invite him over. You're such a brat today. Aren't you like 50 years old or something? You're supposed to grow up at some point. She gasps. I am not 50, she whispers, but I hear Andy laughing in the background. Even though he couldn't care less, she's always been a little self-conscious of the fact that he's 6 years younger than her. My laughter joins in with Andy's when I hear her whap him playfully, followed by giggling, which tells me he's tickling her or something equally as intimate. Gag. On that note, I also may or may not have accidentally kissed him. What? She asks, no laughter or teasing in her voice. You kissed him? She shouts. Put it on speaker! Andy's voice barks. I roll my eyes. Again, because I'm not even the least bit surprised. He and my mom might not have gotten together until I was already 18, but he's been the best stepdad I could ever ask for. In fact, he never felt like a step-parent at all. It was as if our families were always meant to be blended. Our two families became one so seamlessly, it's hard to remember a time when we weren't one. Hey, Bree, Andy says, after she clicks her phone over to speaker. Seriously? What? I want to know too, and this way I don't have to hear it secondhand from Christine. Explain to me how you ended up kissing him, and when? My mom demands. I feel like you're asking me to pass you a note in class. This is different. It's not like we're being nosy. Who's been with you from the beginning? Your mother and I is the answer in case you didn't know. We want you to be happy. And, let's face it, it's been too long since we've seen your real smile. Damn. The first day? I begin to have them both shout, The first day? But I keep talking, ignoring their outbursts. After practice, I went to his office so he could discuss his injury. It was the first thing I wanted to ask him about. He showed me a picture of his pickup and I kind of lost it.
And ended up kissing him?
Andy asks. I don't tell them I ended up climbing onto his lap, too. Best not to go into too many details with them. I was a bit emotional, I murmur.
Sounds like it,
he jokes. He still doesn't know? Mom asks quietly. That I went to the hospital? I clarify. Yes. I don't think so. At least, he doesn't seem to know. Are you going to tell him? Eventually. Yes. I plan to tell him everything that happened over those years we were apart. She sighs, relief evident in her voice when she says, Good. It will be okay, Bree. I'm glad you're moving forward.
Long time coming,
Andy murmurs. They would think that, considering they've been pushing me the entire time to be honest with Grady. We talk for a few more minutes, her asking me to come to their house the following weekend, and throwing in that the boys are going to be home, too. I'm just about to tell them that I'll be there, when out of the corner I notice Grady's sliding door opening. He walks through, bottle of beer dangling between his fingers, and Drew following close behind. His dog hot on their heels. They each sit down on a chair on the patio, and I slink back in my seat, my knees tucked up close to my chest. So maybe I have been hiding a little. Oh my gosh, guys, I gotta go, I whisper.
Why? What's happening?
Andy whispers back. Turd. I see Grady. I'm not ready for him to know I'm watching him, my mom interrupts. Yes, I whisper shout, my hand covering the phone. Seriously, bless my own heart for how immature I'm being.
Bree?
Andy asks. Yes?
It's time, sweetheart. You need to step up. We're here for you and always will be, but it's time. You've held on to this fear of him rejecting you, of love not being enough, for far too long. Pull up your big girl britches and prove to Hazel that you're as strong as she thinks you are. You're better than this.
I sit stunned, silent.
Look at your mom and me. I cannot imagine letting my own stupidity get in the way of what we have. My life would suck without you guys in it. I want what's best for you. 6 years is a long damn time to punish yourself.
I wasn't punishing myself, I say quietly, knowing it's a lie.
Yeah, you were. And believe me, I get it. It's hard admitting out loud you made a mistake, but it's even harder admitting it to yourself. Remember that when you forgive yourself, it's a hell of a lot easier to ask for forgiveness from others.
How'd you get so smart?
I almost lost you and your mom once, remember?
But you pulled your head out of your butt after only like a month. Andy, I've been living in this stupidity for 6 years. What the heck is wrong with me? I cry out much louder than I intended, then quick look over toward Grady's house to make sure he didn't hear me. Luckily, it appears I'm still undetected.
Nothing is wrong with you. You had a lot hit you at once between the baby and the breakup, and it would shake anybody up. And then it was easier for you to ignore it, shove it into this box in your past, then confront it. You're not weak. You're not stupid. You're human. And it's time to give yourself a bit of grace. But start with admitting to yourself that you're worthy of it. Forgive yourself. Then worry about getting it from Grady.
And when you do, Mom says, interjecting herself into the conversation for the first time in a while, I have a Team Grady shirt all ready for you. A watery laugh escapes me, and I wipe the tears that began to stream down my face when Andy started talking. I love you guys, I tell them through my whimpering.
We love you too. Now, tell me more about this whole you two living in each other's backyards and he still doesn't know. You realize that you're basically a full-fledged stalker now, right?
Shut up, Andy, I whisper-yell. He simply laughs, not at all offended.
How embarrassed are you going to be when he finds out?
Horrified. And then, because the embarrassment gods are against me, I see a giant spider shimmy down its stupid web right in front of my face, dangling from the eaves above me. I'm like Little Miss Muffet, only I'm no longer sitting on my tuffet. I'm screaming and flailing around because it's a spider, and it's enormous and likely flesh-eating, as are all spiders. Its beady little eyes looked directly into my soul, or I imagine they would had I not stood up and started dancing around to get away from it. I hit at my legs, brushing my arms, violently running my hands through my hair because it surely landed on my head and is about to make a nest. In the process of my freaking out, I drop my phone, so I army crawl across my tiny deck to get to it, lift it to my ear in time to hear Andy shouting into the phone, asking if I'm okay, if he needs to call the police. Sheesh, I must have really been freaking out. But in my defense, spiders are my biggest fear. Their gross legs and sneakiness with the way a string can be produced out of their butts. Nothing about spiders is okay. I'm okay, I pant. Spider, I say as way of explanation. Huge. Ah, he says, understanding in his voice. He's seen firsthand how scared I am of spiders. Seen me frozen in fear when I was walking from my car to the house, and a spider the size of a softball sat in my way, daring me to move past it. I moved to the right. It moved to its left. I screamed. It jumped in the air and charged me. I shouted at it that it needed to leave me alone. It cocked an eyebrow at me. I screamed again, begging anyone for help, and Reese came running out of the house with a baseball bat, fearing that I was being assaulted, which I was, by a mocking spider. Reese looked at the spider, up at me, then back down, walked 3 steps, picked me up and flung me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and brought me into the house. I looked at the spider over my shoulder and saw him shaking his head, likely laughing at me. When he got to the door, Andy stood there with his arms crossed over his chest, chuckling, entirely too entertained at the prospect of me almost being killed. Some of that memory could be a bit exaggerated, but I really don't see how. I spare a glance over my shoulder when I reach the sliding door and notice Drew and Grady are both on their feet, looking in my direction. Grady's head is cocked to the side, and even his dog seems to be on alert, probably because my screams could only be heard by dogs. I reach up as far as I can to open the door so I can slink quietly back into the house, but can only barely touch the handle with the tip of my fingers. I sigh, realizing that I'm going to have to stand up to get into the house, or at the very least, get up on my knees and shimmy through. "Andy?" I whisper, my other hand cupping over the mouthpiece. "Yeah?" he whispers back, clearly amused. Now would be a really nice time to be able to scream, but that would defeat the purpose of my stealthy behavior. "I'm not even joking right now. You need to help me out." "How am I supposed to do that?" he asks, chuckling. Mom is in the background, giggling. "Call Grady." My voice is still a whisper. "And say what? That his neighbor is having a panic attack because of a daddy longleg?" I shift, sitting on my butt, my eyes on the area the spider was dangling from moments ago. Anxiety kicking up 10 notches because I don't see it anymore. "It wasn't just a daddy longleg, you turd. It was probably a brown recluse, and you know it. They've been stalking me for years." Now he laughs so hard he wheezes. "Andy, focus. Just call Grady so he isn't staring in my direction. Provide a distraction so I can get inside." All right. Good grief. "Wait, what do you mean so you can get inside?" Mom asks, still laughing. So annoying. "I'm on the floor of my deck," I say, like it should be obvious. "Why are you on the floor? And isn't the deck technically the floor?" "Because I dropped to it when I was trying to get away from the spider that was about to attack me. Keep up." They're both cracking up on the other end of the phone, and I'm pretty certain my request for distraction isn't going to be granted. I realize I have one of 2 choices. Provide my own distraction, which, at this point, I've probably already done, and the likelihood he doesn't know I live here is pretty slim. Or pull up my big girl panties, stand up, and enter my house like an adult. Adulting sucks. I clear my throat and mumble, "Never mind, I got this." That makes the 2 yahoos laugh even harder. "You sound like you're going into war." I feel like I am. I'm sweating, and my breaths are coming out heavy. Vomit is threatening to come up from the worry that Grady saw me, ridiculous as that may be. I suck in a breath. Wish me luck.
Oh, good grief.
You two are the worst kind of parents in the world. Not encouraging at all.
I beg to differ. If we don't give you shit for your ridiculousness, who will?
Andy asks. I take back all the nice things I ever said about you, I say, standing at the same time, hoping that talking to them on the phone will provide enough internal distraction that I can make my way into the house without making a bigger scene than I already have. I'm starting to realize that maybe you were just sucking up all those years. I slide open the door and slip inside, peeking through one of my windows to see that Grady isn't paying any attention to me at all. He's talking to Drew. I watch as he lifts his beer to his lips and tips his head back. He looks down at the table and picks up his phone, looking at the screen. His thumbs type away like he's texting someone, then he sets it back down on the table, his shoulders moving up and down, and his head shaking. Like he's chuckling. I wish I could hear it. You all safe and sound hidden behind the curtains now? My mom asks. Yes, no thanks to you two, I grumble. Seconds after I'm inside my house, everything that just occurred hits me like a ton of bricks, and I break, tired of being so unsure of myself. You guys, what is happening to me? Why can't I just grow up already? I'm stuck in some time warp where I never mature. You're letting fear continue to rule your life, honey. No more. Do you hear me? Do you want to get him back? I whimper because of course I do. So bad it hurts. Yes, I love him. I never stopped. There's silence on the other end for just a moment before, Bree? Mom's using her mother voice on me, and it makes me want to cry even harder. I slide to the floor, realizing so many things at once. I'm about to become a blubbering mess right here on my living room floor. I hear Andy's voice say,
Go.
Quietly, then, I'm on my way, from my mom. I nod, even though she can't see me, and sniffle. I need to get off the phone, honey, so I can come to you. Okay, I reply, not fighting it because I could be 50 and I think a hug from my mom will still cure anything.
I love you, Bree. I would walk on hot coals for you, but this isn't okay. You feeling like this isn't okay. Let's get control of that, yeah?
Andy, stepdad extraordinaire. Yeah, I agree. 30 minutes after we hang up the phone, Mom's charging through my front door. She has a styrofoam container in her hand, and if I know my mom, it's filled with bars from her shop. Hopefully, my favorites. In her other hand, my little sister's hand. Hazel rushes over, jumping into my arms, and I lift her up, pressing my face into her hair and holding her tightly. Just what I needed. I lift my head and look to my mom. Thank you, I tell her, and she nods, smiling. A spider attacked you? Hazel says, her adorable hands holding both sides of my face, wide eyes looking at me with concern. I may or may not have accidentally transferred my fear of spiders to her. Almost. I barely made it out alive, I tell her, my own eyes wide, but my tone teasing. She giggles and squirms, so I put her down. At 6 years old, she's so over me holding her. Cue me rolling my eyes. Mommy said you live by Grady? Mom has the decency to at least look slightly sheepish. Yes, it appears I do, I murmur. Before I can stop her, my little pint-sized cherub of a sister darts out the door to the deck. I look at my mom, and she quickly diverts her eyes. Apparently, she didn't hold anything back in telling Hazel why they were coming over. Grady! Grady! Over here! I'm over here, Grady! Hazel hollers, standing on her tiptoes, waving her arms around. My life. Mom chuckles. Suck it up, Buttercup. Time to face the music. Those better be your chocolate caramel oatmeal bars, I tell her, pointing to the container still nestled in her hands, like she's going to be selfish and hold them hostage. They are. Sucking up? She shrugs. Making you feel better. Thank you, I tell her, and walk over to get a hug that I desperately need. Mom gives the best hugs ever. I have a confession, she tells me, wincing slightly as I begin digging into the container for the perfect bar. I love the ones in the middle. They have the gooeyest deliciousness. I groan. What now? I told your brothers. I pause, a bar already halfway to my mouth. Told them what, exactly? I explained your living situation? She says, like it's a question. Mom, we were off the phone for 30 minutes. 30. What the heck? I'm sorry. I was excited. I don't even know how to respond to her at this moment, so I don't. Instead, I look out the deck to see Hazel is standing on the bottom of the short deck railing, leaning over the side. Reluctantly, I walk out and stand behind her. Grady's standing on the other side of the fence that lines my yard.
What are you doing over there, Squirt?
I came to visit Bree. A spider attacked her, and she got scared.
Someone may have mentioned that,
he says, eyes shifting to me ever so quickly before returning back to Hazel. Huh? Where did he hear that? Daddy said she was screaming really loud.
That she was.
I scoff and cross my arms.
So this is where you live, huh?
He asks me. I nod.
I take it you knew I lived right there?
He says, pointing back to his house. Another nod.
I see. And you've known this since...
I shrug and mumble. The night we talked on the phone? His lip twitches.
All week, huh?
My face burns bright. Possibly? He smiles. Huh. That's better than him looking at me in disgust. I look around, grateful it appears the rest of the neighborhood hasn't come outside to see what the commotion is. We've been having morning coffee together all week, I admit, wishing there was a pebble I could kick. Or, a rock to climb under. That'd be good, too. Another smile. Drew walks over to join the party with a knowing smirk. Even from this distance, Grady's wide shoulders look even broader, more powerful. The angles of his jaw sharper. His bare toes visible from the black flip-flops his feet are slid into. He always had nice toes. Kept the nails trimmed and sounds odd, yes. But as someone who hates feet, it's an important trait to carry. Come in here, Grady, I hear my little sister shout, breaking into my mental cataloging of his body.
As long as it's okay with your sister.
Of course it is, she scoffs, like there would be any other answer. He winks at me, so carefree, as he launches himself over the fence. As if he didn't just discover I've been basically like a peeping Tom for the past week. How is he so chill? Inside, I'm freaking out. He could have at least taken the time to simply reach over and unlatch the door a few feet down from where he's standing. Drew, on the other hand, comes in like a normal person, along with Rocky hot on his heels. Hazel watches as Grady eats up the space between them. Her affection toward him is so obvious. There's no way he can't see it. I look at my mom and point at Hazel, wondering if she's seeing this drama. She simply shrugs. Sisters have the same taste, it would seem. My mouth flops open like a fish out of water. I want to protest, tell her to shut up and she's embarrassing me. But I'm not in high school anymore, despite how this entire situation is making me feel and act. Grady barks out a laugh. Drew shoves him to the side and says,
I'm so glad you cleared everything up, or I'd be even more confused now.
Sounds like Grady must have explained our past to Drew.
Squirt, want to come here and see me? I can introduce you to Rocky, okay?
He points to his dog who's sitting by his feet, tail wagging. She bounces down from where she was standing on the railing around the deck, grabs hold of my hand, and tugs me along. Guess I'm going with her.
Chapter 15. Grady. I'd like to thank the Academy for my performance all week long. Pretending to not know she was my neighbor was easier than I expected. especially when I realized she was trying so hard to remain unseen. The first time I saw her sitting on her deck was the night after she told me about the miscarriage. She was wearing my old Liberty High School football hoodie, and it made me smile, knowing she kept it all these years. I knew she had seen me already. She wasn't nearly as invisible as she hoped. I reached for my phone to text her to see if she knew I was there, but then I looked closer. She was slinking down in the seat, working very hard to not look in my direction. It seemed important to her for me not to know she lives right here, so I let it go, waiting for her to tell me. Always waiting for her. Tonight, when I heard shrieking, I tensed and almost ran over. I thought she was being attacked, but a quick glance over my shoulder proved she was perfectly safe. Drew and I watched in amusement for a few minutes as she crawled around, her dark hair in a ponytail whipping around her. She ducked and moved around the deck for a little bit. My phone buzzed, and I looked down, not surprised in the least, when I saw it was Andy, wondering if I knew Bree lived across my backyard. Andy walked in on his ex-wife having sex with another man, hence why they're exes. A few years ago, he sat me down and talked to me about letting go of the bitterness and reach towards some forgiveness. If anyone knows a thing or two about forgiveness and moving on, it's Andy. After Bree broke up with me, rather than drifting apart, Andy and I grew closer. There are things I've confided in him I haven't talked to another soul about. "Grady!" Hazel shouts, not giving me a moment to prepare as she launches her little body at me with the force of a linebacker. I lift her up and hold her close. It's hard to explain why I feel so protective over Hazel, or why I love her so fiercely. She's not my sister, and with me not being with Bree anymore, it's not like I'm even a big brother by association. It's just a natural feeling I have for her. I press my head in close, inhaling the sweet scent of Hazel's fruity shampoo, the lavender drifting off her skin. "Grady," Hazel croaks out, "you're kind of squeezing me." I chuckle and loosen my grip, but don't set her down yet. "You're my favorite, Grady," she says, arms still latched around my neck while she leans back to look at me. My lips twitch. "Don't let your brothers hear you say that." "Oh, they're my favorites too, but you're my favorite guy. They're not guys. They're my brothers." I look to Bree, who's pressing her lips together tightly, trying not to laugh. I think Hazel is telling me she has a crush on me, but I can't be sure. I chuckle and shift so she's sitting on my arm and whistle for Rocky, who'd wandered along with us but is currently sniffing at a few bushes, excited to have new scents to pick up. "You haven't had the pleasure of meeting Rockford yet, have you? I call him Rocky for short." "Oh, he's so cute. He wants to see me," she coos, swatting at my arms. She wiggles and plops down onto the grass. Rocky wastes no time in sidling up next to her, knocking her over with his massive snout as he sniffs and licks her cheeks. Her adorable laugh rings through the air. I can't tear my eyes away as it hits me like a bullet to the chest. If Bree hadn't miscarried, our little boy or girl would be a year younger than Hazel. My skin prickles with awareness, and I realize how painful that must have been for her, just having miscarried and having a newborn baby sister around. Feeling alone, despite her family surrounding her. After she left me, told me she didn't want to be with me anymore, broke my heart, I didn't fight nearly as hard as I should have. My pride got in the way, and instead of chasing her, I let her go. Our eyes meet, hers bright green and glistening. I lick my lips and stand to my full height. Glancing down at Rocky and Hazel, I see they're happily playing together, Drew sitting on the grass next to them, legs stretched out in front of him. Christine must still be in Bree's house. I jerk my head up for Bree to follow me, and we walk the few steps it takes to get to my yard. Time to sort shit out as best I can. I've let things go for far too long. Yes, she stayed away, but it's not exactly like I made her feel as if I'd welcome her home with open arms. "I owe you another apology." She looks taken aback. "What could you possibly have to apologize for?" "I didn't chase you." "I don't understand." And by the look on her face, she really doesn't. She's been carrying around guilt over breaking up with me, over the miscarriage, for over 6 years now. That's a heavy load on her shoulders to bear. All this time she's been gone, I was so angry. At her for abandoning me, but also at myself for not working harder to get her back. You shouldn't have been alone.
I wasn't.
That's not true, and I can see in her eyes she knows I know it.
I mean,
I know what you mean, just like you know what I mean, I interrupt her. I gather my thoughts, wanting to make sure everything that's ricocheting inside my head comes out right. I take a seat and gesture for her to do the same. I turn my chair so I'm facing her, my elbows on my knees as I lean toward her. My pride was wounded. I admit that. You hurt me, Bree, I whisper, and she flinches. It might be ugly, but it's the truth, and I've waited 6 long years to let it out. I was 20 years old. I felt like the world was at my fingertips. It wasn't hard for me to see people knew who I was, saw my talent on the field, the potential of where I could be heading. I was cocky, full of myself. I pause, and she shakes her head like she's going to argue with me, but I keep going. I thought I had everything figured out. My future. Our future. I scoff. But then you turn the tables, and I wasn't only hurt, I was devastated. And yeah, I was pissed. So damn angry, and it threw me off. I didn't even know what to do with myself. I shouldn't have let you go. Her eyebrows furrow slightly, but she doesn't look away. I didn't fight for us, not as hard as we deserved. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't. I was not in a place where I would have allowed you to fight, especially after.
I still should have. She looks back at where Hazel is still playing with Rocky, her happy squeals and laughter still dancing in the air between us. Do you accept my apology, Bree?
There really isn't anything to apologize for.
You may not think so, but it's important to me. She nods and wipes away a tear. But I'm not done, and what I have to say next might not go over well. I have more to say, and this I'm not going to apologize for. Here's the thing. You had no right to leave me, I grit out. To pretend in some sort of disillusionment I would ever do anything to betray you. Yes, I'm sorry I didn't fight for us, but I shouldn't have had to. My words cause her body to jerk, but she nods quickly.
You're right. You shouldn't have. I screwed up.
I wait, hoping she expands on that, but she doesn't. I bite my bottom lip and look across my lawn, see Hazel and Drew are walking over to us with Rocky hot on their heels, his tongue hanging out of his mouth as he relishes in the attention from her. I really don't know what to make of all this. I've tried so damn hard this week to think of anything else but the anger inside of me. I was doing a good job of it from the very beginning. So good, in fact, that I easily threw the past into the wind and got caught right back up in us again.
I did too,
she admits quietly. But then tonight, when I was watching Hazel with Rocky, when I held her, it made me realize our baby would be almost her age by now. I haven't had time to come to terms with it, and maybe it's weird I'm so bothered now, all this time later, when I was never there for any of it when it happened. I shake my head. But then again, maybe that's why. I don't know, Bree. I feel like 1 second I'm ready to move on, then I'm right back to angry and bitter again. I'm confusing the shit out of myself. I spent the last 6 years living without you, growing up, learning that life isn't centered around you. It wasn't easy because I didn't want that. I was perfectly happy with you being the center of my world. I was bitter because you took that away from me. I want to let it go. I have to. You've held me captive for too long, and I need you to let me go. And then I find out you hid something as huge as a baby from me. Damn it, Bree, it's not okay. And not knowing what happened, why you blame me for something I didn't do, I need to understand, and yet I'm not sure I ever will. I can't fall back into you again. It hurt too much to lose you the first time, not just as my girlfriend, but as my best friend. She flinches.
Seeing her hurt almost breaks me, but I also know for either of us to move on, I have to be honest with her, and she needs to hear it. I don't know what turned in me tonight. A few hours ago, I was sitting on the field looking at her, thinking of kissing her again, and a hell of a lot more. But then tonight, being reminded of something she kept from me, and worse yet, realizing all that's happened over the last 6 years she hasn't been a part of, well, I'm done. I went through some of the best and worst moments of my life, and you weren't there. It was always supposed to be you by my side, me by yours. If there was anything I could do to take back those years, listen to my family when they tried to tell me I was making a mistake, I would. I believe you, but I think that's part of our problem. We're both living in the past. Don't you think it's time to get over it already? Some of the past I don't want to forget. I know what she means. So much of our relationship was good, great even. We were the couple people hashtag about. But unlike so much of social media, everything people saw on the outside was actually true. Bree and I weren't fake. We didn't have to be. Being together was as natural as breathing, and our love for each other showed it. You're my kryptonite, Bree Jameson. 5 minutes of you being back in my life, I had my tongue shoved down your throat, and all week long the only thing I could think about was doing it again. My biggest fear is I'll never move on from you. What I don't say is I have doubts I will ever move on from her. She's only been back in my life for a few days, and I still can't imagine a future without her. More tears streak down her cheeks as my words settle in. As much as it kills me to see her cry, she has to hear everything. I lower my voice as I notice Hazel getting closer. Bless Drew's heart for recognizing we still need a little bit more time, so he distracts her by continuing to play with Rocky along the way. She seems to brace herself before admitting, "Maybe I don't want you to move on." Her words wrap around my heart, flaring up a promise I thought was ancient history. I won't let you hurt me again, Bree. I can't. It took me a long time to get over you, and it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Harder than recovering from the accident. Bree looks down at her hands, twisting them together. I meant what I said about not wanting you to move on, she whispers. But it's not because I want to keep you on the hook. I know we have a long road ahead of us, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes to prove to you I'm not going anywhere. She licks her lips, tasting her tears, and it makes me irrationally jealous. I wish so badly we were in a place where I could be the one tasting her, touching my lips to hers, and that alone pisses me off. Despite everything, I still want her so desperately I can feel it in my bones. I feel like I'm on one of those pendulum thriller rides that takes you up in the sky, then before you know it, you're swinging to the other direction. I hate those rides. My thoughts about her going this way and that. I don't know what to do with this whiplash I'm experiencing. The possibility of the future I once only dreamed of rises to the surface. We do have a long road ahead. I agree with a nod, my eyes never leaving hers. I feel the shell around my heart beginning to crack. The same shell that hardened so many years ago, protecting myself from once again getting hurt. I abruptly stand up, making my way over to Hazel. I bend down and pick her up, playfully snuggling my face into her neck. She giggles and squirms as my stubble tickles her soft skin. I love you, baby girl. Come see me and Rocky again, yeah? I've missed you. She leans back, takes my face in her tiny hands. Her hazel eyes are wide as she stares at me. I'll never be far away, she tells me. How is she only 6? Good. Want to give Rocky a treat before you head back to your sister's house? I ask Hazel, dismissing Bree at the same time. I need time to think, and if she stays here much longer, I'm going to end up kissing her, which doesn't solve anything. She and I need to finally sit down and discuss what kept her from me for the past 6 years, and until we're alone, that's not going to happen. Hazel follows me inside, and I grab a treat from the container sitting on the counter in the kitchen. She runs back outside to give Rocky her offering. Bree's looking down at the table,
her face pinned to my phone. I glance down when I hear my phone ping a reminder of the text I just received, and her body jerks, her gaze still trained on whatever words she's reading. I'm far enough away I can't see what she's seeing, and I don't bother to call her out on being nosy. I have nothing to hide from her. Bye, Squirt. Don't be a stranger. Rocky will miss you, I say, crouching down next to Hazel to give her a hug. She launches herself at me, and I pretend it knocks me over, Rocky coming over to lick the both of us. I love you, Grady, she says in the sweetest little girl voice, and my heart cracks wide open, bleeding out right onto the grass beneath me. I take a peek up at Bree, whose face has gone slack. She clears her throat and wipes under her nose. We'd better go, Hazel. Mommy's gonna wonder where you are. Okay. Hazel stands off me after smacking a kiss to my cheek. Bye, Drew. I'm glad we finally met. He chuckles and gives her a low wave. Bree guides Hazel back to her house after a murmured goodbye. I look at my phone and read the text that caused Bree to worry and scrub a hand down my face. Kennedy, I really want you to come. The ellipse following her text was suggestive enough. But then, of course, she had to include a picture in the text of her in a barely there outfit. What's wrong? Drew asks me as I stare at my phone. I think Kennedy's losing her damn mind. Why's that? He chuckles. I debate for a moment about whether or not to show him the picture and decide against it. She didn't send it to me to show everyone. She sent it to me to, what, I don't really know. To make me change my plans for tomorrow night? To get me thinking of her in a different way? What the hell is up with her? I think maybe she's under the impression that we're shifting into more than friends territory. Well, yeah, I figured that was coming. I cringe. You really didn't? He asks me, his eyebrows raised. Well, not really. I guess we tried that once, right after we started hanging out, and it never felt right. At least not for me. We talked, and I let her know I wasn't interested that way. Because... I glance over at Bree's house and down at my phone. I kinda figured. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Well, I wouldn't necessarily kick a girl who looks like Kennedy out of my bed, that's for sure, but... But what? She's got the eyes. I smirk at the way he wiggles his fingers next to his eyes. I'll bite. Enlighten me. The crazy eyes, you know what I mean. She's got that look about her. She's barely holding her level of crazy under the surface. I bark out a laugh. You're joking. No way. You can't tell me you've never seen it? Clearly not. I think about what he's saying or insinuating, and it hits me. Memories of her acting a little on the side of crazy that she laughed off and made excuses for, so I ignored. Seeing it now, are you? Shit. He chuckles, then gets quiet. He jerks a chin up in the direction I was just staring. She doesn't have the eyes. No, she doesn't. But she's got 6 years of hurting me behind her. So you're gonna hold on to that, huh? Arms crossed over his chest, he's smug and very irritating. I'm not going to just forgive and forget. Has she asked you to? That brings me pause. She hasn't, at least not for breaking up with me. But does she have to? I always thought so because I was the one on the receiving end. Maybe she was following her heart. If that's the case, what does she have to apologize for? Aside from not telling me she was pregnant, obviously. I don't know what that says about this situation. No, she hasn't. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe she's ready to move on and quit looking back. Or maybe she's not sorry at all. You two are a mess, he says with a smile. Yeah, we really are. She's quite something, huh? Drew asks. After he got here, he admitted he remembered Bree from when I was first on the team as a player. I explained a little bit of our history, not divulging some of the private details I've recently learned. I was afraid he'd be a little judgmental about why she was given the article. It's been one of my biggest fears about anyone knowing my past with her. It's also something I've been feeling like I should bring up to the board just so they can run interference in case someone makes a big deal about it. Truth is, though, there really is no one better qualified to do what she's doing. She definitely is. He looks at me, head turned to the side. Still love her, huh? I don't think there will ever be a day I don't love her, I admit. She's still in love with you, too. My head jerks up and I stare at him. What makes you say that? I can see it. He taps the side of his head. I pay attention and read people really well. Oh, yeah? You're all-knowing, huh? I am. Of course, it helps that Hazel told me you were still Bree's dream guy tonight. He flutters his eyelashes as he says it. I throw a bottle cap in his direction that he dodges easily. She did not say that. Actually, she did. In those exact same words, he chuckles. That girl's a trip. She's got to be a handful for her mom and dad. I bark out a laugh. Yeah, she is. She reminds me a little of Harper at that age. Has everyone around her wrapped around her finger. Has no filter. Cute enough that you forget the sassiness that comes out of her mouth. Quiet surrounds us. Only the sounds of crickets chirping and Rocky chewing on a rawhide bone are heard around us. A car door slamming shut. Don't let that bitterness continue to take over, Grady. I see it threatening at the surface. I know she hurts you, but is your pride really worth it? Or are you finally going to admit that you don't just love her, you're in love with her? The lie that I'm not in love with her doesn't even make it to my lips before... Grady? Kennedy's cheerful voice rings out from the side of the house as she comes into view. Drew's eyes widen, and he presses his lips together to stop from laughing at my immediate panic. Kennedy is wearing a slinky, bright blue dress short enough that if she bent over, I'm pretty sure Drew and I would get a good look at what she's wearing underneath. By the size of the dress, it looks like it could fit Hazel, considering it dips low in the front and the back. Her makeup is heavy, much heavier than what she usually wears, and her heels are high. Hey, Kennedy. She struts over, leaning down to kiss me on the cheek, her breasts bulging as she shifts. Hi, babe. Babe? I glance at Drew, who's covering his face as best he can with his beer bottle. His eyes dance, and he wiggles his fingers around them like he did earlier when talking about crazy eyes. What are you doing here? She glances over the yard and back to me again, causing a niggle of nervousness to form in my gut. Thought I'd come see if I convinced you to change your mind about tomorrow night, she coos, running a finger down my bicep. I look down and shift so she's not touching me anymore. Clearing my throat, I take another drink of my beer and lean back in my chair, farther from her. No, sorry. Like I said, I already have plans. She sticks out her bottom lip. Boo, you're no fun. Drew stands up, setting his half-full bottle down on the table. I'm gonna head out, he says, throwing a thumb over his shoulder. He walks around the table, grips my shoulder. I'll talk to you in the morning, he says, before adding, good luck with, everything. Kennedy wiggles her fingers in Drew's direction and settles into a chair beside me. What's going on? You got a date? I ask her, hoping she says yes. Her eyebrows furrow, and she gives me a strange look. No, silly. Why would I have a date? I want to say because it's a Friday night, or because you're dressed like you're going on a date, or to dance against a pole. But I keep my mouth shut. I'm here to see you, she flirts. Since when does she flirt? With me, I mean. Yeah, she did in the beginning, but once I explained we would only ever be just friends, she went back to treating me like normal. For the most part. Her recent behavior has me rethinking every encounter we've had over the past few years. Kennedy, she looks at me from under her lashes. I heard what Drew said, Grady. I swallow hard. Shit, I don't like the way she's looking at me or the way she's talking right now. About? Being in love? She whispers. She stands up slowly, steps between my legs, and before I know what's happening, she's straddling my lap, her arms wrapped around my neck. Kennedy, I think you... Shh. She places a finger on my lips.
It's okay. I'm in love with you, too. And just because she's back around, it doesn't mean anything. We can still finally be together, the way it was always meant to be.
I'm stunned silent, my mouth hanging open, and she takes it as her cue to press her lips to mine, her tongue immediately begging for entry.
Chapter 16. Bree. There's my answer. He's with Kennedy. I wondered, though, having him kiss me in his office caused hopeful doubt to rise. But seeing her right now, straddling his lap, her lips pressed against his as her hands are wrapped around his neck, it's obvious. I turn away from the window quickly. The window I was unfortunately staring out of, like a creepy weirdo. I'm going to pack a bag, I tell my mom. Oh? Yeah, I think I'd like to come home for the weekend. Since I got here, I've done nothing but work, and I need a break. The boys, are they going to be home? We can have them come home, right? Maybe do a little family weekend thing? I miss everyone. It's been too long. And Andy, well, I'd like to see him. See what work you guys have been doing on the house. Maybe have dinner at Balance? I haven't even seen the inside of Dreamin' Beans since you repainted. It's been too long. You already said that, Mom says. Huh? You're rambling and repeating yourself. What's going on? Nothing? My reply is too quick, too sharp and high-pitched. She scrunches her nose up and looks at Hazel, whose look is mimicking our mother's, right down to the nose and arms crossed over her chest. She's so much like our mom. She even tries to sneak cups of coffee if she can. Sharing is caring, you know. I need, a break from here. I end on a whisper. Mom nods her head and looks to the window. She can't see anything from where she's standing, but she's a smart woman. She can put two and two together. You know you're always welcome back home. You don't even have to ask. But don't run. Not again. Figure it out and don't jump to conclusions. I don't tell her it's hardly considered jumping to conclusions when I saw the guy I'm in love with kissing another woman. I simply nod my head and walk to my bedroom to pack a small bag to bring with me. Hazel bounces into my room, throwing herself on my bed. Why are you coming home? I look at her over my shoulder. She's sitting cross-legged, looking far older than her 6 years. Because I miss you guys. It's not because that girl was kissing Grady? I close my eyes. How the heck did she see? I saw it before you turned around and pretended like you didn't see it. He doesn't like her, though. I know it. Hazel, I sigh. This is kind of grown-up stuff. She wrinkles her nose like she just smelled something funky. Like lies. Nuh-uh. I know what it is. You still love him. I heard you one day saying to Mommy that you were dreaming of him. He's your dream guy. I chuckle. She's so sweet and innocent. Plus, you turned around too fast and didn't see he pushed her off his lap. I did, though. I saw it. He didn't look happy. And she was mad, too. I pause, a hanger dangling from my fingertips. The shirt slips off and lands in a heap on the floor at my feet. I whirl around and look at her. What? She shrugs and nods but doesn't expand. Though, what can I expect? She's 6 and has already been more intuitive than is normal for her age. I bolt out of my bedroom like a woman on a mission, and then, as nonchalantly as possible, peek out the window. I notice there's no one on the patio, which means either Hazel was right, or they're now inside, which makes me sick to think about. He sent her away, Mom says in a bored tone. I take a deep breath through my nose. I changed my mind. About? I ask. You can't come home this weekend. It really doesn't work for us. Oh, really? I'm not allowed to come home now? Nope, because Andy's right. Enough is enough. Either shit or get off the pot, Bree. Own up to your past mistakes. Be honest with him about everything. Let him make a decision about whether or not he wants to be with you based on all the facts. Quit pussyfooting around and go get the guy. If you want him, which we all know you do, then quit being a baby and start chasing him. This is your life, Bree. This isn't a game. And I know you made a mistake. I don't even try to argue with her. Not when she's so right. Mom, I murmur. I know, sweetie, I know. It's hard being an adult, and taking ownership for your flubs in life is even harder. But you need to move forward. You've been stuck in this rut for too long, and honestly, Andy and I can't take it any longer. Eventually, she and Hazel head home, leaving me with enough to think about as I lay my head down on my pillow. I know I'm not going to sleep much, if any. The morning light burns through the blinds covering my windows. I blink, feeling like my eyes are full of sand. They burn as I eventually pry them open, feeling like I slept only a few minutes. I slowly get up out of bed and head to the kitchen. After impatiently waiting for the 30 seconds it takes for my coffee to brew in my Keurig, I settle in on the couch with my large mug and inhale the comforting scent. After my dad passed away and Mom started the coffee shop, the smell of coffee became somewhat of a security blanket for me. If the smell was surrounding me, it meant my mom was close by. I finish my first cup quickly and go back to the kitchen to make a second. My phone pings where I set it on the counter, and I reach for it, my heartbeat picking up when I see who it is. Grady.
Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Be here. Time to get shit sorted.
How very alpha of him. Me. Not going to ask if that works for me? Grady.
Nope.
Awesome. He's obviously not in a great mood, and it's not like he's completely out of line. We do need to get everything sorted out. Last night, though, he seemed very reluctant to offer any sort of forgiveness, so the thought of going to his place to get yelled at isn't too appealing. And then, because I'm an idiot and his pushiness annoyed me. Will we be alone, or will your girlfriend be joining us? Grady.
Really? You're going there?
Me. Just want to know what to prepare for. Grady.
I'm glad to know you think I'd kiss you when I had a girlfriend.
Shit. He's right. I'm still accusing him of the same thing I did all those years ago, with no basis to the accusation. Grady.
I don't have patience for this shit, Bree.
Me. I know, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Grady.
That's the shittiest part. You did mean it.
Grady.
I changed my mind about tomorrow. Get your ass over here.
Shit. Grady.
Now. I don't give a shit if you're still in your pajamas. I've seen you in far less, so either I'm coming over there or you're coming here.
I suppose now's not the time to let him know his alpha behavior is actually turning me on, huh? Or I could just ignore him and see if he makes good on his word to come here and get me, possibly throwing me over his shoulder, carrying me back to his place. Oh, see? There I go, letting my imagination run away from me. Me. I'm on my way. No response. Not even the 3 little bubbles popping up that would let me know he's texting me back. Right. I chug down the rest of my coffee, knowing I'll definitely need the caffeine to get me through this conversation, and eat a quick granola bar. I hustle into my room, throw on a pair of capri leggings, and grab a thin hoodie, tossing it on over the camisole I'm wearing. I make a quick stop in the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face, then find a hair tie and slide it on my wrist. Flip-flops go on my feet, and I'm on my way over to his house. Since he knows I'm coming over, I let myself in through the low wooden gate. He's standing on his patio, arms crossed over his chest, his happy dog sitting at his feet, tail wagging and thumping against the ground. At least one of them is happy to see me. Grady nods his head behind him, and I follow him into his home. Taking a deep breath, I step over the threshold, Rocky on my heels. If I were here under other circumstances, I'd take my time, inspect every nook and cranny of his home. But, alas, he seems to be on a mission as he storms into the kitchen. He opens the fridge, pulls out 2 bottles of water, and tosses one to me. He walks into his living room and gestures for me to take a seat on the couch, his large frame taking up the bulk of a large dark brown suede recliner. Rocky jumps up on the couch where there's a blanket spread out. He curls up and sighs deeply, like even he knows we're in for a long talk.
My girlfriend, Bree? Really?
Grady wastes no time in reminding me of my incredibly immature text. She was at the field yesterday, then over last night. On your lap, kissing you. My voice stays strong, much stronger than I expected it to. He raises an eyebrow.
And?
So he's not denying anything. I shrug again, this time looking away, reaching out a hand to scratch behind Rocky's ear. So very grown-up of me.
Bree?
Grady's tone causes my head to jerk up, to return my focus on him. I shift, tucking my legs up so they're resting against the side of the couch. I can do this. I can tell him everything, right down to the ugly parts. No waiting. I launch right in. 1 week after I broke up with you, I found out I was pregnant. The days leading up to it, I spent every night tossing and turning. I felt sick to my stomach, but figured it was because deep down I knew I had made a mistake, that the other half of my soul was missing. He winces, but now that I've started, I have to keep going. Andy was actually the one who questioned me. He noticed me throwing up.
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm, a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love. Esquines dice show.
could tell it wasn't from a flu bug. It's kind of creepy how he can tell when a woman is pregnant before they realize it themselves. I chuckle. He doesn't return my laughter. Anyway, I murmur. He went to the store, bought a bunch of tests and brought them back home. Sat me down and said no matter what the test said, he'd be there for me when I was finished. Then he hugged me tight, kissed me on the cheek, told me I was loved always. I cried. He laughed, handed me a bottle of water, and then shoved me into the bathroom and I peed on a stick. Then another and another. All 3 were positive. He asked me if I needed him to pee on one too, because that's what my mom made him do. He's seriously such a dork. I chuckle again and shake my head, feeling a little overwhelmed over the fact he's one of the best things in our lives. I notice the hurt in Grady's eyes, the way he's pressing his lips together, and the desire to go over, wrap my arms around him, and hug him is so overwhelming, I have to press myself deeper into the cushions. Grady?
That should have been me,
He says quietly, angrily.
I love Andy, but it should have been me,
He repeats. My heart feels like it could crack in 2. It pounds so hard I can hear the beat, feel it between my ears. You're right. It was selfish of me. I'm so sorry, I tell him, and hope he can hear the sincerity in my voice.
What else?
I drag my teeth over my bottom lip. If I was depressed and sad before I found out, I spiraled out of control after. Everything I put into my mouth, what little that was, came right back up. I wasn't sleeping. I cried more tears than I did when my dad died. I didn't shower for 4 days, and only on the 5th day because my mom dragged me out of my bed and threw me under the running water, fully clothed.
Why?
It's a question no one has asked me. Simple and to the point. Not even my mom asked me why I was so sad. Because I knew I only had 2 options, and I didn't like either. I could tell you I was pregnant, and we could get back together, but you'd always wonder if the only reason I was with you was because I didn't want to parent alone. I knew I messed up, and I needed to come to terms with the fact I had to earn your trust back. Telling you I was pregnant was not going to be the deciding factor in earning that again.
And the other?
The other option was for me to tell you, and us not get back together.
You had that little faith in me, huh?
No, I had faith in you. I knew you'd be there for me, for the baby. I knew you'd never turn your back on us. But I didn't deserve for you to be there for me. If there was no baby in the picture, I mean.
You assumed I didn't understand you were scared, that you didn't see what happened to your mom and had become terrified it could trickle down to you.
A part of me knew. I have no excuse. I could say it was pregnancy hormones, having so much happen at once, or just plain stupidity.
I'm clinging to that last one,
he says, but smirks, and I relax, marginally. Yes, let me put it out there. I know I was the largest form of idiot for breaking up with you in the first place.
Go on,
he says, presenting me with both hands like he's ready to hear more of my self-criticism. I roll my eyes. Ha, ha, ha. Hilarious. He smiles and leans back, ankle crossed over his knee.
I don't want to fight with you, and I really don't want to continue holding on to this anger. I know you. There's more to this story, so please, put me out of my misery already and tell me the rest.
After Mom pulled me out of my funk, she and Andy sat me down and reminded me I couldn't treat my body the way I was. The boys, even they got in on it. They were worried, so I was self-destructing. They pretty much had an intervention. Anyway, remember that week? You had left with Cole? You'd gone to Andy's cabin. I'm pretty sure our parents had a hand in that.
Yeah, Cole saw that I needed to get away from Liberty and pretty much didn't give me any other choice but to join him. Dad called Andy and asked if we could go hide out at his cabin for a while.
I pulled up my big girl britches, realized this was a blessing. I knew it wouldn't be easy, obviously. I spent the next few days gathering my thoughts, trying to take better care of myself. Not wanting to run to the cabin and interrupt your time, I stayed home, decided I would tell you as soon as you were home. But then, life had other plans. I wipe a stray tear. I woke up one morning and had horrible cramps. I knew something was wrong, but since I'd never been pregnant before, I also had no idea what exactly was happening. Then I went to the bathroom and there was blood. And the cramps kept getting worse, the blood heavier. Even not having experienced it before, I knew I'd lost the baby. Mom took me to the doctor anyway, had them test my blood. My HCG levels were still up, but they said that was normal until my body...
HCG? And what? Your body what?
HCG is the hormone detected in pregnancy. And until my body absorbed the fetus. The look on his face says how horrified he is by the sound of it. I was, too.
What? It does that?
Apparently. He stands up, paces around the room.
I don't understand.
Me either. According to my doctor, many of the miscarriages that happen can't be explained. Of course, I didn't hear what they were saying. I only heard I lost our baby. The baby that you and I had created together. It might not have been planned, but we loved each other. Even though I had broken up with you, and I knew we'd somehow make it work. My emotions, they were all over the place. I hadn't been taking care of myself. I let my health suffer.
For a few weeks, Bree. I hardly see that being a reason anything could have happened.
Yeah, well, my headspace wasn't necessarily in the right place to see that reasoning. My mom and Andy, though, they were great. He stops a few feet away from me, hands on his hips. Rocky lifts his head and watches as his master fights a battle within himself.
I need you to know something. Everything you're telling me, I'm grateful for. I want to know all the details. I need to know. But the more I hear, the angrier I am I wasn't there. You didn't trust me enough to let me take care of you, to be there with you.
Grady, nothing you could have done would have changed the outcome.
You don't know that,
he says angrily. Ah, another layer is peeled. Grady isn't just angry I failed to let him know about the miscarriage. Actually, I would dare to bet that's only a small part of it. Grady's a fixer. He's a person who's there for everyone around him. He's always in control. There's a reason he was given the job to lead an entire team of college students on the football field. Because he's capable of it. This is something he can't fix. Couldn't have fixed. And that not only drives him crazy, it pisses him off. I stand and slowly make my way to where he's standing next to a fireplace. I reach out my hands and grip his in mine. It happened. If you were with me, the only thing that would have changed is you would have had to experience the same sort of heartache.
I'm experiencing it now,
he tells me, eyes shining. My throat feels like it's closing up, seeing his sadness, his heartache splayed right out there in front of me. I know, and I hate it for you.
What else?
I resist the urge to drop his hands and turn away. Instead, I take a deep breath and steel myself for what's to come.
That bad?
See, this is the problem with talking with the person who still owns part of your soul. They see right through you. Now I do drop his hands. I mentioned before I spiraled out of control. Well, that was nothing. As you know, I switched schools, moved to Peoria.
I can't believe you left Southern Michigan. It was your dream school, Bree. What were you thinking?
I know he was pissed when I officially transferred to a different college. From what my mom told me, he pounded on their door and demanded to know where I was. She held strong, even though it about killed her to do so. I wasn't. Not really. My past mistakes, decisions, I have to live with them for the rest of my life. Good and bad. They're mine, and I own them. Not many I'm proud of, but I can't keep thinking in the past.
So tell me, then. I can't keep thinking in the past either. And quite honestly, you're scaring me.
I sit back down on the couch, this time closer to Rocky so I can pet him as I talk. The first year was bad. I was depressed. Deeply so. The only thing that kept me going was Hazel. My mom totally used her to her benefit, reminding me that she would be looking up to me and I needed to keep it together. Academically, I was doing great. It was where I focused all my time. I didn't go out with friends, didn't even really make any to go out with. I studied, and that was it. Well, and keeping up with... Well, let's just say my love for SMS didn't fade because I was living in Illinois. He takes a seat again, this time on the coffee table in front of me. I came home for the summer. I was offered an internship in Peoria and was going to accept it. But Andy and the boys came and visited me one weekend, and they weren't pleased with what they saw. Mom had to stay home because Hazel was sick, so it was just me and them. Andy took one look at me, sent the boys to the hall, and told me I had only one option, and that was to come home for the summer and let them help me get better. I spent the entire summer at the cabin.
So that's why no one could go use the cabin that summer? How did I not know you were around?
I twist the cap off my water, take a few drinks before recapping it and setting it on the couch beside me. Probably because I only came home once. I was so ashamed and had become a shell of myself. I tell him and shrug one shoulder. I don't need to go into details of what I looked like, how much weight I'd lost.
But you're okay now, right?
He asks, his eyes running a trail over my body. I am. Now. But it wasn't an easy road. The summer helped, and my family was supportive. But something happened right before I left for school in the fall, and, well, it messed with my head.
Which was?
I saw a picture. It was stupid, and I overreacted. But, well, Dawson. I ignore the way his eyes widen, but can't escape the fact I see his fists clench at the name. He was the one who showed me a picture of you with Kennedy. The one day I came to Liberty, I bumped into him on the sidewalk by Dreamin' Beans. I don't know exactly how Dawson knew Kennedy, but he must have followed her on Instagram somewhere along the way, because she posted a picture of the two of you together, and was kind enough to show it to me. He scrunches his eyebrows.
We were never together. At least, not for long. We tried, but it was never right.
Well, the pictures he showed me were certainly cozy. Either way, I had no right. I broke up with you and lost that. It wasn't fair of me to be upset over you being with someone else. But it didn't change the fact that it definitely drove me nuts. Dawson picked up on it, pounced, let me know you were moving on. You had been for a while. Fed me full of bullshit I was stupid enough to believe.
You let that fuckwit Dawson get into your head?
I did. I was in a low place. It's not a good excuse, because we all know what a dillhole he is. He wouldn't walk away or leave me alone no matter how much I fought with him about it. In the end, though, it's on me. He may have been the one who showed me the picture, but I was the one who jumped to conclusions. I left for Illinois the next morning. He watches me closely, trying to figure out what it is that I'm not telling him. Rather than making him drag it out of me, I come out with it on my own. I relapsed. All the weight I'd gained back was just that much more I lost. It started with not having an appetite, not eating enough calories. When the hunger pains weren't enough to dull the ache, I started exercising more than before. I would go for runs at all hours of the day.
Night, too?
He asks, and I know he's thinking how unsafe that was. Yeah, I didn't care much about myself at the time. But soon it started to numb the pain of seeing you with another girl. A girl who was the opposite of me in every way. She was beautiful, tall, blonde. And here I was, this short, frumpy, dark-haired nobody who broke your heart because she was scared and an idiot. Every time I looked in the mirror, all I saw was everything I wasn't, and everything she was.
She was never everything,
he murmurs. I reach over and scratch Rocky's ears again, and he lifts his head, moving it so he's laying nestled up against me. It's like he knows I need his comfort right now. He's the cuddliest big dog. I'm pretty sure he thinks of himself as a lapdog the way he's acting. By the grace of God, I managed to still pass some of my classes. I'm not sure how, considering I couldn't concentrate on anything the professor was saying when I did care enough to grace the classroom with my presence. I found a part-time job working retail that would keep me in Peoria for the summer, so I didn't have to go home. Mom and Andy knew something was up, but I think they were afraid if they continued to push too hard, I'd back away even more than I already was. This time, it was Jack who saved me.
Jack? As in Uncle James's son?
I feel the sting of tears and itch my nose. My chin trembles, and I bite my lip, desperately trying to keep from crying. It's no use. Jack means the world to me. Yeah, he had a long weekend break and came over to surprise me.
Let me get this straight. My cousin left culinary school and decided to surprise you?
Sort of, yes. Turns out the families were in cahoots to get me back home. They thought maybe if that happened, you and I would somehow get back together, I say, nervous laughter bubbling up from my chest. I wave my hand in front of my face because I'm anxious and awkward and don't know what else to do with my hands at the moment. It was part of the plan, I found out much later. He was the carrot they were going to dangle in front of the racehorse, so to speak.
They sent the nice one in first,
he says in understanding. Yes and no. Jack offered. Carly was going to come, but Jack insisted. His expression gives nothing away, and since he's not saying anything, I take that as my cue to continue. The last time I'd been home or saw the family was Christmas, and it was easy to hide my body under baggy clothes.
When was it when Jack came to your place?
June, I admit.
Wait, it had been 6 months since anyone had seen you? How did that happen?
I was pretty good at making excuses, and still very ashamed. Maybe more so then. I knew how I looked. Not only was I losing too much weight, but I was ugly too.
I doubt that,
he mutters under his breath, but I hear it. And damn it if all those silly words don't blossom a full-blown hope tree in my chest. He saved my life, I whisper, knowing the worst is yet to come of my confessions. His eyes widen.
Explain.
I fiddle with the hem of my shirt, avoidance at its best.
Bree,
he says quietly.
I need to know what caused you to think it was okay to spend 6 years avoiding me and making sure everyone we love didn't tell me a single thing about you.
Lips pressed together again, my head bobs up and down. This is really hard for me to admit, but you need to understand something before I tell you the rest. I was sick, Grady. I was clinically depressed and anorexic. When I first started losing weight, it was because I was depressed, disappointed in myself for the decisions I'd made. Then it blossomed into this feeling of control. My weight was the only thing I could get a handle on, even though it was out of hand. It probably doesn't make any sense to you, but in my mind, I wouldn't have lost you to someone completely opposite of me if I was thin. He opens his mouth and points, surely about to accuse me of that being total bullshit, but I hold up a hand and forge on. I can continue to say I get it. I was the one who left him, and he can say the same. But we've already done that dance. It's time to move on. My self-esteem was basically gone. I thought so little of myself. I whisper. I'm lucky Jack showed up on my doorstep that day. Humiliation had filled me for abandoning my family. My mom was, and still is, my best friend. Andy, the boys, my baby sister, they didn't deserve the way I turned my back on them. Not when they did nothing but love me and show me they would be there for me. Grady's family, too. The disease itself is what pulled me under, allowed the shame to feed off the lies my own body was telling me, that I wasn't worthy of a love I had once had. I believed the lies he told me.
Bree,
he murmurs.
This is what kept you from me for 6 years. From your family. Your friends.
You won't understand.
I'd like to try. You didn't give me a choice before. I would like the chance now.
Jack, he, came at the right time. He didn't bother knocking either.
Why?
Because the noises he heard on the other side of the door made him make the decision to come in. His eyes are stormy and voice low when he says,
And what, exactly, was happening on the other side of the door to make him come in without knocking?
He heard something break, followed immediately by pretty harsh male shouting. Instinct told him something wasn't right. He saved my life. I say again.
Chapter 17. Grady. I stand up, pace around the room. Someone was hurting her. I want to yank my own hair out. I want to punch something. A wall? Maybe this fuckwad's face in? For not getting out of my own prideful state and kicking down her door years ago? For helping her to realize that there is no one better than her. There never has been. Never will be. I stop, turn, and face her. How long? Her head drops as she stares at her lap. It started right after spring break. What? I ask, my voice cracking a little bit. I feel the tears building at the thought of what she's about to tell me. I don't want to hear any of this. She nods. I met Trent a few weeks before Halloween. I was still struggling with my weight, but he showed me that I was still desirable. He didn't push for us to become serious, wanted to be friends. It was, well, nice. I close my eyes, lean over the mantel above the fireplace. My hands grip the edge of the wood so hard my knuckles turn white. I now understand the hurt my friendship with Kennedy caused her, or is still causing her. Justified or not, I think we'll both be protective over that side of our lives. Friendship with a member of the opposite sex was what led to my first love. Hearing she was friends with someone else like that, it hurts, whether he became an abusive asshole or not. Turning back around, I cross my arms across my chest. Voice gruff, I say, I need to know the rest. When I got home from winter break, he and I got together for dinner. He told me that the time we spent apart showed him he wanted more. Asked me if I'd consider going on a date with him. I said no at first, but he was persistent. And honestly, it felt good to be pursued. He complimented me all the time, told me I was beautiful, never made me feel like my ever-thinning frame was a bad thing. I look back now and realize it for what it was. Part of his manipulation. He seemed to get off on me being so skinny that he could see the veins in my arms, count the ribs in my chest. The image that flashes in my mind makes me physically ill. What changed? He became jealous. Simple as that. She scoffs like it's no big deal. He saw me talking to a classmate. Ironically enough, it was a guy who was concerned about me. Saw that I was shrinking before everyone's eyes. Told me his twin sister was anorexic, and he was pretty blunt with me about the fact that he knew I was as well. He told me he was there for me if I ever needed to talk, that his sister would be willing to talk to me also. His concern was genuine and, quite frankly, warranted. Trent walked up just as Aaron was giving me a hug, passing me a piece of paper with his number on it. At first, he didn't say anything. He drove us back to my apartment. Nothing in the way he was acting could have prepared me for what came next. The second the door shut behind us, he started in on me. Asked me how long I'd been cheating on him. Slung hateful words at me. Played into my insecurities. What the fuck? I growl. Just over talking to a guy? I'm breathing heavy, and every single cell in my body is warning me to run, that I'm not going to want to hear the rest of the story. She nods sadly. But it was only that one isolated incident, and, of course, he apologized immediately. Said he was just worried because he didn't want to lose me. He was so sneaky. I don't know why I believed him or why I didn't leave him. It sounds cliché, but his apologies came quickly, seemed sincere. I love you so much, I can't stand the idea of sharing you with anyone else, he would always say. Somehow I managed to calm myself down enough to ask, And Jack? What happened when he came to your place? When Jack barged in, it was because he heard something break first, but then the shouting. Shit. What do you mean?
Eyes filled with tears, I move to crouch in front of her, taking her hands in mine. I send up a prayer that what I think she's about to tell me is so far from the truth. "You can tell me, Bree," I tell her, moving to sit beside her. What I want to do is pull her onto my lap, to go back in time, stop this whole fucked up situation from ever happening in the first place.
My weight was at its lowest when I saw Aaron at a coffee shop. The look on his face when he took in my appearance is something I'll never forget. I had this overwhelming desire to apologize to him.
"What do you mean?"
"Grady, I felt like such a failure in every facet of my life, and when he first approached me, even though we'd never met, I knew he had the right to. I was very aware of the fact that I had an eating disorder. I didn't know how to get a handle on it. I knew he was coming to me from a place of concern. Anyway, Aaron pulled me aside and sat down at a table with me. But rather than sitting across from me, he took a seat next to mine. He was speaking quietly to me, so he was leaning in close. Trent had apparently been tracking my phone because when he came in the door, it was obvious he already knew I'd be there. I was so much like Aaron's sister, Ava, and he wanted so badly to help her, to make her better. When Trent saw Aaron and I talking, I knew it was going to be bad.
"How bad?"
Trent and I, we had never been intimate, at least not sex. He assumed that was because I had been cheating on him the entire time with Aaron. There was no convincing him otherwise. He threw a beer bottle across the room and it shattered.
My nostrils flare. "And that's when Jack came in?"
She nods, pressing her lips together, chin trembling. Yes, he could hear him shouting at me from the other side of the door. If he hadn't been there, I don't know if he would have turned physical against me.
"And he what, got you to safety? Trent just let him walk in and leave with you?" I ask incredulously.
No, but a neighbor had already called 911 and told them they'd heard the same thing Jack had. Jack got in Trent's face, stood in front of me to keep me safe. The police showed up only a few minutes later, took our statements. The next morning, I filed a restraining order against Trent, and Jack stayed with me for a couple days. After everything that happened with your Aunt Carly, I'm sure he was having some pretty major flashbacks of his own, you know?
I nod. We all know Carly's story. She was lucky to get out of the abusive marriage, but not before Jack witnessed the worst of it. He was only 13 and walked into the living room at the same time her ex-husband started physically abusing her. Carly didn't stay around for it to happen again and moved to our hometown. She'd been living in Liberty for a few years and found happiness with my Uncle James when Vince, her ex, found where she and Jack were living and tried to recreate history. Jack came home just in time to stop it. So yeah, he saved my life. I don't know how long I would have stayed with Trent or continued to let my body dwindle to nothing if Jack hadn't come in. I let all the news she just told me settle in a little bit, but quickly realized if I stay in this house, I'm likely going to break something. I think we need a break. She nods sadly. I mean, a break from story time. How I'm able to speak calmly, I'm not sure. What I want to do is track down this fucker and finish off whatever Jack did to stop him from hurting Bree. I'm hoping he used some form of fists.
Oh, I'm sorry. Was it?
I stand up and hold my hand out to her. Bree, stop it. I needed to hear everything. It's a lot to take in. Let's take Rocky for a walk. The second he hears the word walk, his ears perk up and he races to the door where his leash hangs.
Oh, okay, yeah, that would be good.
I look down at her feet and notice she's still in flip-flops. They're not the flimsy rubber kind, but they're not the most supportive either. Wanna put on sneakers? She quirks a brow at me.
Are we planning to do some speed walking? A quick 5K? I think I'll be all right in these.
Glad to see you never lost your smartass. She smirks, but it's her next move that takes me by complete surprise. She lifts up on her toes, bringing our joined hands behind her so my hand is resting on the small of her back, and kisses me on the cheek, lips lingering on my skin for a few seconds. When she lowers herself, our hands are still in the same position, our bodies so close together I can feel her chest rise and fall. I want to wrap my other arm around her and say fuck it all to taking Rocky on a walk.
Thank you, Grady.
For? listening, not judging me, being honest about your feelings, especially when you have every right to be angry with me for not speaking to you for 6 years. I shift, framing her face in the palms of my hands, and lean down, letting my forehead rest against hers. Don't you get it yet, Bree?
Get what?
It doesn't matter what happened in your past, what mistakes you made. My love for you, it doesn't have a beginning or an end. I would have waited for you forever.
Chapter 18. Bree. Rocky's pulling on his leash, anxious to smell everything in his path. He walks 5 feet, then smells a tree or blade of grass. I already feel a great kinship with him. I get distracted easily, too. He stops and pees on a rock, then sniffs his own pee to make sure he's still claimed it as his own. Maybe I don't have that much in common with him. My arm brushes against Grady's every few steps we take, but he makes no move to stop our constant touching, so I don't either. If I thought my eyes felt like sandpaper when I woke up this morning, now they feel like sawdust mixed with broken glass was sprinkled directly into my eyes. Reliving those 2 ugly years was exactly as hard as I knew it would be, but Grady deserves to know everything that happened.
Can I ask you another question?
He asks, pulling back on Rocky's leash to keep him on the sidewalk as best he can. Of course.
It's not really a question, more like a confirmation.
Grady, whatever it is you're wondering, I promise to be honest with you.
The reason you stayed away, it was because you were ashamed and embarrassed.
Yes and no. I wasn't the same person you knew me as. The anorexia, it messed with me in so many ways. I had to give myself time to become mentally and physically healthy again. I knew you deserved that much. But so did I. One of the things I learned about during therapy while I was in treatment for anorexia...
Treatment?
Yes. Jack gave me exactly 2 days at home. Kept my mom and Andy informed of what was happening. Kept the boys away, even though they were dying to get to Peoria and go after Trent. Anyway, he gave me 2 days at home to cry, to think. Then he said he was taking me to a treatment facility for people with eating disorders. With Lily's connections as a social worker, she knew which facility would be best for me.
Another one of my family members who knew everything that was going on without telling me,
he says, a far-off look to his face. I stop, grip his forearm, and turn him to face me. You need to understand something. I had to get better without you. That's what I learned in therapy. You and I, we had a habit of relying and leaning heavily on each other. It's not a bad thing, but if they had told you what was going on, you'd try to fix it. Fix me. I had to do it on my own. I needed to get stronger without you. For me, and I had hoped, for us. And then, well, the accident.
What about the accident?
I wait, letting him connect the timeline. His eyebrows scrunch together.
Were you in treatment when I had the accident?
I was, though it's not like I was locked up. I was allowed to leave if I needed to. I explain, again wondering if my words are going to trigger a memory. If something happened that was important enough for me to leave. He looks at me closely, then down at my hand that's still resting on his arm. He takes it in his own. His eyes are glistening when they meet mine once again.
You were there.
All I can do is nod and shrug.
It wasn't a dream. You were really there, in my hospital room after the accident.
I didn't know you remembered.
I thought, fuck, Bree. I thought I had imagined you being there. Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you come back?
I did come back, the next day after your surgery. He shakes his head like he's about to argue with me, but he didn't see me. No one did. You had a visitor. He thinks for a moment, then his eyes flare.
Kennedy.
In my head, he said a 4-letter word. She was very emotional. He squeezes my hand but doesn't let go, bringing me the comfort I desperately seek from him. We start walking again, as Rocky seems to be losing his attention span for smelling the bushes we stopped near.
She was worried,
he says after a while. Yeah, I want to say I was too, but think better of it. We continue in silence for several more blocks before arriving back at his house. He tugs me along, not releasing his grip on my hand. As soon as Grady unhooks Rocky's leash, he rushes over to his water dish. I excuse myself to use the restroom. He points me in the direction of a small powder room off the laundry room, and he tells me he's going to use the one off his bedroom. I do my business quickly and walk back into the kitchen, just in time to see Grady pouring us each a glass of iced tea from a pitcher in his fridge. Glad I made a pit stop in the restroom.
I think we need to clear up the question rolling around in your head about Kennedy,
he tells me, settling us both into chairs on his patio. I don't even try to argue with him or lie that I don't have questions. I have so many questions I can't even begin to count them.
I met her the summer after my sophomore year. We went on a couple dates. It didn't feel right, but we became good friends. We remained that way. In the recent weeks, it appears she may be wanting more. It's possible when we discussed only being friends, she may not have been as on board with the idea as I originally thought. Last night, she stopped by unannounced. She overheard Drew say something that led her to believe I was in love with her. Without waiting for me to tell her otherwise, she kissed me, which, of course, you saw.
A dark single eyebrow raises above his right eye, and I feel my face flush.
If your face would have stayed planted to the window, you would have seen I stopped the kiss and gently let her know she misunderstood what she heard, who we were talking about.
Oh, he grins.
Oh, that's it? You're not going to do a little dance? Cheer? Fist pump?
Fist pump? Really? I joke with a roll of my eyes. He doesn't need to know that I already mentally did all three of those as well as high-fived myself.
You're so transparent.
He chuckles.
I'm not with Kennedy or anyone else, Bree. 1 week ago, you were on my lap, and we were well on our way to doing far more than just kissing when Drew interrupted us. I wouldn't have allowed that to happen if I was seeing someone else.
I'm sorry I accused you of that. I know better.
Well, I guess if the situation was reversed, I probably would have reacted similarly.
Is it wrong for those words to make the butterfly farm in my stomach start to riot?
That makes you happy?
He asks me, and I realize my mouth has broken out into a smile, one I can't seem to wipe away. Leaning over the table, he reaches out, the tip of his finger drawing a pattern on the palm of my hand. I zero in on the tattoo I had inked into my wrist. I silently cried the entire time the gun was buzzing, inking forever into my skin. Does it make you mad?
That it makes you happy, or the tattoo?
Both.
I'd never be mad at you for feeling happy about something.
And the tattoo? He lifts one shoulder.
Well, we did have a plan.
I absorb his words, let them wrap around me like a cozy blanket. I didn't think we'd ever... My words trail off as the damn tears start up again. Ugh, I groan. I can't stop crying. It's like I broke the seal. We share a quiet laugh. Then I'm not laughing because his lips are softly brushing against mine. Once, twice. The kiss is unexpected and over too quickly.
Next time, wait for me, too.
We don't have to worry about that. His eyes bounce back and forth between mine.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
He whispers. There won't be a next time.
Chapter 19. Grady. I walk into Cole's house without knocking or ringing the doorbell. We've had an open-door policy since, well, always, and luckily I haven't walked in on anything that would make me need to bleach my eyeballs. I hear voices coming from the living room, so head in that direction. As it turns out, my luck has run out. Whoa, sorry. I cover my eyes. The eyes that have just gotten a good look at Mia's ginormous left boob. Good golly, she could milk a small cow with that thing. Mia starts laughing while Cole says, Dude!
I'm sorry, okay? I had no idea it would be out. You knew I was coming over. Why didn't you warn me? And what the hell happened to them? They're huge. She's going to poke someone's eye out with the size of her nipple. Mia's cackling at this point. Stop. Seriously, I'm going to pee my pants and I can't get up. My hand is still covering my eye, and I use the other arm to guide me to the couch. I sit down and turn so my back is to my sister-in-law and her gigantic porn boob. Seriously, not that I spend a lot of time staring at your chest because you're like a sister to me, but damn, when the hell did that happen? To drive my point home, I point in her direction, then out of the corner of my eye see Cole smirk. And are you covered yet? I can't unsee that as it is, but I'll really have a hard time forgetting if I look a second time. I'm covered. I turn around and realize she's a big fat liar. You are not. I still see boob. Grady, I'm feeding the baby. What do you expect? Obviously, he doesn't need to fit the whole breast in his mouth. He only sucks on the nipple. Oh my gosh, stop talking about your boobs and nipples. You're the one who started it. Well, you can let it go now, yeah? Oh, and yes, I'm well aware he can't fit your entire boob in his mouth. He would suffocate. They're huge, right? Cole says, grinning like a moron. Seriously, is that normal? I ask, my voice incredulous. I'm not trying to stare, but dang, it's like a bad wreck on the side of the road. I can't stop looking. My milk came in, so yes, they've gotten a little bigger. I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news here, but that's not just a little bigger. You say bad news, I say fun, Cole chuckles. If you ever get to play with them, I tease, pointing at Anderson, who's obviously enjoying Mia's enlarged breasts far more than Cole will be for the foreseeable future. Cole grumbles and Mia giggles. I leave Mia to it so she can have some privacy and walk into their kitchen to grab a drink. I pull a can of soda out of the fridge and crack it open. I heard you had a little visitor last night. Cole's leaning his hip against the counter, arms crossed over his chest. I nod, the fizzy liquid burning down my throat. How'd that happen? I narrow my eyes. What do you know? He laughs way harder than the conversation warrants. You'd think going through medical school and residency he'd be used to no sleep. Seems he's become delirious in fatherhood. It'd probably be quicker for me to say what I don't know. Such a funny, tired man. What was Kennedy doing there? I raise my eyebrows. He smirks. I might be tired, but I was awake enough to hear the gossip. This family needs to get a life, I mumble. For as long as I can remember, our family, extended and otherwise, hasn't done well with keeping secrets. Well, aside from keeping everything regarding Bree from me. Not that it's any of your business, but she was trying to convince me to come with her to a work party tonight. By sticking her tongue down your throat? I scrub a hand down my face and slam my soda can on the counter. Fuck me. Is nothing private anymore? His only response is, never has been. I decide it's much easier to come out with it, so I give him the shortened version of how my Friday night turned out. And this morning? Damn it, Cole. What? It's not my fault. Mia called Bree this afternoon. Wanted to clear things up between the two of them. I mean, yes, we heard from Christine part of last night, so Mia figured might as well make things better between the two of them since you guys are going to get back together soon. My head jerks back. What? He waggles his eyebrows and taps his temple. I know things. Never in my life have I had so many conflicting emotions as I have since Bree came back into my life. Mia called Bree. She did. I shouldn't be surprised to hear Mia stepped up. When Bree decided to end things, Mia had to watch me break down for months after, missing her so severely it felt like my heart had been ripped out of my chest. She dragged me out of the darkness and back into the light. Literally. One morning she stormed into my bedroom, the door hitting against the wall, ripped the covers off my body, and slapped me across the face before grabbing my ankle and tugging for all she was worth. I was so surprised by going from sleeping peacefully to jarred awake that she was able to pull me right out of bed, landing flat on my back with a thud. Then she not so gently nudged me with her foot until I stood up and she shoved me into the bathroom, forcing me to shower. 5 minutes later, I was in her passenger seat of her little car. She drove me to the park where I first kissed Bree. "Are you trying to drive the knife in deeper?"
No, I'm trying to show you life still goes on.
She gestures to the kids around us playing on the playground equipment. The parents watching them, some of them running around right along with the kids. A group of teenagers are in the grassy field off to the side playing flag football. It makes me smile, remembering the times my friends and I did the exact same thing. That same smile quickly vanishes when I think about how often Bree was part of those games. Mia snaps her fingers in front of my face.
She is not the reason you are living.
I sigh. She just doesn't get it.
Listen to me.
Mia places her hands on my cheeks and forces me to look down at her.
You are more than Bree Jameson's friend. More than Bree's boyfriend. You are Grady fucking Ryan, and you're amazing. 10 schools wanted you to play for them. 10! Do you realize how incredible that is? She didn't do that. You did.
She pokes a tiny finger into my chest, and I brush it away. You don't understand.
Oh, I understand perfectly. She got scared. I don't blame her. Her dad made a big mistake, and now she's questioning everything in her life, including you.
I swallow hard and breathe through my nose, pissed that the sting of it all still gets to me.
Bree is not your reason for living. She didn't make you the man you are today. Do you understand me? She's a big part of your past, I'm not denying that. But your life doesn't revolve around her, and it never did.
I look away from her knowing stare.
Grady, this is your life. You need to start living it.
What the hell do you think I'm doing? She shrugs.
Going to class and playing football.
Damn right I am. I'm killing it on the field, I shout, spreading my arms out on either side of me. Do you have any idea what kind of pressure I'm under? You just said it. I'm Grady fucking Ryan, Mia. Everyone expects me to be great. Get straight A's. Lead the team to the win. Well, guess what? I'm fucking doing it. I pound on my chest once and take a deep breath, stepping closer to her. If I'm a little sad because the girl I've loved over half my life decided I wasn't worth fighting for, then let me be sad. Let me be pissed. I deserve some time. I thought she was going to be my wife, Mia. My wife. The mother of my children.
Sad, yes. I'm not saying you're not allowed time either. But you're not just sad, Grady. You're vacant. You're right. You're doing everything everyone expects of you. What about what you expect of you? What do you want?
I want Bree. How do you not understand that? Her eyes blaze and she stands on her tiptoes, getting right up in my face.
Well, guess what? She doesn't want you. Not anymore.
I stumble back, my hand clutching where my heart is beating because it feels like she reached in and yanked it straight out of my chest.
Grady,
Mia says quietly, resting a hand on my arm.
I love Bree. You know I do. And if she got her head pulled out of her ass right now, I'd be back on board the Brady train.
No one combines names anymore, I murmur with a smirk, trying to bring some semblance of happiness into this depressing conversation.
Shut up and don't interrupt me. I'm telling you, if she were to realize her mistake, I'd be all for you two getting back together, but you can't wait around for that to happen. Cole and I, we're worried about you. We want you to be happy, and I know that seems impossible right now, but...
But what?
You have to forget about Bree for a while. And maybe this is a good thing. Maybe you'll both realize that there's someone else out there for you. Maybe not. You don't know what the future holds, but for the first time in your life, it's not planned out for you. It's a gift, Grady. It sucks, yes, and I hate that you're going through it, but it's time to live again. There's life beyond Bree.
I take a deep breath and close my eyes, feeling the damn sting of tears hit the back of my eyes. I sit down on the bench, Mia sitting next to me. I lean forward, elbows to my knees, letting my head drop between my hands. "I miss her so damn much," I whisper. She leans over, wrapping her arm around my shoulder from the back and resting her cheek on my other shoulder. "I know you do. I do too. But we can't control her feelings. She's lost, Grady. I want the hurt to go away. Why does it hurt so much?" "Because she broke your heart," she reminds me. "I can't believe she's gone." "Me either." "Why doesn't she trust me?" I whisper. "I wish I had the answer to that." "Yeah, me too. Listen to me, Grady. She's going to come back. I don't know when, and I can't even say that I want you to wait for her because that's not fair to you, but I know she'll realize her mistakes and come back to you. Your love story with Bree Jameson isn't finished. I'm not sure it ever will be." "She's your lobster," Mia's voice cuts in. I've been hearing Friends references my entire life. I'm pretty sure that's at least 50% of my mom's vocabulary. I don't even roll my eyes anymore. Her hand is patting Anderson's back softly, his head resting against her shoulder, mouth wide open in a milk coma, as she bounces up and down, moving from side to side slightly. Such a mom already. The thought makes me smile. I reach for my baby nephew, tucking him in close and smelling his head before I give him a kiss. I can't believe how much I love him already. It's not that I haven't been around babies recently. A few of my friends and cousins have kids. But this is so different. Cole hands her a glass of water and winks. "Remember, you need to keep hydrated," he tells her. My big brother's a husband and daddy. It's so weird to see. Even weirder is how jealous I am. I kiss Anderson again and murmur soft words as I walk around the house, holding him close. I can't help but let my mind drift to the baby Bree and I never got to hold, feed, and burp. So many things we never got the chance to experience. How can I feel sad over losing something I never had in the first place? I make my way into the nursery and settle into the glider rocking chair. Anderson sleeping soundly against my chest. He's so tiny that my hand covers his back. The quiet of the room allows my mind to wander to all the information I've recently learned. For the last 6 years, I questioned why it was so easy for her to walk away from us. Turns out, it wasn't easy at all. This afternoon, after Bree was back at her house, I texted Jack. 2 simple words, but he understood exactly what I was referring to. Me? Thank you. Jack? No need to thank me. Me? You know that's not true. Jack? Then you're welcome. I lean my head back, close my eyes, and take a deep breath. There's only one way to move forward. Nothing else makes sense. We've both been stuck in a rut, but now I know what was holding her back. I didn't realize how much I needed that small amount of closure. Feeling like someone is watching me, I keep my head rested against the chair. "So, you called her?" I ask, not needing to look to know who's standing in the doorway. Mia's unapologetic when she replies, "I did. I invited her here tonight, too, but she thought maybe you'd want time alone with your nephew." "Looks like you've got a handle on things here. We'll just be taking a nap if you need us," Cole jokes. I still don't open my eyes, but I smile, waving a hand of dismissal their way. "Big man and I are fine. Go. Take your nap." I look down at Anderson, still sleeping soundly. "We got this, don't we, buddy?" As if on cue, Anderson's little face scrunches up and his bottom lip pokes out. I think he's going to start crying, but then I hear the wettest fart I've ever heard and felt in my life. I still in my rocking, eyes wide. I'm not sure I have the confidence to move my arm that was resting on his butt. What the heck was that? I'm holding Anderson with as much stability as I can while I stand, desperately trying not to let his backside touch anything else of mine. I'm looking at Mia and Cole for answers, but they have completely innocent looks on their faces.
not even the least bit concerned with the catastrophic sound that emitted from their newborn. There's no way that noise could have come from his tiny body. And if it did, I'm pretty sure my brother needs to check to make sure some of his intestines didn't just fall out his butthole.
You got this, right?
Mia teases, reaching over to take Anderson back from me. Any other time I would protest, wanting some cuddle time, but I'm more than happy to hand him off right now. She can have the little poop pants, especially when I look at his tiny little bottom after handing him off and see some nasty color coming through his sleeper. I go to the bathroom to wash my hands and arms and do a double take when I see what's resting on the counter. When I make my way back into the living room, I see Cole sitting on the couch, head leaned back, looking like someone beat the hell out of him. What the hell is happening to your family? Stool softeners and hemorrhoid cream? Did Mia's giant boobs make your son have farts that could come out of a 400-pound truck driver? And what the ever-loving hell is this thing? I ask, holding up some strange suction cup funnel attached to a bottle. That's parenthood, man, he says, without so much as popping open an eye to look at what I'm showing him. I crinkle my nose and look at it again, drop it unceremoniously on the end table, and plop down on the chair just as Mia comes shuffling back into the living room. That was his third blowout of the day, she mutters, followed by a yawn. Y'all are making me want to have babies so bad, I tease. Cole's middle finger is aimed in my direction before his arm flops back to the cushion. Worth it, he murmurs with a small smile. I stand up, take hold of Anderson now that he's clean again, and place him on my chest before sitting back down on the chair, his tiny body curled up into a ball. We sit in silence for so long I'm pretty sure both Mia and Cole have fallen asleep. Their snoring and mouths wide open as drool slips out is a pretty good indication. I pay attention to those clues. Yeah, you do seem pretty worth it, little guy, I whisper into Anderson's ear before I gently stand. I wrap a thin little blanket around his body, covering his head with a little cotton hat. I step out into their backyard to take Anderson on a little stroll in the fresh night air. I walk around the small outdoor space, listening to the quiet hush of the night, his soft squeaks every so often causing my lips to quirk. I take a seat on one of their patio chairs and sigh, relaxing with him in my arms. Buddy, one day some girl is going to grab hold of your heart and it'll bring you to your knees. When that happens, you just come visit your favorite uncle. I'll be here to give you lots of pointers.
I have a feeling he'll be coming to you for lots of advice,
I hear Mia say before she takes a seat in the chair next to me, but not before bending down to kiss Anderson on the top of his head first. You were supposed to be resting, I scold her.
I'll sleep eventually. You know, before he came, I would have told you to run in the other direction.
But now?
I see the light in your eyes again, having her back in your life. I also see life is about so much more than holding a grudge.
Thank you for calling her today.
It was a long time coming. I know I was irrationally pissed. She hurt you.
She hurt you too, I say, not as a question. She nods.
True. She left all of us. We haven't talked it all through, but she's here now, and whether it's because of the article or not, I know deep down she wouldn't have allowed herself to be put in this position if she wasn't ready to move forward. I figure it's probably time for all of us to do the same.
I think about what she just said. She's not wrong. Not that I'd tell her she's right. She'd never let me hear the end of it. And it's a little shocking how well Mia knows me. There was a very small part of me that felt like the only reason she was here, telling me everything, was because of the article. She opened up to me today.
And?
So much happened when I wasn't part of her life. Things that if I had been there never would have happened.
You can't be her hero, Grady.
Like hell I can't, I grumble.
She gives me a sad smile, head turned as if to say, you know better.
I rub Anderson's back and lean down, inhale his sweet baby scent. I know, I admit, but her life when we weren't together wasn't easy.
Life is never supposed to be easy. You seem to think you're supposed to make it perfect for everyone all the time.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. I think for a moment, hating to admit she's right. I blame Mom and Dad. Yours too. Mia giggles. They'd probably take that blame. They're the ones who made us believe in high school sweethearts. I shift Anderson in my arms a little bit and murmur, I never got over her. She gasps, pressing a hand to her chest. No kidding. I had no idea. You're such a brat. She stands, reaching down to take Anderson from me, kisses me on the top of my head first. Go get your girl. You've waited long enough.
Chapter 20. Bree. I'm cuddled under the covers, Kindle open and resting on my chest. My phone buzzes on the nightstand and I reach over, heart thumping, when I see a text from Grady. Grady.
Up for company?
Me. This a booty call? Grady.
Your head in the gutter, Bree?
Me. Let's just say I'm up for company. Logic tells me I would have time to double-check that I'm presentable before he arrives, but there's a knock on the door a few seconds after my phone shows delivered under the last message. Oh my gosh, holy crap, I start murmuring as I freak out, throwing the covers off my legs and jumping out of bed. I don't give myself time to think. Rushing toward the door, I throw it open. Grady's eyes widen, do a slow track up and down, 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 lingering on my bare legs.
Holy shit.
I think I hear him whisper, but it's so quiet I can't be sure. But what I am pretty sure of is that he can see nipple through my thin, pale pink tank top. My simple white boy short panties the only thing covering my bottom half. 2 steps, and he's inside. I turn around, start walking farther into my small house and hear the door slam behind me. The lock clicks, the sound echoing through the small space. 2 pair of feet moving quietly, every step quicker than the last. Strong arms wrap around me from behind, pull me back to his chest.
How long am I gonna have to chase you?
Grady's voice is gruff, breath hot against my neck. His hands splay across my stomach. Lips brush against my jaw.
Are you done running, Bree?
I'm a bobblehead, my head nodding so quickly I'm lucky it's attached so it doesn't roll away.
Thank fuck.
He growls, and suddenly I'm airborne, my legs being taken out from underneath me as he lifts me up in a cradle hold. I've never been so grateful for my small home than I am in this moment. He makes it to my bedroom in record time. Then, slowly, he lowers me to the bed, leans over me with his arms bracing on either side of my head. His strong frame covers mine. It feels so good, his body draped heavily on top of me. I squirm a bit, opening myself up enough to throw a leg around him, wrap a hand around his shoulders, my palm coming to rest on the back of his neck. I press my lips together, staring up into his handsome face. My fingers trace the contours of his cheek, over his lip. I don't need any more chances, Grady. No more time. I'm here. With you. Yours. For as long as you'll have me. This time, I don't cry. And then his lips are on mine. Teeth gnash together, tongues battle, breaths are shared. Hearts are mended. His forearms are pressed to the mattress on either side of my head. His hands frame my face, and he pulls away for a moment. I whimper in protest, wanting his lips to remain on mine. But then, our eyes connect, and the look he's giving me mimics what's on my heart. I hear a growl, and I'm not sure if it's from him or me, but suddenly our mouths are fused together once again. His tongue swipes against mine. My fingers grip the back of his shirt. No words are spoken as I frantically push his clothes off him, anxious to finally get my hands on the muscles I know are under the pesky cotton in my way. My fingers fumble with the button on his shorts, and he chuckles, my anxiousness apparently quite amusing. You're wearing far too many articles of clothing. You should have been more prepared, I mumble, our mouths still connected.
Was I supposed to show up to your door naked?
I raise my eyebrows and look down at my quite minimal clothing.
May I remind you, I showed up here. It's not as if you were waiting for me.
I flush. Busted.
You were waiting for me?
I say nothing. He leans back on his haunches, still straddling my legs.
Mia called you. Again.
My lips are sealed.
So this is how it's gonna be, huh?
He asks, amusement laced in his tone.
You two are going to start ganging up on me? She's suddenly on your side?
His words say he's annoyed. The smile I see in his eyes tells me otherwise. I shrug my shoulders, reach down to the hem of my tank top, and lift. He settles back, a hand covering his mouth, as he shamelessly stares down at me.
God, Bree, I thought you were beautiful then. It's nothing compared to now.
He moves so he's stretched out beside me, palm resting on my stomach. He leans over, kisses me just above my belly button. Then his tongue and lips battle to see which can make a sexier trail up to my neck. Grady nudges me with his forehead, forcing my head to turn to the side to give him better access. The feel of his nose joining the sexy trail race is enough to make my stomach quiver. I twist under him, pressing my center against him, desperate for any way to help relieve the pressure that's already building. A strong hand to my hip lets me know I'm not to be heading into that territory without him.
I got you. Have patience.
I feel his smile against my skin.
Fuck, you smell good.
He groans. You're still too clothed. I whine as my fingers claw at his shirt. He reaches behind him and shucks it off, throwing it across the room. I squeal and barely stop myself from clapping like I'm in a private showing of a Magic Mike show.
Approve?
Yeah. Is it weird if I say that you're sexy? It's weird, right?
Hell no, it's not weird.
I can't decide what's blooming larger in my chest. Hope? Love? Horniness? As I watch him finish the job my hands didn't complete earlier with his shorts, leaving him in only a simple pair of dark gray boxer briefs, I realize the third feeling is absolutely the largest. Good golly, Miss Molly. Did I say sexy? I whimper as my eyes file away every dip and groove in his stomach, all 12 of them, plus the bonus triangles above the waistband of his boxers. Sexy is a disservice to the word that should be used for you. I buck, wanting him on his back. I need more time to explore, and I can't do it with the angle I'm at. He takes the hint and rolls over, taking me with him. Now it's my turn to make the sexy trail. I don't know which was more fun, receiving or giving. When he crosses his arms behind his head, letting the muscles in his chest and shoulders bulge, I have my answer. I take my time, making up for the past 6 years our bodies have missed each other. I start at his mouth, nibbling on his lower lip before trailing my tongue along his jawline. He unhooks his arms from behind his head, his strong hands rubbing up and down my upper body. When I begin sucking gently on his neck, he grips the flesh of my butt and groans loudly. Our hands battle between us, both trying to slide out of our underwear at the same time. Legs tangle, an unorganized mess.
We were supposed to take our time,
he murmurs.
I didn't plan this. I wanted it to be right, to go slow.
Knowing he thought of us being together again is all the foreplay I need. We have the rest of our lives to go slow. He pulls my head down, fiercely kissing me as he rolls us once again. I look up into his eyes, seeing conflicting emotions roll through his expression. His blue eyes shutter closed, and a pained groan fills the air between us. Him? Me? Probably both. His head rests against the crook of my neck, and I feel his tongue sneak out, tasting my collarbone.
No, I can't do this yet, Bree. I promised myself when I had you back in my life, I wouldn't take a single second of it for granted.
It's been so long since I felt the weight of him on top of me. I knew I'd missed it. I had no idea how much until this very second, when he shifts his body like he's going to move off me. I wrap my arms and legs around him and hold him close, relishing in the feel of peace for the first time in over 6 years. My skin heats, the contact of his against mine something else I missed so fiercely. I'm suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. I want to cry. Not because of how freaking horny and fired up I am, but because it hit me that a moment ago he said when, not if. He pulls back, noticing the tears building in my eyes.
What are these for?
He murmurs, thumbing away the moisture leaking from my eyes. So I tell him, you said when, not if. I don't deserve your forgiveness, and yet here I am, receiving it.
Who am I to say you don't deserve forgiveness? My love for you isn't conditional, Bree. I fell in love with you. My heart never allowed me to fall out.
Chapter 21. Grady. 9 days. It's only been 9 days since Bree resurfaced back into my life. To list all the things that have happened or I've learned about the past 6 years feels like it would take decades. But we're leaving it there, in the past. Because tonight, I'm taking Bree Jameson on our second first date. And a trip down memory lane. Saturday night, I came close to speeding up our reunion, but I wasn't lying when I told her I had promised myself when I had her back in my arms I would be doing things the right way. I owe it to her and to myself to take our time. Before I left her townhouse, she looked me in the eye and said she's not going anywhere. She saw my hesitation for leaving, but the assurance she gave me made walking away a little easier. That's not to say I didn't take a cold shower as soon as I got home, which didn't even come close to breaking through the need coursing through my veins. Eventually, I had to turn the water to warm as I wrapped my hand around myself as visions of Bree laid out underneath me filtered through my mind. Sunday morning, everything simply seemed better, and I knew that even though she had said she wasn't going anywhere, I needed to be sure. I had some game tape I needed to catch up on watching, and she had another assignment she'd been given for SI that was due. I know I would have given it all up to spend the day doing nothing but her. We agreed that we would take things slowly. Or at least go out on a date first. After that, all bets are off. She might not know it yet, but she's mine, and I'm ready to stake my claim once again. So, you kind of broke my heart, Isaac says next to me, chest heaving after just finishing practice on Monday afternoon. Oh yeah? How's that? You stole the girl, he says, voice teasing. She was never available to steal, I admit, not even remotely trying to wipe away the smile that is a permanent fixture on my face once again. Yeah, I kind of figured. You two have known each other a long time, huh? I raise my eyebrows at him. What do you know about it? He grins. Probably more than you'd like me to know. I shake my head and scrub a hand over my face, then cross my arms, clipboard tucked under my armpit. We're getting into a therapy session now? Want to lay down on the couch? I'm a good listener. Such a smartass. Wait, how'd you know we were together? I ask, feeling a small sense of unease twinge in my stomach. He shrugs. Everyone knows. That can't be good. I want to ask him more, but in the middle of practice isn't the right time. I blow my whistle 3 times, and the team jogs over. Good practice, guys. 2 weeks in, and you're looking great. There's always room for improvement, and I don't want you to become lazy, thinking that since I said you're looking great, you can just give up. Now's the time to keep at it. Classes start shortly. I won't have you slacking off on your work or putting more focus on what happens on this field than in your classes. A few guys good-naturedly roll their eyes, but they're mostly all smart enough to know they're here to go to school and play ball in that order. What about Miss Bree, Coach? Will she still be hanging around? Think I could use some special one-on-one tutoring time off the field, or on whatever works for me. Tyler, the starting center, hollers, followed quickly by a slew of oohs and jabs in his direction.
I chance a glance in Bree's direction, and am not surprised in the least to see she's shaking her head, not bothered by his remarks. "That's your warning, Tyler. I hear shit like that again and don't think I won't bench you." I send what I hope is a glare in his direction, but really I know he's a decent guy and there was nothing but teasing behind his statement. At least there better have been. Despite my initial fears, the entire team has been welcoming to Bree. After the first day of her on the field, interviewing anyone who had a few moments to give her whether they were on my list or not, the team started treating her like she was one of us. Next week we'll have another guest. A photographer from SI will be here to get some shots for Bree's article. She's already talked over with Drew what she's looking for. We'll have a team shoot, but a lot of them will be candid, and I don't want anyone thinking it's their time to show off or try to gain the spotlight. This article is about the team, not any one person. Wipe those smirks off your faces. It's not about me either. One more glance at Bree, but this one makes me want to shut down our team meeting and take her in my arms, and, well, the list is pretty extensive of what I want to do to her. Her smile is wistful as a few wisps of hair kiss her cheeks, a hint of pink covering them from a day in the sun. But it's the shade of green her eyes have returned to that has my knees almost buckling, a color so bright, like the color of emeralds. When we first locked eyes again at the bar, one of the first things I noticed was that the color in her eyes was dismal compared to the brightness I had gotten so used to looking into. Knowing that dazzling sparkle is back and I'm a part of it makes me feel like I could pretty much accomplish any challenge someone put me up to. The level of desire I have for this woman didn't evaporate over time or even dull. It only bloomed and flourished. 2 hours later, I'm standing at Bree's doorstep, taking a page out of my dad's handbook. My dad decided to recreate their first date several years ago. It just so happened to be the same night as my first date with Bree. He looked like a giant weirdo, but it worked, and while I'm not going to that extreme, dressing up like I did on our first date, I am planning on reminding her where it all began. Given our schedules, or mine rather, it's not like either of us have time for as much dating as I'd really like, so I'm going to have to make do with what I have available to me. A swift rap of my knuckles on her door and it opens instantly. "Excited?" I ask teasingly, but more words instantly fail me as I take in the beauty before me. "Holy fuck," I rasp, pressing a hand to my heart to make sure it didn't beat right out of my chest. The little black dress she's wearing had to have been made for her. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I found out my sister Maggie had made it for her. We always thought she would go into fashion design, but turns out she likes doing it on the side. The pressure of designing as a career wasn't what she wanted out of life. I don't know where to look first, my eyes darting from one body part to the next, each one just as perfect as the last. Thin straps are all that's holding up the top as it drapes a little around her chest. The short skirt flares out about mid-thigh, and when she turns, reaching for something behind her door, my eyes have the honor of seeing her back, completely open. "You're fucking gorgeous," I tell her when she turns back around, reaching out to wrap an arm around her waist. The fact I was around her all day and didn't touch her once is a miracle. Now that she's back in my life, I don't plan on days going by without the feel of her skin on mine. Her pretty red lips lift into a smile, and oh yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing those lips smeared really damn soon. The shiny dark hair I've been obsessed with for as long as I can remember is curled lightly in big loose waves, and I have to fight the urge to reach down and adjust myself, hoping I'm not a walking hard-on. When I first discovered Bree was more than just my buddy, that she was a girl, a beautiful girl, I had a hard time understanding the feelings. For years, she and I were really good friends, best friends. We would play together at recess, pair up with each other for class projects. Even when she or I would have a crush on someone, we would talk to each other about it. Then one summer, it all changed. She changed. Call me superficial, but the summer between our 8th grade and freshman year, I started noticing the differences in her, and I definitely liked what I saw. Suddenly, I was petrified of going to high school, knowing all the upperclassmen would be seeing exactly what finally caught my attention. Bree Jameson wasn't just a girl who knew her football stats and could throw a ball better than most of the boys in our grade. She was a knockout with brilliantly shiny eyes, a curvy, athletic figure, long, gorgeous hair, and it didn't end at her looks. She was beautiful on the outside because that's exactly what her heart was. Still is. That summer was a game changer for me, but I was scared. I didn't want to ruin our friendship if she didn't feel the same way. So I waited, and almost lost my chance. Other guys were constantly asking her out, and every single time I tried to come up with reasons why she shouldn't date them. She was mine. I leaned down, brush a kiss across her temple, and slide my nose down the side of her face, kissing her once more below her ear. "Damn," I whisper, smiling against her neck when I feel a shiver roll through her body. "You smell fucking amazing, too." "Grady," she says, voice wobbly. I gotta get us the hell out of here, or I'm not going to be able to stop myself from barreling right over the take it slow sign. "I wouldn't stop you." I groan. "You're gonna be the death of me, you know that?" She giggles, and it's like a 1,000-pound weight is lifted off my chest. 6 years ago, I felt like my life had turned to dust. Everything I thought was laid out before me, my entire life plan, was suddenly out of my reach, and now it's back again. Looking back, seeing who we are and what we've overcome on our own, I have no doubt in my mind that regardless of our past and what the two of us went through, it made us stronger as individuals. Maybe if she hadn't gotten so scared and broken up with me, we'd have already been married. Maybe Anderson would have a cousin or two. But would either of us have our careers, or would we have settled into a comfortable life? One that, no doubt, would have been great if she were by my side, but different, for sure. There's not a time machine that allows us to see the paths our futures would have taken if we had just made one decision differently. For the first time in my life, I'm beginning to think that's okay. Because if I'd have tried to control my future, tried to play puppeteer in my own life, I can't imagine where I'd be right now. "What?" Bree asks, head turned to the side but eyes focused solely on me. My arm still wrapped tightly around her waist. I pull her body flush to mine and lean down, kiss her on the lips only once because I know if I start anything deeper, I won't stop. "I can't believe we're here." "I know. I'm so—" "No, Bree. You don't need to apologize. I think everything happened for a reason. I don't know how our lives would have turned out, but I do know this. What our lives are right now, it's pretty incredible. But being able to share it with you, it makes the journey to get here so much sweeter. I know I have a deeper appreciation for you now." "You always appreciated me," she says, defending me. "I did," I agree with a nod. "But it's more intense, fiercer or something. I've loved you for so long and got complacent. I thought you'd always be there by my side. When you weren't, I was too stubborn and confused, immature to question it. I won't take you for granted again." She looks between my eyes, slides her hands resting on my chest up around my neck, playing with my short hair. "I never once would have thought you took me for granted. I love you, Grady. I never once stopped loving you." I release a breath and close my eyes, bend clear down to rest my forehead on hers. See? The wait was so worth it. Those words mean everything to me. I'll never tire of hearing them. I love you, Bree. Her hands make a trail to my back, and she tugs on the fabric of my shirt, causing me to lift my head. "Now I'm starving. Where are you taking me on our second first date?" I chuckle, grateful she pulled us back to the present. Instead of telling her, I wink. "Don't worry your pretty little head. Simply enjoy." After a 45-minute ride, I place my hand on her arm, stopping her from getting out of the pickup. She looks at me in confusion, so I lean over and kiss her, threading my fingers through the soft curls. "I told you when I had you back I was going to go slow and make it right. The slow part is stumping me a bit. I really want to be on the fast track, to be honest. But tonight is about us. I was going to take us to the same place we went on our first date, but I got to thinking, that's the old us. We're new and improved, Brady, now." She bursts out laughing.
You did not just do the name combo thing on us. Hey, it's not my fault. Mia was the one who reminded me that everyone called us Brady back in the day.
Yeah, when it was popular to combine names. This isn't 2010, you know.
I grin. No, I tell her, voice low and husky. We're definitely older, wiser. I trail my lips along the column of her neck, her breathing shallow. Everything will be better now. She shudders and opens her mouth to say something, but no words come out.
I think I'm going to need a moment before we go inside, she tells me, her head nodding to the restaurant in front of us.
I pull on the latch to my door and walk around the front of the pickup, open her door and extend a hand. Enough time?
I'm afraid there will never be enough time, she says,
and I can't stop my heart from reading into those words. No, there never will. I thread our fingers together and head into the restaurant my Uncle James swears by, says he took his wife Carly to on their first date. As we sit at the best table in the house James secured for me, we watch the sun setting over the lake. We eat and talk, laughing about everything and nothing, but not about the past. Because the past, behind us. One more sup, I tell her after I sign the credit card slip and slide my wallet back into my pocket.
What are you up to? She asks.
You'll see. The smile can't be wiped from my face as I lead her back to my pickup, open her door, and help her inside. She's perfectly capable, obviously, but I'm not about to overlook an opportunity to have my hands on her. A few minutes later, I'm parking in a familiar lot.
It's so much smaller than I remember, she says in awe.
I know. Though to be fair, we weren't exactly big when we were here.
True. How'd you manage this?
She asks as we walk onto our old elementary school playground. I'm a little sad to see the old equipment has since been replaced with all new stuff. Better, safer, more than likely. The great Grady Ryan, football hero, poster boy of this town, I tease. She rolls her eyes, not at all impressed. I promised the principal seats for opening day, I admit, and she laughs.
Sounds a little more accurate.
She runs through the broken-up black rubber on the ground beneath the equipment and jumps onto a swing, kicking her legs out immediately so she begins to soar into the night sky. After playing football with my friends and me, the swings were always her favorite. I give her one hard push, doing an underdog, and feeling a little proud of myself for not even sneaking a peek up her dress. Her laughter rings through the empty playground, bringing back so many memories at once. I sit in the swing next to her, kicking my legs out to start swinging too. The evening's so perfect, I wish we could bottle it up and never let it end. I bet I can jump farther than you, I joke, remembering how when we were little she would always try to jump off the swings out farther than me.
Ugh, you'll never let me live it down, will you?
Nope, not a chance. You were like a Great Dane trying to be a lapdog. You never did let your height or lack thereof get in your way. I chuckle as she guffaws.
You ass! I can't help it.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I like you being pocket-sized. We swing for a few minutes before, I dare you. I glance over, knowing she's never been able to let a dare go by. She glares, then looks down at her dress and rolls her eyes before grumbling.
Fine. What are the terms?
I never said anything about terms. What do you take me for?
In all the years you've been issuing me dares, you've always had some sort of condition.
Psh, I just want to see if you have the guts to jump.
Are you saying I'm chicken?
If the balk fits.
Balk?
She hoots, throwing her head back so hard her swing jerks and she has to right herself before falling on her ass.
Holy shit. Did you see that?
Now I'm laughing so hard I have to slow my swing down. I place my feet on the ground and lean over, reaching out to grip her rubber-covered chain to stop her movements. The look on your face was priceless, I say between laughter.
I totally thought I was going backward. Swinging is dangerous. Why do they still have these on the playground?
I stand up and pull her up next to me. Come here. She wraps her arms around my waist and looks up at me. This is the first place I fell in love with you.
Because I intercepted the football from you?
Yup.
Me too.
Because I let you intercept the football from me? She playfully hits my arm.
You're such a liar.
You know damn good and well I caught that football fair and square. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I have a few ideas of what would help me sleep better tonight, she tells me, and the look in her eyes basically kicked over the metaphorical take it slow sign and buried it for good.
Chapter 22. Bree. We tumble into his house, Rocky jumping around us, excited his master is home. We're all hands and tongues and ripping each other's clothes off. When I saw the heat in his eyes as he took in my dress, I was so grateful I wore it. Now, though, not so much. He pulls and tugs, but my stupid zipper is still up. Zipper, I whimper and step quickly out of his embrace so I can unzip it. He swats my hand away.
We're going back to slow,
he murmurs before tugging down the metal zipper at a painstakingly sloth-like pace. The sound echoes through his house. The black fabric drops to the floor, and his eyes caress my exposed skin. He's seen it all before, but the years between make it feel like the first time all over again. Lucky for me, it appears he likes what he sees.
I still can't believe how much more beautiful you are,
he rasps. I figure if I'm standing here practically naked in front of him, the least he could do is join the party. I point to his shirt, then decide it will be far more fun for me if I take matters into my own hands. Literally. I swat his hand away the same way he did to me a few moments ago, and he smirks, raising his arms above him, letting me get to work. I scrub my hands together, not being able to contain my excitement over once again seeing what lies beneath the soft cotton covering his chest. Last night was too quick, and I didn't get nearly enough time to explore. I grab hold of the hem, but can't resist teasing him a little bit. I raise an eyebrow at him as I slip a finger beneath the waistband of his gray pants. His stomach contracts, and I feel the rigid muscles of what I know is a glorious six-pack tremble under my touch. I trail the grooves with both hands, my touch so light, it's more like a butterfly kiss. When I get to his sides, he lets out a breathy laugh. Still ticklish on your sides, I see. He throws a mock glare in my direction, arms still raised above his head as he waits patiently for me to undress him.
Fuck it,
he growls before reaching behind him and tugging his shirt off, throwing it to the side. He crashes his mouth to mine, but I pull back, planting a hand to my hip.
You were taking too long,
he explains with a shrug. You were the one who said we needed to go slow, I accuse, pointing a finger at him.
I think I've waited long enough, don't you?
He asks, reaching for me again, pulling our bodies flush against each other. Me only in my bra and panties, him in just his pants. Our bare skin touches, starting a wild fire in my belly. We both pause, eyes connecting. I missed you so damn much, I tell him, voice wavering. I told myself not to get emotional and cry. Again. I'm tired of the tears, of worrying about the past. It's time for me to accept his forgiveness and move forward. But try as I might, I can't ignore the fact we're here, together. It's something I wasn't sure would ever happen again, and I'll never take 1 second of it for granted.
You have no idea, Bea. No idea.
I smile, bringing myself back into the present. I grip him over the fabric of his shorts. Oh, I think I have a little bit of an idea. His hips jerk, shamelessly pressing himself deeper into my hold.
If you remember correctly, there's nothing little about it.
Oh, I remember. All too well. It was what kept my hand between my legs on more than one occasion, when I was missing him even more than usual. I roll my eyes like his words don't cause an immediate reaction to me. It's a lie. I squirm, rubbing my thighs together, my panties soaked in seconds. Next thing I know, I'm being lifted and thrown over Grady's shoulder. My upside-down view of his back muscles contracting as he moves us through his house with quick feet isn't a hardship. Rather than fighting it, I settle in, rest my elbow on his shoulder, chin in hand. My other hand, though? It's on a mission, massaging with my fingertips over the strong planes of his upper back, feeling him up as best as I can. I sigh, then kiss his shoulder.
What you doing up there?
Just enjoying the view. You don't work out at all, do ya?
Nope, all natural, baby.
I scoff, then squeal when he tosses me onto the bed. I bounce a few times and watch as he chucks his pants off, jumping out of them before throwing them over his shoulder. And he's commando. My mouth waters, and I shift, trying to tame the ache. All about saving time tonight, huh?
They'd just have been in the way.
Kind of glad I didn't know what was going on under your pants earlier. Might have tried skipping to the strip show portion of the night before we even left my house.
Yeah, well, trust me, it took a great deal of self-control on my part.
I pull his head down. Our lips collide, words no longer necessary, as we let our bodies speak for us. I tilt my head, mouth open for his tongue to slide in. Mine tangles with his. We take our time tasting and caressing each other's bodies, getting reacquainted. His lips make a path down my neck as he reaches behind me to unhook my bra. While he's busy, I figure I might as well help him with the rest, and I shimmy out of my panties, careful not to knee him anywhere important at the same time. I arch my back when his mouth fuses to my already sensitive bud, biting down gently, then letting his tongue snake out to ease the sting. I cry out and wrap a hand around his neck, holding him close. The best kind of pleasurable pain zipping through my breasts, making them feel heavy and aching for more. I squeeze my eyes closed as his lips wrap around my nipple, sucking hard, then soft, before shifting over to the other side, giving it equal attention. My fingers dig into his shoulders, then under his arms, as I pull him back up to me. I feel his hardness pressing against my center, triggering a deep-rooted desire for him to come, bubbling to the surface. His hips dip, and even through the haze of lust, I almost giggle.
I'm not sure what's so funny,
he grumbles, but the smile on his lips tells me he's not annoyed in the least. We're dry humping. He chuckles.
Like the good old days, huh?
I agree.
As much fun as this is, I think the best is yet to come,
he says as he moves us slightly, so my legs are bent, opening myself up. Right before he's about to enter me, he pauses. I look up at him, half scared I'm going to start crying while I throw a fit worthy of a 3-year-old in the middle of the Walmart toy section.
I have a condom in my wallet.
In your pants all the way across the room? I ask, breathing heavy. A nod, hard swallow, then a rough kiss, his lips enveloping mine. Well, I haven't been with anyone since you, I admit shyly. Licking my lips, I allow my eyes to fall away from his gaze.
No one?
He asks, thumb grazing over my cheekbone, resting on my temple as my head shakes side to side, slowly. Blue and green collide, the skin around his eyes crinkling. That makes you happy? I ask, throwing his words from earlier back at him.
I'm not going to lie, it does. First, only, last,
he says quietly. I blow out an unsteady breath. I'm on the pill, I promise. I had to go on after I got out of treatment to help me get back on track. No more surprises. I'm also supposed to get my period next week. How's that for sexy? The look on his face causes me to giggle.
Remind me what that means.
I'm not ovulating at the moment.
Well, this took an awkward turn.
He chuckles.
I'm clean, too. I had a physical right after I got the job. Not that there were many chances to not be clean. It was only once, and...
Yeah, I don't need to hear any more. Then what are you waiting for, Coach?
No turning back?
My next words come out with no hesitation. I love you, Grady. Time didn't change that, and it never will.
I never thought I'd hear you say those words again.
I wish it hadn't taken me so long to come back to you.
It doesn't matter. I love you too. I never moved on from you because there was no moving on.
I reach between us, taking hold of him in my hand, and guide him to my center. I think it's time we do something about this, yeah? His answering smile is everything, and soon, words aren't necessary. He fills me, a small bite of pain from the many years of not being with anyone else.
Keep your eyes open, B.
He wraps a strong forearm under my knee and rests my leg over his shoulder, pushing in impossibly deep.
You're mine, yeah?
He grunts, my eyes losing focus as the pleasure takes over. Always, I moan, his hips rotating slightly. In the silence of his bedroom, every noise we make seems to be amplified. It doesn't take long before I'm tipping right over the edge. I gasp and cry out, my hand pressing against the wall behind my head as I anchor myself against the orgasm taking over. He grabs my other hand in his, threading our fingers together, pressing our joined hands into the mattress. He squeezes tightly as his own orgasm bursts through him, burying his head in the side of my neck as we both pant heavily, coming down from a high I had forgotten existed. I close my eyes and feel the beat of our hearts pound against each other. You were so worth waiting for.
Chapter 23. Grady. I wake up with a taste for brie and thank my lucky stars she didn't rise early, because I have a plan. Rocky whines beside me, and I shush him, hoping he can hold his bladder for a little while longer since we let him outside late after we finished round 3. He cocks his head to the side, probably wondering why I'm not jumping out of bed to serve him, which is apparently my reason for being put on this earth. Give me a bit, boy. I have other priorities at the moment, I tell him. He lays his chin down on the edge of the mattress, and I try to shoo him away, not needing an audience for what I'm about to do. I settle myself between her legs, only the bright white sheet covering us both. I remember the few times we were able to spend the night together. She was always a hot box when she slept, which worked great because I'm the same. Right before we went to sleep, she folded the comforter down and laid it at the foot of my bed, something I've done ever since the first night I shared a bed with her. The familiarity of it made my chest ache, but I simply pulled her closer, letting my hand rest on her stomach as we drifted off to sleep. I trail kisses along her inner thigh. She squirms beneath me, my hands grip her thighs, spreading her open. Licking her seam, I relish in her taste. The fact she's in my home, my bed, my life. I hum, my mouth never leaving her body as I continue to use my tongue to wake her up. When I suck on her tight bud, she moans so loudly I know there's no possible way she's not awake. The brat probably has been awake since I got started. Holy shit, she moans, her short fingernails digging into my scalp. Good God, Grady, I'll kick your ass if you stop. I smile but listen to her because, well, I don't want to stop. I bring her to the brink, then slow down, kissing the apex of her thighs, down to her knees and back up. She growls, and I feel her writhe between the sheets, her knee nudging against my head to get me where she wants me most. Don't think I won't follow through with that threat, you ass. I chuckle and trail the tip of my nose up her center, blowing lightly on her sensitive skin. She squeezes her legs around my head, and I reach up, spreading her open for me again. And I'll tie you up if you don't relax and let me take care of you, I murmur. Immediately I feel her body relax, the wetness between her legs coating my face. By the way she's reacting to those words, I can tell it's something she'd be on board with. But not this morning. Right now I have a short-term goal in mind before I head over to the practice field. I take one final swipe, and when I feel her body explode beneath my tongue, I slide up her body, plunging deep inside. Pausing briefly to take both her hands in one of mine, I place them above her head. You don't move those hands until I tell you to. Got it?
Just move already, damn it, she grunts, and I lean down, taking her mouth in mine, letting her taste herself on my lips, her tongue swiping wildly as she laps up every last bit of herself, coating my skin. I was only with one other woman after Bree, and it wasn't Kennedy. I was her rebound, someone who used me to get over her ex, only neither of us wanted to admit it. Turns out it didn't work for either of us. We dated for a couple of months the summer after my accident. The night we decided to deepen our relationship, it became glaringly obvious to both of us that our hearts were already taken. It was all mechanics, no intimacy involved. Bree's tight walls contract around me, sucking me in. Knowing I'm the only person to have ever been inside her makes me feel like I could accomplish anything. Sweat beads at the base of my neck as I pump into her body gripping me like a vice, reminding me of how perfectly she was made for me. My body screams for me to relentlessly pound into her, remind her she's mine. Always has been, always will be. Instead, I slow down and bite back the chuckle erupting from my throat when I hear her whine. Bree bucks up against me, and I know she's wanting to take control. Impatient? You're the one who started this. If you hadn't woken me up with your tongue, I wouldn't be so damn needy. Liar. She pouts for a second while she places a hand on my cheek. True. I don't ever see a day where I don't feel needy for your touch. Good answer, I tell her as I pick up the pace again. She smiles like she won, but I'm okay with her believing it. I flip her onto her stomach and pull her up to her knees, entering her once again in one hard thrust. My hips piston back and forth, her face turned to the side, her hands gripping the pillow under her head. I reach around her and rub on the spot I know will tip her over the edge. It's a sight and sensation I plan to experience thousands of times in the future. Not a bad way to start my day, either. I feel her explode around me, but I'm still not finished with her yet. I roll onto my back, turning her around so she's on top and facing me, hoping I can give her one more hard orgasm. You like riding me, baby? I ask her, voice rough. God, yes, she grunts, placing her hands behind her on my legs to get a different angle. We groan in unison when I feel myself hit the spot so deep inside her, triggering a quiver in her stomach. I grip her legs, my thumbs pressing into her skin while my fingers dig into her ass. Ah! She screams out so loud I hear Rocky let out a bark, reminding me how grateful I am I own my own home and we don't have to worry about thin walls around us. She grinds her hips against me, still leaning back, and I reach up, tweaking a nipple and causing her to cry out again. So close, she whimpers. I drag a calloused hand down her nipple, and the friction causes her to reach her peak, my own release following close behind. She collapses on top of me, both of us breathing heavily, my hand splaying over her back. She kisses the crook of my neck, and I shudder through the last of my release. Best wake up ever, she pants. Yeah, I hope we start every day the same way. Mm-hmm. Ready for a shower? Yeah, I need to get home and change, too. That'd be good. I don't need you wearing that dress to practice today. Pretty sure you'd be even more of a distraction for my boys. She giggles and slaps me lightly, groaning as she gets up and moves off me. I groan, too, not because of being sore, but because I liked her body surrounding mine. I've never wanted to skip work a day in my life, but right now I wouldn't be sad to call it a day and just stay in bed worshiping her body for the rest of our lives. I need to talk to you, man, Drew says in a hushed voice, face so close to mine I feel his hot breath on my cheek. I jerk away and look at Drew out of the corner of my eye. Are we dating? What the hell is wrong with you? I really need to talk to you. You said that already. Well, it's important. I cross my arms over my chest and regard him. We talk daily, and obviously this isn't the first time he's ever let me know he needed to tell me something. But this is clearly bigger. Okay, I'll bite. What's going on? He nods his head for me to follow him, and I sigh, catching Bree's eye as she talks to one of my trainers. I wink, and she smiles, her dimples popping. I stare at her, the realization hitting me in the chest once again that she's back. I wonder if I'll ever get used to it. A big part of me hopes not. Falling in love all over again is the most amazing feeling in the world. Enough stargazing, buddy. We got serious shit happening. Oh, for shit's sake, what's wrong? Kennedy. A chill races through my body, and I uncross my arms. What about her? Turns out she's been telling everyone you two are together. How'd you hear this? I have a friend who works for the same company she works for. You know the work party she was so insistent on you attending last weekend? Turns out there was a reason for that. Which was? I ask when he looks out over the field, eyes locking on the place where I know Bree is still standing. She had told everyone you two were together, he says like I'm an idiot not catching on. Okay. You're not understanding. She expected you to go to the party to prove she wasn't a liar. But she is. I wish he'd get on with telling me about what he thinks is such a shitstorm so I can finish my day and have Bree naked in my bed, where she belongs. Yeah, and now everyone she works with knows it. I wince. Oh, he adds, she's pissed. It's not that I don't care about Kennedy, but I've never, not since we first met, led her to believe we were anything more than friends. For her to tell anyone we were together was, well, stupid. How is this my problem? She had a minor freakout. Explain? Minor might not be the correct word. Now it's his turn to wince. That chill that raced down my spine earlier just turned a hell of a lot colder. I'm afraid this is part of the reason why Isaac said everyone knows Bree and I are together too. How bad? Bad. My friend told me she started the night telling everyone you'd be there soon, you'd been hung up at an important meeting. As the night went on, she kept checking her phone and coming up with more excuses for your absence. When it was obvious you weren't coming, she got drunk. I'm not talking a little tipsy. She was so drunk she could barely stand. But it didn't stop her from spewing a bunch of garbage. I narrow my eyes and cross my arms again, instinctively knowing that what I'm about to hear is something that's going to make me want to punch something. It would seem she's been doing a bit of research. On? He nods his head in Bree's direction, and lead settles in my gut. She found out she was in some treatment center a few years ago. Told everyone it was because she was a drug addict and she was only hired for the job because her best friend's husband was doing her a favor. Shit, I mutter, scrubbing a hand down my face. While we were on our date, Bree had told me she had become really close with Aaron's sister Ava after she got out of treatment. Ava was a bit of a mentor to Bree, helping her stay on the right track. When Bree was hired on with SI, she knew right away her editor Simon would be the perfect match for Ava. She introduced them, and they got married 6 months later. She also confided in me when she was given the article, the one everyone in the country wanted. She was afraid she was being given special treatment. Simon assured her that wasn't the case. Yeah. Where did she get this information? You're not going to like it. Drew? I draw out his name, and he shifts uncomfortably. I'm not really sure. How does anyone find out anything anymore? Nothing's sacred online, you know? Maybe Bree posted about it years ago. Not possible. She didn't even have social media again until recently. Next, I say, daring him to continue lying to me. There's always someone, that one asshole who doesn't give a shit, you know? And once she knew Bree's name, Kennedy did some digging. Found an old boyfriend. Trent, I think his name was. She got it out of him. Of course it was that asshole. What the shit? I know, man, I'm sorry. None of this is okay. Fuck me. How the hell did she even find out who Bree is? The only announcement we made to the press was the story would not be released to anyone except SI, but we made sure no one knew Bree's name. SI and the school didn't want who was doing the article to overshadow the story itself. It's one of the reasons why we've managed to stay under the radar of the press all this time. I have no idea how she found out her name. Probably wasn't hard for someone determined enough. It might get a little worse, though. How? She found out you two used to be a couple. Fuck. He nods his head, eyes sad. I'm sorry, man. Not your fault. My phone chimes with a text, and I look down, seeing Coach Bales' name on the screen. Bales, you need to prepare yourself. Me? I heard. Bales, my guess is you'll be called in and she'll be pulled from the story. Me, thanks for the good news. Bales, sorry, didn't expect this. Me either, thanks for the warning. I look across the field. Bree's got the attention of all the players around her. They're all captivated by her presence, and I wonder how I'm going to break it to her. I see her look down, reach into the back pocket of her shorts, and pull out her phone. Her face scrunches in confusion as she reads whatever's on her phone, and my heart pinches in my chest. I watch her type out a response, then she slowly lifts her head, her worried gaze finding me immediately. I close my eyes, frustrated and pissed off, but sad. I throw a thumb over my shoulder, and she nods. When we get to my office after a quiet walk side by side, I take her in my arms and whisper apologies and what I hope are encouraging words. Simon wants me to call him, she tells me through tears. I don't know what to tell her, so I tighten my arms around her. What did his text say? She shows me her phone. Simon, it would seem you may have neglected to tell me how well you knew Grady Ryan. You need to call me so we can discuss this. Why don't you do it now? Rip the Band-Aid off. Because I already know what's going to happen. I'm off the story, she whimpers. Let's find out for sure, okay? She takes a deep breath, and then my brave girl presses a button on her phone. Put it on speaker, I whisper. Bree, he answers, voice hard. Simon, I'm so sorry. So this is why you were so adamant about not being given the job because of special treatment? How did you not think to tell me how well you knew Ryan? You're a reporter, Simon. I assumed you'd done your research, she smarts back, and I raise my eyebrows. Don't you dare pin this on me. You're better than that. Her shoulders straighten. You're right, I am. But I also know without a doubt I'm still the best person to be doing this story. Even though you were once in love with him? Am. Pardon? Am in love with him. Fuck. Bree, what the hell? I'm sorry, Simon. And drugs? I thought you were in treatment for anorexia. She jerks back and looks at me. I've stayed silent, not wanting to get in the middle of it, but I also want to make sure this guy isn't a dick to her. I don't understand. The person who contacted us let us know the reason you were in a treatment facility was because of a drug addiction. Now, I'm not saying we wouldn't have hired you, but what I am saying is you were hired under the assumption of full disclosure of that time of your life. Well, I'm not sure who your source is, but they have it wrong. I was in fact anorexic and have never done drugs in my life. Not even weed. But thanks, Simon, for your belief in me. Feels amazing. Bree, no, stop. You said I knew better? Well, so do you. You know what I struggled with is what brought me to Ava. The woman, might I remind you, you married. So if you don't believe me, are you saying you don't believe your wife, too? Now hold it right there, he interrupts, but my girl is angry. I can see it in the fire in her eyes and the rigidity of her spine. I mute her phone with a stab of a finger. This story is yours, whether we're together or not. I'm not entirely sure that's true, considering I have yet to speak to the board, but I'll make sure she gets credit for it somehow. She's put in the time, and I'm not sure I trust anyone else with my team. I unmute the phone, and she asks, You want me off this story? I didn't say that. Then what's this call about, Simon? Am I not doing my job? Can you be impartial doing a story about someone you admit you're in love with? She's quiet long enough he catches it. That's what I thought, he says quietly. Look, I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions about the treatment thing. You're right. I know better. But damn, Bree, why didn't you tell me about your relationship with Grady Ryan? And if things started back up again, you know damn good and well you should have told us. I know. In my defense, it only recently happened. Why do I find that hard to believe?
Ava told me you were hung up on some old flame, which was why you rarely dated. I take it Grady's the guy?" She offers up a sheepish smile to me.
Yeah.
Fuck me. You realize what this brought upon me?
I'm sorry.
You already said that. I believed you the first time. Just give me a day to figure out where we go from here. Until then, keep doing what you're doing. She smirks in my direction, and I release a breath, glad she's able to think of anything else other than the bullshit happening right now.
Will do, Simon. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
There's a pause, and I wonder if he hung up for how quiet it is on the other end before... Bree?
Yeah?
For the record, I want you to be happy.
I am,
she tells him while looking at me. Good. You deserve it, and I'm sorry again for accusing you of lying. Won't happen again.
Thank you.
We'll talk tomorrow. In the meantime, not that I need to tell you this, but if any other reporters come around...
I know. Don't talk to them.
They say their final goodbyes, and she tosses her phone onto my desk, pressing the heel of her hands into her eyes.
What the hell?
She plops down into one of my office chairs, and I sit next to her. Kennedy, I say by way of explanation. She twists her head to look at me.
Why?
I don't know, I tell her honestly. Jealousy? Angry she wasn't getting her way? I haven't talked to her yet. I go on to tell her the delightful story Drew told me a bit ago.
What a bitch!
I bark out a laugh. Honestly, her behavior threw me a little bit. I've known Kennedy for a long time and never once saw this side of her. Either she's a damn good chameleon, or there's something happening in her life that's caused her to lose her shit.
You're defending her?
She cries out. I reach and rest a hand on her knee. No, I'm not. I'm pissed, but trying to remain calm because it won't help our situation if I freak out the way I want to. I'm telling you, I didn't see this coming. I'm a bit blindsided by it all.
You knew she was in love with you, though,
she accuses. I did, but not until recently. At least not for sure, anyway. But that doesn't mean I could have anticipated her behavior. She looks toward the picture frames. I wish I knew what she was thinking.
I'm sorry. This isn't your fault. I'm just scared.
I know. I'm not going anywhere, though. We'll deal with whatever's about to come together.
Together,
she whispers. Don't run on me this time.
Never again,
she promises. Chapter 24. Grady. Kennedy, I say when she picks up the phone.
Hi, Grady,
she says in a soft voice. You know why I'm calling you?
No. We talk all the time. What's up?
Really? Okay, I'm just gonna come out with it. You went to Sports Illuminated and told them Bree's an ex-drug addict who I used to date.
I called them and told them the truth. They deserve to know who they hired to do a story on you. I only want what's best for you, she coos. You don't know her anymore, Grady. She's not the same person she was when you knew her in high school.
And how do you know this?
I know the type. She's only after your success. Can't you see that? Why else would she come back around after all this time? She doesn't love you like I do. I did what I had to do since you couldn't see it for yourself.
I take a pull off my beer and slam it down onto the counter, leaning over it, place the phone on my counter and place it on speaker. I'm too angry to even hold a phone in my hand right now. Kennedy, why wouldn't you come to me and tell me your concerns?
I was helping you. I saw how distracted her presence was making you, Grady. You don't need her in your life right now. I'm not sure if you quite understand the significance of the job you've been given.
I almost burst out laughing, but miraculously hold it in. You don't think I understand the significance? I ask her incredulously.
I don't think you do. Grady, you're the youngest.
You don't think I don't know that? I know what job I've been given. I understand the opportunity, the time, energy, and sacrifice it will take, and anything else you can throw at me you think I'm too dumb to figure out on my own. Trust me when I tell you I get it. I've always understood.
I don't think you're dumb, Grady. Quite the opposite.
For you to think you were helping me by going to the magazine doing an article on me, the largest sports magazine in the world, rather than coming to me.
I don't even know what to say. You betrayed me and our friendship, Kennedy. I hear her sniffle.
I love you. Why don't you see that?
That isn't love, Kennedy. That's manipulation and being told you're not going to get your own way, so you threw a fit.
She's not right for you. You need someone on your arm who knows what being in the public eye means.
It sounds like you're the one who only wanted to be with me for the job I now have. At my words, it hits me like a strong right hook to the face. Holy shit. That's it. For years, you were okay with being just friends when you thought I was going to be a lowly intern or assistant to the assistant or whatever. But now I'm head coach, and admittedly have a little bit of press following me around. It would seem you suddenly want something more with me.
That's not true.
It is, and you know it. If you tell me you love me one more time, so help me. Silence fills my ear as we both think over my words. Explain it to me then, I tell her finally.
You never, not once, looked at me the way you look at her, or even spoke about her.
I don't respond because there is no response to that. I'm not about to deny it, but saying she's right isn't exactly kind either.
Why?
She finally asks when she realizes I'm not going to give her the reaction she's looking for. Because she's the only one for me. I'm sorry, but I fell in love with Bree long ago, and some feelings you can't turn off.
Why am I so unlovable, huh? Tell me, what did I ever do wrong? I was everything you needed. I would have been the perfect wife to you.
I don't need perfection. I need someone who's going to love me through the ups and downs of life.
Oh, like she was there for you when you had no future ahead of you?
I raise my eyebrows, even though she can't see, wondering if she heard the words that just came out of her mouth. She was. Maybe not physically, but she's always been with me. She's the driving force behind everything I do.
So she's perfect.
Nah, I didn't say that, but she's perfect for me.
I can't believe this.
What is it you can't believe? You tried to destroy the person who means the most in the world to me, all because you were jealous?
What about the fact you most likely ruined her career out of spite?
And you all but admitted you loved me because you thought I was an easy ticket now that I'm finding success. Or was it the fact you think I'm shallow enough to want to be with someone just because they look good on my arm? Because if that's what you can't believe, I'm right there with you. I truly cannot believe I was friends with someone for as many years as I was and never, not once, could see through your superficial exterior.
Grady,
she murmurs, you're better than this. Reach deep and find your self-worth. I'm sorry I didn't help you discover it. Had I known this is where your headspace was, I would have done something to help you. Hear me when I say this, because it's going to sting, and I gotta admit, I hate it too. But we can no longer be friends. Don't breathe Bree's name. Talk about my team, or tell people you and I are together. We're done.
I was there for you when you had no one else.
I've never been alone, Kennedy. My family was by my side. So was Blake. But I will be forever grateful for the support you showed me after my accident. I hate that it was all a lie. She sucks in a breath, and I know I hit a nerve. Being mean isn't in me, so I know I can't leave it like this. It would haunt me forever. I'm sorry, Kennedy. I wish it were different. It's always been her.
I never stood a chance, did I?
I told you in the beginning we could only be friends. I wish you'd believed me then.
Me too.
Goodbye, Kennedy. I hang up the phone after her whispered goodbye and send up a prayer she follows through and drops her bitterness she has toward Bree. And I really hope she doesn't cause any more problems. However, I fear the damage is already done.
Chapter 25. Bree. So, that's it, huh?
I'm sorry, Bree. We can't have your name as the byline. You'll be a contributor to the article, but this is how it has to be. You knew it was coming as much as I did.
I know. It's been a week since we found out about Kennedy going to SI. The day after I first spoke with Simon, he called and told me to send him everything I had written on the article so far. Our senior editor, Charles, had faith in me and my work, according to Simon, but he still needed to evaluate what information I'd gathered, the interviews I'd conducted, making sure I was being fair. He also confirmed Kennedy was the one who called them, but she told him she was calling on behalf of a concerned member of the SMS staff. Just so happens, one of her good friends who works for the paper decided to do some digging of her own. Apparently, she isn't very good at her job as a reporter and only managed to get half-assed information. Either that, or Kennedy only listened to the parts she wanted to hear. She also forgot she'd signed some non-disclosures about Grady specifically because of the school's commitment to using SI exclusively for the story. When Grady was called in to speak with the board, they let him know they were on his side, didn't plan to make any changes, and had only seen both of us being completely professional since I started. Grady and I both felt guilty. He should have spoken up when he found out I was the one doing the article, and I should have been more forthcoming about our past. Our hearts got in the way of our senses, and speaking for myself, I wanted to see him. I needed to make things right between us in a way that clouded my judgment. I don't regret a thing. I would have chosen Grady over doing the right thing all over again, even knowing the outcome.
Tell me what you're thinking.
Here it goes. I've never been so nervous than I am right now. If he says no, I don't know what I'll do. I need him on my side because there's no one else I can trust. I have a proposition.
Oh boy.
I smile. Hear me out, okay? I admit I'm in the wrong here. I'm adult enough to know I should have told you the full story, and I should have told you I also took the job to get my guy back. It's the first time I've admitted it out loud I had ulterior motives to accepting the story. Sure, I wanted to write it, but not because I knew I'd do it justice.
Pardon?
You heard me. I knew what I was doing, even if I didn't want to admit it at the time.
What the hell, Bree?
I wince. I know, but you have to trust me. This is going to be totally unorthodox. He groans, interrupting me.
Ah, shit.
Trying not to laugh at his obvious discomfort, I rush to continue. It's not bad, I promise. All the interviews and information I've gathered up to this point, I understand are owned by the magazine. I press my lips together before blurting out the idea I hope he won't immediately reject. But given this is my last piece for you, I want you to write the story.
I'm not a writer.
Sure you are. Or you used to be. But, Simon, I can't have this story written by just anyone. It's too personal. He knows I'm right, and I'm pretty sure he's curious, at the very least. Because even though he says he's not a writer, it's in his blood, and I know he misses it. He whistles lowly.
Boy, when you said it was going to be unorthodox, you weren't kidding. Bree, this is...
I know. You'll have to get permission, and this is something that likely will never be seen again, but that makes sense, right? I mean, Grady is too young to be a head D1 coach, yet here he is, kicking ass. I was too young to get an exclusive like this, yet here I, was. I chuckle. Nothing about the past month and a half has been normal, but that's what's incredible about it.
How?
His voice trails off, and I imagine him pacing in his office, probably wishing he had a secret whiskey stash hidden somewhere.
Okay.
Okay? My voice comes out high and squeaky. He chuckles.
But this is me paying you back for introducing me to the love of my life. If I had been away from Ava for 6 years and had the chance to get her back, nothing would stand in my way. And I still needed to go through Charles.
I smile in triumph. I've loved Charles since my first day on the job. He's a big old teddy bear of a man who, to the rest of the world, appears mean and burly, but he's really just a softie. Not long after I started working for SI, we sat next to each other at a holiday dinner. His wife sat on the other side of him, a lovely woman who reminded me of my grandma. When he introduced us, he told me he fell in love with her in the 7th grade and never looked back. I must not have a very good poker face, because he immediately asked me who the guy was. He told me never to give up and do whatever it takes to get him back. I swallow down my assuredness, knowing I did just as he said. I understand, I tell him in a calm voice.
I'm gonna miss you around here. What's your plan?
Step 1 is already done.
Bree's got herself a boyfriend.
He sing-songs. Damn right. And this time, I'm not letting go.
Chapter 26. Grady. I want you there with us. Me. With me.
Grady, we've caused enough ruckus.
Ruckus? What are you, 80? I tease, poking her lightly in the rib.
It's a good word, and stop distracting me. I think it would be better if I was just in the stands for this one.
I don't agree. She looks up at me, her chin resting on my bare chest as she plays with the small amount of chest hair I have.
Oh, you don't say? I wasn't sure by the pouting you've got going on.
I'm not pouting.
Yeah, you are. And it's adorable but unnecessary. It's not going to change the fact I don't want to be an even bigger distraction than I already am. It's the first home game of the season, Grady.
I'm aware, I deadpan.
Then be smart.
Are you calling me dumb? I spank her butt and she yelps. Chuckling, I say, don't act like you don't love it. I roll us over so I'm on top of her, one of my favorite positions to be in. I press myself against her, letting the tip barely graze her center. She groans and squirms beneath me, always so impatient. Her bright green eyes darken, and it takes everything in me to not plunge deep. I'm just as greedy to continue making her mine. I wet my fingers in my mouth, then dip them between our legs, pumping myself 3 times before rubbing my tip against her center, making a trail up and down her center. We groan in unison. Please? I ask.
I'm not going to fall for that. I'm not so easily swayed.
I smirk. Want to bet?
No,
she whines, shimmying her hips back and forth, needing me to fill her up. That's what I thought, I growl just before I thrust into her. She cries out and she pulls her knees up. I place them both on my shoulders as I continue to move in and out of her, hitting the spot so deep inside I know drives her wild. God, I love being inside you. I'll never get enough of it. So tight, so hot, so mine.
Yours. Yes, Grady, always yours.
Every time she says it, it makes me feel like a king. I need my mouth on her, so I lean down and kiss her, plunging my tongue right into her open mouth. Her knees practically touch her ears, and she breaks the kiss.
Ah! Ouch!
I lean back, afraid I actually hurt her, but see she's smiling. The corner of my mouth turns up. Too far?
Just a little,
she giggles, dragging a hand over my cheek. We need to work on that.
We've got a lifetime ahead of us to meet the Gumby goal.
It's like she doesn't want this to last long when she says shit like that. It's such a fucking turn-on knowing she's mine for the rest of our lives. Damn right, I grunt with a twist of my hips. Her face takes on a faraway look, and I know she's getting close.
I'm coming,
she shouts, even though I already know her tells. Considering some of her screaming can probably only be heard by dogs. Go. I've got you, Bree. Go. And she does. I have to clench my ass cheeks together to stop myself from trailing after her too soon. I've learned I can drag it out to the double orgasm if I hold her at her peak for long enough. When I feel her starting to come down, I double time my thrusts. Then, I pump my hips twice before my release fills her, twitching twice before I collapse on top of her. She loves to feel my weight on her body, but I have to hold myself up a bit, knowing how small she is compared to me. She may be healthy once again, her curves so lush and full, but she still feels so little beneath me. She kisses my cheek, temple, running her hands through my hair and over my strong back muscles she can't get enough of. I grab a few tissues off the nightstand to clean us both up before she climbs out of bed and goes to the restroom. When she's back in my arms, she sighs, positioning exactly how we started a half hour ago.
I love you, Grady, and I very much approve of your form of persuasion, but it's not going to happen.
You don't want to be there? She swats at my chest.
Stop it. You know I do. But you also know I'm right. We're like a traveling freak show, everyone side-eyeing us wherever we go.
Now you're calling me a freak? I ask, mock hurt in my voice. I can practically hear her rolling her eyes. The honeymoon phase of our relationship passed before it even started. When I had her back, I wondered if we would feel as comfortable with each other as we once had. I had nothing to worry about. It's as if no time has gone by, our relationship picking right back up where it ended. Maybe it's because our love never ended. Or the fact she's my other half. Whatever the reason, I'm so damn grateful it sometimes feels overwhelming.
You're such an ass, and your tactics aren't working. Admit I'm right on this. After this weekend, I'll be on the sidelines if you want, but today isn't about me or us. This is a big deal, and there will be enough eyes on me as it is. I want people focusing on the team and their win tonight.
Promise you'll be there at the next one?
I notice you're not admitting I'm right.
I'm not a maniac, Bree. I know my limitations. She giggles, then cries out,
Oh,
as her hips jerk toward me.
Already? No. Well, maybe, but I just felt a cold, wet nose in my ass crack.
Rocky wanting attention?
If it's not Rocky, I don't want to know what it is.
I laugh, then whistle. The big oaf jumps up on the bed, somehow managing to straddle Bree between his legs as he heaves his klutzy body onto the mattress. He pants happily, licking her cheek, before coming over to stand next to me, staring down at me. What do you want? In answer, he plops down between us on his back, as if to say he wants attention from both of us. He nudges his chin in Bree's direction, rubbing his head on hers. She gives in easily, scrubbing him on his neck, around his ears, and over his belly. He glances over at me with a huff, reminds me I'm not participating in the love fest. Fine. I join Bree in petting him, and he sighs, his tongue lolling out the side of his mouth in complete satisfaction for getting what he wants. Bree looks at me over his head, and I wonder if she's thinking what I am. This is our life from now on, and maybe, and if it's in the master plan, one day we'll be cuddling with a baby or two between us as well.
I think I'm going to go back to school.
I glance up at Bree over my coffee mug, feeling all sorts of domesticated as we sit at the kitchen table, eating omelets Bree made for us. I've been single for long enough I know my way around the kitchen, but she loves to cook, and I love to watch her flutter around my kitchen. A big boom of thunder sounds, causing Rocky to jump up and run to my bedroom, likely hiding under the bed, which is his typical behavior during storms. It's been raining for a few hours, which will make today's game a soggy mess, but it's supposed to clear out soon. I hope, anyway. We can play in the rain, but obviously not lightning, and while I wouldn't be opposed to a day in bed with Bree, I'm antsy to get our first home game underway. Okay.
Okay, that's it?
Well, I'm not going to fight it if that's what you were afraid of. I think it's great. What are you thinking of going back to school for?
I want to teach, I think.
You think? She looks out the window, watching as rain slides down the panes of glass. When we were little, Bree loved rainstorms. She even had an old CD of rainstorms to help her fall asleep at night after her dad passed away.
I don't think. I know, all right?
What? I press when she begins fiddling with her fingers on the table, setting down my mug and leaning over the table.
I'd like to teach high school journalism,
she says, raising her bright green eyes alight with happiness to collide with mine, but I can see she's nervous about my reaction. Why? I'm not sure. That'd be perfect for you, I tell her. A grin splits both our lips, and I reach over, squeezing her hand.
I think so, too.
What are you nervous about?
Nothing, really. I think it's nervous excitement. I feel a little embarrassed, too. I'm 26 and finally figuring out what I want to do with my life.
There are plenty of people in their 50s who still have no idea what they want to do.
You shouldn't always know the right thing to say.
You're going to give all those damn teenagers walking hard-ons. She glares at me.
Gross, Grady.
They'll go home at night and jerk off to visions of you. The school office will suddenly have a waiting list to get into journalism class because the boys will want to stare at you.
Stop it.
But she's laughing, and now I'm turned on again, imagining her standing in front of a classroom teaching. The weeks since Kennedy went to SI and told them about my and Bree's past have been chaotic. Having the press around for the beginning of the season isn't anything new, but this time the focus wasn't on the game, but on me and Bree. Originally, the agreement with Sports Illuminated was for the reporter, Bree, to shadow me and work with the team for a lengthy expose. When Bree was taken off the story, an agreement was made to publish early. The decision was best for everyone involved. It took the heat off our relationship, but also showed the professionalism and integrity Bree has as a journalist. There was no question she had always been the right person for the job. The pride I felt for her as I read the article was unsurmountable. I know leaving SI has been hard on her, but I won't lie. Having her here with me makes me happy. I'm proud of you, baby. She blushes, so humble. When the article was released, Bree was perfectly happy with giving all the credit to Simon, but I know it made her happy to see her name listed as a contributor. Her voice was throughout the article and reflected her love of not only the school but me. All of it handled with respect for the program she loved almost as much as I do. I take her chin between my thumb and forefinger and move it up and down playfully. Thank you for the compliment, Grady. You're the best boyfriend I could have ever hoped for in the entire world, I say in a voice pretending to be hers. She swats me away but rolls her eyes before planting a kiss on my lips. I was thinking you'll probably need to save money if you're going back to school. She nods. Officially, moving in here is probably the best way to do that. I wink. I'm pretty sure it's a move my dad always uses on my mom, and if I think too much about that, I'll throw up. But I know my girl loves it, so for the rest of my life I'm going to pretend I didn't learn it from him. She smirks, making a move to stand up with her empty plate. That might help, if you're willing to let me stay. My arm darts out and I pull her into my lap. I'm not willing to let you leave, I tell her, nuzzling my face into her neck. Well, to be fair, I'm practically moved in already. Only your stuff that was in the townhouse. You still have the rest of it in Chicago. Yeah, we'll move it out of there in all your free time, she jokes. She's so cute, thinking I haven't had this planned and figured out since we got back together. I've got it handled. I move her so she's straddling my lap. Her tiny sleep shorts doing nothing to stop the heat I feel between her legs. The light pink tank top she's wearing makes her olive skin appear even tanner and dips low, giving me a wonderful view of the top of her tits. I have to admit it's a damn good look on her. Threading her fingers through the short hair on the back of my neck, she leans in and kisses me. The boys are all over it. What do you mean? You have to take care of your lease and handle all the stuff with your landlord, but Aiden and Reese said they'd move your stuff out. Just let them know where your sex toy drawer is so they aren't scarred for life. She bursts out laughing. I do not have a sex toy drawer at my old apartment. I look at her with my eyebrows raised and she deflates. Because I brought all my stuff with me, she murmurs quickly. Lightning flashes in the sky as the rain continues to pound against the windows, but it does nothing to distract me from her admission. I still beneath her. You mean to tell me when you moved your stuff out of that townhouse and into our home, you brought with you an arsenal of sex toys and we haven't been playing with a single one of them? I'm shocked, and quite honestly a little hurt. I don't need the help, but damn, it would be fun, and knowing she even had them to begin with is such a fucking turn-on. Kind of like looking at her, holding her hand, kissing her. I look toward the spare bedroom where she dumped her belongings. It's all happened so fast that it was easier for us to store it in there rather than us moving things around in the master bedroom. Not an arsenal, Grady. You make me sound like some sex pervert. If the sex swing fits, I tease. You're seriously so annoying sometimes. Why? Because I know you better than you know yourself? She huffs but can't contain her smile. Well, aside from thinking I have a sex swing. You can show me your stash tonight to celebrate the big win. She frames my face with her hands and looks back and forth between my eyes. Go get 'em, Coach. Chapter 27. Grady. Thanks, Mac. I can't tell you what this means to me. Coach Mac grins, then reaches out his meaty palm to shake my hand. His hands were always so huge to me. I look down at where we're joined, expecting it to still feel that way. I'm reverted right back to my senior year in high school when he congratulated me on signing with my dream school to play college football. I shake my head and blow out a breath. Looking out over the field I called home for 4 years in high school. The field I once thought I was the king of had the world at my fingertips. If I'd known less than 10 years later I wouldn't be playing football anymore, but coaching it, and for the very same team who scouted me when I played here, well, I don't know how I would have reacted. Timing is a funny thing. When people say things like, "It'll happen when it's right," at the time I usually want to deck them. It's true, though. Bree and our timing wasn't right 6 years ago. I hate to admit, but I think it would have been my fault, too. I had never been denied anything. My life wasn't easy, per se, but it definitely wasn't a struggle. A lot has changed, hasn't it, Grady? It has, sir, but I wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for you. You and Bales? You're an inspiration for me, for how I lead my team. I can't thank you enough. You know, when you used to run onto this field, I watched in awe. It seems to me you have it in your head that you were this cocky kid, but you were so far from it. You weren't cocky, you were confident. There's a difference. Your confidence is what led you to where you are today. I'm proud I had a small part of it, but even more proud to see you've become someone I can only hope my grandkids play for one day. It would be an honor, I tell him honestly. You do right by her, Grady. I always knew you'd come full circle. When things went south after it took so long for you two to finally get your shit together, man, it was hard to see from the outside. It wasn't a picnic from the inside either, I admit. I bet not. She was your biggest fan. Every Friday night, we knew exactly where she was sitting because we would watch you look for her. Did you know she would yell plays to me? He chuckles when I smile. I'm not the least bit surprised. She texts me during games, telling me what to do. Yeah, if she thought we were running the wrong play or if we were down, she'd scream the loudest, tell me what I was doing wrong. The thought of it warms my heart. It got to the point where she would text me in the middle of the game. Bitch of it is, she was always right. Never seen a girl so dedicated to the game before. I suppose you had a little bit of a hand in that, though, he murmurs. He's staring off into the stands, lost in his memories. Nah, she loved the game before I came along. You have to know, though, she always thought a lot of you. I always hoped you'd be coaching my kids one day. You'd better get on with that part of your life quickly then, boy. I don't know how many more seasons I have left. Who knows, maybe by then I'll be tired of coaching over there and want to come back to my roots. Always welcome, but I'm not holding my breath. He chuckles, slapping me on the back. I'm not either. At one point it would have been a dream come true. Now, though, my dreams have shifted. Now, go finish this business once and for all. Thanks again for letting me come here tonight. Glad to be a part of it. Long overdue, if you ask me. Can't argue with you there. I watch as he lumbers slowly across the field, leaning down to a couple electrical cords on the ground and plugging them into a strip before raising a hand in the air, giving me a thumbs up. Twinkle lights illuminate all around us, up the goalposts, along the benches and the sidelines, up and down each yard line. When I told my mom what I was planning, she enlisted my dad to bring over the scissor lift to raise me up to get the lights all the way to the top. She also tried to go way overboard. Shocker. Reining her in wasn't easy, but I gently reminded her it wasn't about her, in a nice way, of course. When she mentioned something about a marching band and cheerleaders, though, even my dad blew the whistle, calling a timeout. Bree has never been an over-the-top kind of girl. Hell, I met her because she wanted to hang with the guys. Mom meant well, her ideas coming from her heart, but no one knows my girl like I do. I've been planning this day since I was 18. No way am I going to let anyone, even my mom, who I love second to only one other person, take over. I look up to the press box above the stands. Cole gives me a bunch of hand signals rather than a simple thumbs up like a normal person would. Then he reaches down, lifts Anderson, and raises a tiny hand, giving himself a high five with Anderson's fist. I stand there, head tilted back, as I watch my big brother laugh at his own dumbassery. You know you love me, he shouts through the microphone piped through the sound system. So glad he discovered that was available, I mutter. 5 minutes and counting, Cole warns over the speaker. I'm not even sure why he's in there, other than him wanting to be here, and he figured if Plan A failed, then he'd be ready with Plan B. I give him a thumbs up, to which he replies, My hand signal was better, little brother. Bree and I have only been officially back together for about 6 weeks now. Most people would have probably waited a little while longer to propose to their girlfriend, but I'm not most people. And it's not as if we just met. We were simply in a holding pattern for, 6 years. Energy courses through my blood, and I'm not sure if it's from nerves or excitement. Maybe a little bit of both. 1 minute to launch, Cole says, to which I cup my hands around my mouth and shout, I know! Just trying to help. I groan, wondering if this was the best idea. He's going to have a front seat to the entire show tonight. He's also getting more and more like my father every day, so the likelihood he's planning to do a live broadcast tonight to the entire family is very good. Grady? I spin when I hear Bree's voice behind me. She's looking around the field with a bright smile on her face. Is this what you wanted to show me? When did they start stringing lights all over the field for homecoming? Homecoming week has no major significance to our relationship, other than it was the first dance we danced together at, where I was holding her closer than a friend should. But it's today's date that's significant. Nah, they don't do this for homecoming. She turns her head to the side, and I take her hand in mine, the sign I'm ready for the rest of my plan to start to unfold. The beginning notes of Can't Help Falling in Love meet my ears, and I take a deep breath as a few members of Liberty High's class of 2010's orchestra and choir start joining us on the field. I may not have wanted to have an entire marching band, but figured I'd take a little page out of Mom's romance book. What's going... Grady? Bree asks, her eyes filling with tears.
Chapter 28. Bree. I suck in a breath as Grady drops to a knee in front of me. He smiles and rubs the tattoo on my wrist, looking at it for a moment before returning his beautiful blue eyes to me again.
On this exact day, 16 years ago, a spunky girl with long dark hair stole my heart right out of my chest and never gave it back. I once thought our road was completely mapped out for us. I've never been so happy to be wrong.
The choir begins singing Wherever You Will Go when something out of the corner of my eye catches my attention. A light is on in the press box, illuminating Cole and Mia. Cole waves over Mia's head, Anderson in one arm. The other he wraps around Mia once his hand is done flailing. He kisses her on the head, and I choke down a laugh, because I see all our family come out from behind white boards they'd been hiding behind, right in front of the box.
Seriously, they couldn't stay away.
Grady grumbles. I press my lips together and cup his cheek, bringing his attention back to me. He wraps a hand around my wrist, kissing the inside of it.
As I was saying, I'm glad I was wrong about what I thought our life plan was, because waiting for you only made my love for you grow deeper, stronger. I didn't even know it was possible because, Bree Jameson, I've loved you for over half my life. It's the easiest thing I've ever done and comes as natural as breathing. I've asked you a lot of questions before, but this is the only one that matters.
I press a hand against my heart, hoping to still it from leaping right out of my chest. DJ Cole switches it up from the live music our old classmates were playing. You and Me now piping through the speakers. And I'm full-on crying because it was the first song we ever danced to at a homecoming dance. We weren't together at the time, but we both wanted more. We were just too scared to say it. The fact he remembers all these details of our past together makes me fall a little deeper in love with him.
Bree, will you allow me to love you for the rest of our lives and do me the honor of being my wife?
His blue eyes are shimmery when he asks.
Will you marry me?
Before he's finished asking, I'm already nodding my head. Yes, 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 I shout, and the crowd cheers. Grady slides the ring on my finger, but I don't see it through the blur of tears. Nor do I care. I remember my mom telling me when Andy proposed, her ring could have turned her finger green, and she still would have gladly worn it, knowing the meaning behind it. I get what she meant. Hell, it could have been a piece of yarn or a blade of grass for all I care. "I'm gonna be Mrs. Grady Ryan!" I shout, and it sounds like a herd of elephants are coming down the bleachers. Grady lifts me up and spins me around, peppering my face with kisses. I wrap my legs around his waist, not caring that our family is being given a free show, and kiss the hell out of him.
"Sexiest fucking thing I've ever heard you say,"
he growls quietly, burying his face in my neck. "You're going to be my husband," I whisper into his ear, and I feel wetness hit my skin. From tears or his tongue, I'm not sure.
"You keep talking like that, and our family is going to be getting the X-rated version rather than PG-13.
He gently places me back down on my feet and takes my face in his hands.
"You said yes."
There was no other answer to give. Just then, I hear what sounds like a marching band drum cadence before they begin playing the Liberty High fight song. I look up at Grady with wide eyes. He pinches the bridge of his nose and yells,
"Mom, I told you no marching band!"
"Hey, you're the one who started it with the orchestra and choir." They're shouting over each other as a small group of band members march around us playing a song I used to cheer to before they shift from the fight song directly into the wedding march. Barrett has his phone raised, recording the entire thing, and the rest of the family is laughing while taking turns to give us congratulatory hugs. Hazel wedges herself between Grady and me, and he immediately reaches down to lift her up. "You're my brother now?" she asks, scrunching her nose up. I giggle, knowing exactly why she's asking.
"Well, soon I'll be your brother-in-law, kiddo."
"But that still means I can't marry you, right?" Her eyes are pleading with me, but I'm still going to break her heart. "Nope, he's all mine. You gotta get your own, Grady," I tell her, tickling her side. She pokes out her bottom lip in a pout, but quickly gets distracted by the non-family members on the field. When I see Coach Mac walk around the corner carrying a bouquet of roses, I feel like the night is complete. Throughout Grady's entire football career at Liberty High, and even after, when Grady was playing for Southern Michigan State, he was in the stands every chance he could get. I know this because whenever they had home games, the cameras would zoom in on him in the stands. He hands the beautiful flowers to me, and I break out of Grady's hold to give him a hug. "Missed you, old man," I murmur, careful to keep the roses off to the side so I don't smush them between us. "You're looking well?"
"I work out,"
he teases, flexing his bicep. "Thank you. For everything," I say, my arms sweeping out all around us.
He did it all. I just provided the location."
"Nah, you did far more and you know it."
"An honor,"
he murmurs, a slight blush creeping up his neck.
"Now, let me see this rock."
He lifts my hand and inspects my ring.
"Wowee! Wish I could take credit for this, too."
He winks and drops my hand.
"Moving in on my fiancé?"
Grady asks, wrapping an arm around my shoulders and pulling me close, and kisses my temple. I hum.
"Like hearing that, yeah."
"Yeah, fiancé, I do." I watch in fascination as his eyes darken, and he inhales sharply.
"Easy, brother. You've got an audience,"
Cole says.
"Time to go home, then."
Grady winks and tells everyone he needs to get back to Lanphier. Which isn't a lie. There's a home game this weekend, which is why I was so naive about the reason Grady wanted me to meet him here. Him taking the time out of his busy schedule right now to propose to me was the last thing I expected. But that's the thing about Grady. No matter how busy he is, or what his schedule looks like, he always makes time for me. He tells me he would have waited for me forever, and I finally believe it.
Epilogue. Grady. Blake leans back, left hand pointing far down the field. Grady's in his sights. The ball sails through the air. What the... Blake's 11-year-old announcer voice trails off as I see a streak of dark hair dart in front of me, snagging the ball from the air and running in the other direction. The girl, Bree, I think her name is, does a weird touchdown dance in the other end zone on our makeshift field on the school playground. Blake jogs in my direction, and we both watch in amusement as the tiny girl spikes the ball, then has to quickly jump out of the way so it doesn't bounce back into her. "Who the heck is that?" he asks me. His nose crinkles up like he smelled something bad in the cafeteria at lunch. I shrug, acting like I don't care. "I think her name starts with a B or something." She turns around, smiles at me, and something weird turns in my stomach. Definitely something we ate at lunch. I watch her as she bends down and picks up our football, her dark ponytail swishing behind her as she walks back to us. "You probably need this, huh?" she asks, handing Blake the football. "Thanks," he murmurs, and then turns to look at me with wide eyes. She messes with her ponytail, yanking out the rubber band that was holding it up. Her hair swishes around her before she pulls it back up again. I watch, fascinated. I can't stop staring at this girl's long, dark hair. "I'm Bree. Sorry about taking over your game. I've been wanting to play with you guys for forever, and I just couldn't help myself. I kept waiting for you to invite me. I've been watching from over there forever." She points to a spot behind us. Now my eyes widen. "Huh? You want to play with us? You've been watching us?" She nods excitedly. "I love football. Like, love it. Especially SMS. They're the best ever." Bree rattles off a bunch of stats about the team that, of course, I already know because I'm their biggest fan. But I feel like I'm going to choke on my own tongue when I hear her say them. How does this girl know as much as I do? "Can I, play with you guys tomorrow?" Bree asks. I look at Blake, who nods slightly, looking taken a little aback by everything. I am too. Yeah, I guess it's okay. But, we aren't going to go easy on you," I tell her, puffing out my chest a little bit. I don't know why I do it. It just feels like the right thing. She scoffs and giggles. "Duh." "All right, then. This is Blake. I'm Grady." "I know." We smile at each other, and I notice her eyes are so green they're like the grass. Luckily, the bell rings for us to go back inside, and we all take off running to the door. As soon as Blake and I get to our lockers right outside our classroom, we shove our coats and boots inside. "That was weird, right?" I shrug again. "A little, I guess." Bree walks by us, nudging me in the shoulder as she goes past into her classroom. She turns around and smiles again. She's got 2 dimples in her cheeks. I kind of like dimples. "Come on, we gotta get to class," Blake says to me, making me jump. I hope he didn't see I was staring at the girl who intercepted the football right in front of me. Something inside tells me what happened today was a big deal, but I can't figure out why. A hand to my shoulder breaks me out of my thoughts. Blake jostles me around, causing me to lose my footing a little bit. "Ready for this? Since we were in the 4th grade." He grins, shaking his head. "She had you even then, didn't she? I remember going home and telling my mom that you were looking at a girl funny." We both laugh. I think a part of me always knew, even before I started seeing her differently. It makes sense, though. She's my other half. "You've been there with us from the beginning, man. I couldn't ask for a better man to be standing up there with me." "But not next to you," he grumbles teasingly. Yeah. You know you're my best bud." He's been giving me grief ever since I told him Cole was going to be my best man, but it's all in good fun. "I can't believe you two are actually getting married." "Really?" "Well, no, but it sounded like the right thing to say." I snicker. 5 minutes, my dad says, coming back into the room we've been sitting in while waiting for the ceremony to begin. "Still," I groan. "I'm ready now." He chuckles. "I wasn't even going to ask if you were ready. Been waiting on this day for a long time, son. I'm proud of you. The man you've become, taking life and all its hiccups in stride." He trails off, his voice cracking a little bit as his eyes become shiny.
Dad looks away quickly, then reaches for Anderson, looking like a little man in his tiny gray dress pants and white shirt, not to mention the itty-bitty gray vest Mia found somewhere to complete the look. Dad cradles Anderson close while he sucks on a pacifier. I reach over and let him grip my finger. "Your old man's getting emotional in his wise years, it seems." "It's the grandpa in you," I tell him. He nods but looks at me deeply. Eyes bore into mine, letting me know what he's about to say is something I want to hear and commit to memory. "I meant it, son. Always knew you two were meant for each other, but life, time, well, it had plans of its own. And never, not once in all those years did I believe your life would turn out any other way than her walking down the aisle to you. I know what it's like to fall in love with your soulmate before you really understand what love is. And I know what it's like to not have your plan work out exactly how you intended. But Grady, the true character of a man is shown when he's thrown for a loop. You handled those loops with honor and respect, never acting like you were given a raw deal. I said it once, and it's not really enough, but I'm proud of you. And I'm so damn honored to get to finally call Bree my daughter." "Dad," I murmur, feeling choked up myself. "I love you, Grady. And I expect cousins for this little guy soon," he jokes, trying to lighten up the mood. I bark out a laugh. "Oh, okay. I'll see what I can do." He winks. "I'll see you out there." The preacher pokes his head in to let us know it's time and to follow him. My groomsmen, Jack, Cole, and Blake, file out in front of me, Cole stopping to give me a hug and offer a few final words of encouragement. After seating the moms, I move to stand at the front of the church. I clasp my hands in front of me and roll my neck, ready to get the show on the road. When the pianist begins to play the music Bree and Christine picked out for her bridesmaids to walk down the aisle to, everything in my body stills. Before a jumble of nervous energy, I'm now calm, ready to get through the wedding so I can finally call Bree my wife. Harper and Maggie both walk down the aisle, followed closely by Mia. Hazel, dressed in a poofy white dress, comes next, throwing out petals from a satchel around her waist in one hand while pulling a wagon behind her, where Anderson is sitting. Everyone oohs and ahs, and as much as I agree it's adorable and I love it, I'm watching those doors for one person and one person only. Aiden and Reese, our ushers, shut the doors to the back as the pianist trails off the song she's playing. She looks at me, and I'm sure the look I give back to her is full of annoyance, wanting to finally see my bride. She doesn't seem to care, though. She just smiles. Our preacher raises his hands, and everyone stands. The music changes, the doors open, and there she is. Flanked by Andy on one side and my dad on the other. Bree's smile is so bright I can feel it from where I stand. My leg bounces, and Cole reaches out a hand to my forearm. "Steady, man. She's coming." I can't take my eyes off her. There's not a single word in the English vocabulary that could match the beauty I see walking toward me. "Why is she moving so slowly?" I grumble out the side of my mouth, causing Cole to snicker. My leg jerks, and this time Cole places his hand on my chest, halting my movements. "Let her come to you. This is her moment." I rub the tattoo on my wrist to bring a small amount of comfort. I got mine matching hers right after we got engaged. I blow out a breath, feeling my throat tighten. I always wondered what I would think when I saw Bree walking down the aisle to me. If she had been here for Mia and Cole's wedding, this moment right here would be the second time I saw her walking down an aisle at a wedding. Once again, I'm grateful life stepped in, allowed the twists and turns to come, because this moment right now, I'll never in my entire life forget it. My dad sees me jittery and shakes his head slightly, silently telling me to relax. I was a little surprised she didn't have her mom walk her down the aisle. When she asked Andy and my dad if they'd do her the honor of giving her away, I'm pretty sure they both teared up. She told my dad she wouldn't be who she was today without his support, and since Andy was there for her during some of the hardest times in her life, treating her as his own,
She felt there were no two better men for the job. Bree's smile is breathtaking, her green eyes shimmering. When they finally reach the end of the aisle, I take a step but am stopped once again when the preacher asks, "Who gives this woman to this man?" Christine and Andy, along with my dad, all say at once, "We do." My mom raises her hand. "I do too, in case y'all wondered." The audience chuckles, but it does nothing to distract me from who's standing before me. My dad leans down, kissing Bree on the cheek. "Welcome to the family, officially." Andy walks her the rest of the way, reaching out a hand to shake mine. "I got her here as quick as I could," he jokes. I smile in his direction before locking eyes once again with the one whom I always knew would be standing beside me at the altar. And then, "We are gathered here today." I squeeze Bree's hands, listening but not really listening, doing my best not to miss a thing, but it's like I have tunnel vision and all I see and hear is her. Head to toe, I look her over and over, cataloging everything I see so I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Her off-the-shoulder white dress fits so perfectly it looks like it was made just for her. There's lace covering every inch of fabric, all the way down to the short train behind her. It's simplicity at its finest. I look behind my bride to a beaming Maggie who winks, and it hits me that it was made for her. My little sister made my wife's wedding dress. And then something catches my eye. A really pale green warrior logo is embroidered into the satin sash around her waist. I almost laugh at the perfectness of it. The twinkle in Bree's eyes tells me she feels the same. When it's time to say our vows, I begin speaking off the cuff. We went back and forth about writing our own. Part of me said no because those thoughts were for us and us alone, but in the end we wanted the ceremony to be personal. The only thing was we decided not to pressure ourselves with writing them ahead of time. "B, you were mine before we knew each other. I know this deep in my heart. There's no one on this earth who's more right for me than you. You know by now how I feel about you, so right now I'm going to promise you something. Forever. You have my forever. The ugly days, the good ones, and everything in between. Until I take my last breath, and even after, I promise you that you'll feel my love for you. Always." I take a deep breath as Cole hands me the ring. This ring, just like the tattoos on our skin, is a symbol of my promise. I slide her wedding ring on her finger and stare at it for a few moments before the preacher gains my attention again to let us know it's Bree's turn. "Grady, I know you'll be mad I'm saying this in our wedding vows, but I don't deserve you. And it's not because of why you think. It's because there's no one better than you. That day I intercepted the football from you, you intercepted my heart. I took one look at you and knew everything was about to change. You said you promised me you're forever." "Ditto," she giggles. "I'm never letting you go again, and no matter what life throws at us, I'll be by your side. Until I take my last breath, and even after, I promise you that you'll feel my love for you. Always." She smiles and bites her lip. "You stole my line," I tease. She shrugs. "It was a good line." Mia clears her throat and hands Bree my ring. As she slides it onto my finger, she says, "This is a symbol of my promise to you. I'll love you forever and never leave your side." When I finally hear I can kiss my bride, I snap back to full attention. I bend her over backward, not giving one single thought to everyone around us. Everyone claps and cheers. A few catcalls are thrown out, probably from my players. I hear Hazel giggle and tug on my gray suit jacket. "All right, enough, Grady." I look down at her and cup her sweet cheek. "Never, sweet girl. Never." Still smiling, she turns to her big sister. "It's okay if we share, Bree. That's what sisters do." Bree laughs, and I tuck her in close, kissing my wife on top of the head once again. "I now pronounce you man and wife." Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to finally introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Grady Ryan. This concludes Waiting for Her by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Stephanie Rose and Graham Halstead. Copyright 2018 by Jennifer Van Wyck. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jennifer Van Wyck and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.